Welcome to the Pencil Bob channel. I hope you enjoy my stories.
Brennan Shale leaned forward in his seat, fingers hovering over the instrument panel as Herald 7 shivered slightly in the tidal pull of Sagittarius A. 47 minutes into what was officially a 10-minute mission, he reminded himself that the clock in his mind had no relation to Earth's. Out here, time was elastic, stretching decades into a single heartbeat, and there was no room for misjudgment. Every readout flickered with numbers that could drown an entire team of analysts in months of work, and Brennan, alone in the cabin, let himself feel the weight of that. Not panic, the ship didn't allow for panic, but an acute awareness that the cosmos did not negotiate, did not reason, and certainly did not wait. "Station holding," he murmured, voice low and deliberate, not as a reassurance to anyone but as a statement of fact to the universe itself. The ship confirmed the position instantly, nudging him with micro-adjustments that vibrated through the chair, through the soles of his boots, through the tips of his fingers on the controls. He felt it in his teeth, a subtle grinding harmonic that made the inside of his skull resonate with the constant reminder that gravity here was more than a force. It was a presence, and it was patient. The first thing Brennan noticed, when the craft finally stabilized at the calculated safe boundary, was the accretion disk. He didn't expect to stop and stare, didn't expect even a 3-second lapse in his checklist, but he did. It happened anyway. His hands froze above the console for precisely 3 seconds, 3 seconds that had no allowance in a mission already measured in microintervals. The plasma spun around the invisible event horizon at fractions below the speed of light, a furious maelstrom of heat and radiation. Infrared and visible light bled into one another, translating through camera filters into blues and violets, so intense they felt almost tangible, pressing against his senses, as though they could warp the very air inside Herald 7. He could feel the energy in his chest, in his throat, a pressure that wasn't measured in newtons but in some other, unquantifiable human reaction to absolute force. "Beautiful," Brennan said softly, though it wasn't beauty in the human sense. There were no gentle curves, no soothing colors, nothing that invited admiration in the way a sunset might. It was extraordinary, yes, but not designed for comfort. The word beautiful almost seemed ironic. And yet there it was. He allowed himself the acknowledgement, a momentary concession that some things, by their sheer scale and intensity, demanded recognition before they demanded work. Then he returned his hands to the panel, the checklist unbroken, voice ready. Checklist Step 3: Gravitational Compensation, Array Nominal. Tidal Differential within Engineering Tolerances. Micro-adjustments ongoing. His voice echoed faintly against the reinforced cabin walls, a steady metronome keeping pace with the ship's silent labor. Outside, the universe tested Herald 7 with the patient thoroughness of something 4 billion years old, something indifferent to human endeavor. Tidal stress stretched the ship from nose to tail, subtle, real, constant. Brennan could feel it as a low vibration in his teeth, a reminder that while Herald 7 might hold, the cosmos had no opinion on whether it should. The event horizon, invisible as it always was, swallowed the center of the accretion disk. Brennan had stared at black holes on every display he had ever encountered, but staring at the nothingness was different when the nothingness was around you, when it wasn't a pinprick in some distant galaxy, but a void filling every external camera feed. This was not mere darkness. This was the absence of possibility itself. Light could not escape, not even to tease, not even to shimmer briefly before vanishing. The absence was total, categorical, a dark that had a weight of its own. Brennan let his eyes linger on it for a heartbeat longer than necessary before the voice in his mind reminded him. Log, log, log. He keyed the comm panel. Primary recording, commence Step 4. Electromagnetic spectrum baseline establish. As the system hummed, the colors of the plasma rings shifted subtly, the false color translation painting the furious disk in shades that felt almost alive. There was no one to share this with. Even if there were, words would fail. The display translated energy into hues, but it could not convey the pressure, the insistence of motion that defied comparison. Brennan's hands moved over the console again, entering verbal logs with meticulous care, each phrase measured, deliberate, each syllable a tiny anchor in a tide that could overwhelm a human mind. He adjusted a dial, checking the wave detectors. Gravitational oscillations vibrated through the hull, feeding microcorrections into the compensation array. Every adjustment was a whisper against the greater pull, every calculation a gamble against forces that had no awareness of him. Wave detector output nominal. Electromagnetic readings stable. Tidal sensors within thresholds, he said, pausing just long enough to hear the faint click of the system confirming the data stream. Herald 7 was alive in a way that no living thing could fully comprehend. Its survival depended not on instinct, not on courage, but on calculation, repetition, patience. Brennan, for his part, had only observation, recording, and the steadiness of his own heart to lend to the task. The pressure of the accretion disk was constant, but not uniform. It shifted, subtle and unpredictable, a reminder that the universe out here didn't follow human patterns. Brennan could feel it in his hands on the panel, a slight resistance as the micro-thrusters fired to hold station, a vibration that ran through the seat and into his spine. He logged it anyway. Station holding against local gravitational variance confirmed. Compensation arrays functioning at full efficiency. No anomalies detected, and yet the word no felt fragile. No anomaly now did not mean no anomaly ever, not in a place where time itself stretched and bent like an accordion. He glanced at the monitors again, catching the plasma spiraling in a blur of heat and motion, colors running from the deep red of infrared into white-hot yellows, and then into ultraviolet and X-ray translations. Brennan let his gaze trace the disk's edges. There was a rhythm, a pulse, even if it was not rhythm in the musical sense. It was a cadence dictated by gravity, by mass, by physics, by the universe's indifferent rules. It was, in its own way, perfect, a violent symmetry that made the human brain ache to comprehend. He exhaled, slow and deliberate, a single breath in a cosmos that could swallow a lifetime in the blink of an eye. Primary systems nominal, he said again, and even as he spoke, he ran a hand over the console, feeling the hum of energy through the hull. The tidal differential was managed but present, and managed here meant constantly, endlessly calculated, a push and pull against an invisible oppressor. The array's adjustments transmitted through the structure of the ship, every surface humming with the subtle weight of effort, and Brennan could feel it as keenly as he could feel the pulse of his own arteries. He noted it in his log. Every detail counted. Every sensation mattered. The record would outlive him. It was the deliverable, the tangible proof that Herald 7 had met its goal, even if the mission itself, personal, solitary, was about something else entirely. The event horizon's darkness drew his eyes back again. He had seen empty space before, black voids punctuated by stars, by nebulae, by planets. This was different. This was the pure assertion of absence, the boundary defined not by what existed, but by what could never exist beyond it. Light, matter, energy, they all bowed to the rules here, and even Herald 7, with all its engineering, all its calculated compensations, existed only on the thin line between capture and escape. Brennan recognized, in a way he could never put into numbers, that the ship was more delicate than anything human hands had ever built, yet it held, unflinching, balanced on the precise application of physics and human calculation. He returned to his checklist, voice calm, deliberate, almost soothing in its rhythm. Gravitational wave calibration steady. Electromagnetic baseline maintained. Microadjustment logs current. Tidal differential within tolerance. Visual confirmation of accretion disk complete. Event horizon boundary established. Each statement was a tether, a reminder that even in the face of forces that made human concepts like minute laughable, there was still the possibility of control, of order, of observation. And yet the acknowledgement lingered in his mind. The disk was spinning, the plasma was burning, the darkness was infinite. There was something overwhelming here, something that pressed against the edges of comprehension even as it allowed him to log, to check, to note. Herald 7 vibrated again, subtly, a constant reminder of the forces at play. Brennan adjusted a dial, micro-thrusters responding instantly, and felt the harmonic of the tidal compensation array resonate through his teeth. He smiled faintly, a brief acknowledgement of the absurdity of it all. The universe, indifferent and eternal, testing a single man and his single craft with patient, meticulous insistence. And yet here he was, logging each detail, recording each reading, breathing as if that alone could anchor him to something human in a place that was otherwise beyond human reckoning. For a long moment, he allowed himself to feel the scale of it, not beautiful but extraordinary, not safe but survivable, not comprehensible but observable. And then he returned, as always, to the checklist. Time here stretched in ways that made panic irrelevant. Herald 7 held station. Instrument screamed data. And Brennan, in the center of it all, kept logging. The gravity compensation array is the engineering achievement that makes Herald 7 different from every probe that preceded it. And Brennan had spent 3 months of mission preparation, learning its specifications, with the thoroughness of someone who understands that the difference between knowing how a system works and knowing how it fails is often the difference between a completed mission and a classified addendum. He ran through the principles again in his head, mentally tracing each calculation and the flow of energy through the array. The system operated on the principle of active tidal cancellation, generating precisely calibrated gravitational gradients within the hull that opposed the differential forces the black hole was applying to the craft from outside. Every second, it measured the external tidal environment and responded faster than any mechanical system could, faster than Brennan's own nervous system could register. What he felt was not the corrections themselves, but their aggregate harmonic. The grinding in his teeth that the mission engineers had confirmed was normal. Normal, however, did nothing to make it more comfortable. Panel 7 Alpha glowed warm on the tertiary diagnostic screen, a thermal signature in the aft shielding array that had been sitting in the upper range of acceptable variance since the 40-minute mark. Brennan watched it with the kind of focus reserved for things that were currently acceptable, but that he did not trust to remain so. His eyes shifted between the readouts, flicking from one number to the next, the vibration of the array threading through the hull and into his fingertips. The shielding aboard Herald 7 was rated for this environment. It was built from materials that did not exist when Herald 1 launched 4 years ago, designed with the failure modes of 6 previous missions in mind. None of that stopped Panel 7 Alpha from being warm in a way that made him pause. The pre-launch engineering review had described the warmth as within parameters, and he had noted it and not pressed because 3 weeks before launch was not the moment to start a conversation about shielding tolerances that the program was not prepared to have. The Hawking radiation environment contributed as well, virtual particle pairs, forming and separating at the event horizon boundary in ways that interacted with the classical electromagnetic field of the accretion disk. The resulting effects on the shielding were described by theoretical models in general terms, but his instruments measured them in specific ones. Those specifics included the thermal signature in Panel 7 Alpha that he logged every 4 minutes, watching the screen between logs. The warmth shifted subtly over time, a reminder that nothing remained static, not even what was acceptable. Time dilation occupied a quiet corner of his mind, present in peripheral awareness rather than direct focus, the way an experienced pilot keeps an altimeter in view while flying. It was monitored, accounted for, acknowledged, but not allowed to distract from the work in front of him. The mathematics of his situation were not complicated, only unbearable, and the distance between those two truths was where he had chosen to exist for the duration of the mission. At the distance Herald 7 was maintaining from the event horizon, the dilation factor his instruments calculated meant that the 10 minutes of mission time he had been given corresponded to a span in Earth's reference frame that could be measured precisely. He chose not to read it directly off the display. Teresa would be older. Everyone he knew would be older. He let that knowledge remain at the edge of his awareness, a shadow at the periphery, before returning fully to the instrument panel, the checklist, and the torrent of data arriving at rates that were extraordinary and belonged to him to record accurately while he had the time to record it. The aft shielding thrummed faintly as the array compensated for tidal forces. Brennan leaned slightly forward, adjusting a dial with care. Each microcorrection produced a vibration that ran through the hull, through his chair, through the soles of his boots, and into the tips of his fingers. The grinding in his teeth shifted subtly, a constant reminder of the tidal forces pressing against the hull and the precision of the work keeping him alive. He spoke aloud to accompany the logging, his voice even controlled. Panel 7 Alpha, temperature stable. Tertiary aft shielding array nominal. Gravity compensation operating within tolerance. Microcorrections ongoing. Each line tied him to human perception in a place defined by forces that neither acknowledged nor cared for life. The Hawking radiation continued its silent work. Virtual particles formed and vanished at the event horizon, interacting with the classical electromagnetic field of the accretion disk. The spinning plasma radiated across every frequency, its colors translated by sensors into false color readouts that felt almost like pressure against his eyes. Brennan monitored it, measured it, logged it. Each observation was a vital act of survival. Every 4 minutes, he logged the temperature of panel 7 alpha. He noted subtle rises and falls, each one within tolerance but never to be ignored. Even nominal parameters required vigilance. Every reading fed into the pattern of activity that he tracked constantly, a rhythm that was both task and meditation. The grinding in his teeth, the hum of the hull, the vibration threading through the chair, he felt all of it as a single, continuous stream. The micro-adjustments of the gravity compensation array were too fast to follow individually. What he felt was their aggregate, the way the ship breathed under the pressure of impossible gravity. Each fraction of a second was accounted for, every small vibration a signal he could interpret. The aft shielding warmth persisted, and he watched it without panic. His eyes moved constantly between panels, scanning for minute changes in the thermal signature, the array output, the tidal compensation logs. He flexed his jaw against the vibrations, consciously countering tension, maintaining awareness without letting it become distraction. The instruments continued their work, each sensor sending torrents of data to storage systems he could not hope to process in real time. He cataloged the readings verbally, keying logs that documented every small detail. Gravitational array compensation stable. Thermal load within nominal variance. Instrument readings consistent with expected environmental parameters. Minutes stretched into themselves. The Hawking radiation, the spinning plasma, the tidal forces, they all persisted without variation in intent or mercy. Brennan adjusted dials, recorded logs, noted harmonic shifts in the hull, all while ignoring the precise numbers for time dilation, allowing them to exist only in peripheral awareness. To focus too closely would invite mental fatigue, distraction, and error, and here, error had consequences that were immediate and absolute. He returned again to panel 7 alpha, observing its pattern, noting its behavior, checking the data streams that confirmed nominal performance. Every 4 minutes he logged a precise reading, a tether to measurable reality in a place that defied intuitive understanding. The aft shielding shivered under the array's constant adjustments, a silent partner in the work that kept Herald 7 whole. The plasma disk beyond the event horizon continued its furious rotation, virtual particles flaring and vanishing in their unobservable dance. Brennan felt it as pressure in the hull, vibration through the console, and as data streaming relentlessly across the instrument panels. Each piece of information was recorded, verbalized, cataloged. Observation and survival were inseparable here. Time, gravity, radiation, and energy pressed against every surface of Herald 7. He remained aware of each variable, adjusting, recording, and monitoring in a constant cycle. Panel 7 Alpha's warmth remained nominal, the array continued its work, and Brennan followed the rhythm of the ship, tethered to its precise calculations and the extraordinary physics that allowed him to exist at all. Herald 7 compensated continuously, flawlessly, and Brennan's role was to ensure that the record matched reality, that every detail of the physics, every vibration, every microadjustment, every temperature fluctuation was logged. Survival was not a passive state. It was an active engagement, a conversation with forces that would not pause. He continued logging, monitoring, and adjusting. Panel 7 Alpha's readings were steady, the array's harmonic vibrations persisted, and the extraordinary flow of data continued. He flexed his jaw, shifted in the seat, made small adjustments to controls, and spoke aloud each observation. In the center of this impossible place, he existed as the active component of a system engineered to survive the throat of God. The gravitational wave anomaly that Brennan has labeled Delta 7 in the mission log first appeared at the 31-minute mark as a repeating pattern in the wave detector's output. His analysis software flagged it as statistically non-random, and he had initially logged it as a candidate phenomenon requiring further observation before classification. Further observation has not simplified the classification. The pattern is recursive, layered in a way that the theoretical models he was briefed on do not predict. Its fundamental frequency appears, then echoes at intervals corresponding to the tidal force variations, a relationship that rules out coincidence as an explanation. The secondary layer appeared at the 40-minute mark, subtle at first, barely distinguishable until he shifted the sensitivity window on the instrument readout. The tertiary layer stabilized at 52 minutes, forming a rhythm so structured it was almost musical in its precision, though the sound would never exist in human hearing. The pattern is not random. It is not noise. It is not any known natural resonance phenomenon documented in the literature Brennan has spent 30 years working in. The word he keeps arriving at when he studies it, then deliberately sets aside because the mission log is a scientific record that requires evidence before conclusions, is the word that would make this data package considerably more difficult for the program to manage when it arrives on Earth. Delta 7 correlates with the Herald 6 classified dataset at a coefficient of 0.89, a number he has run 3 times to confirm. That correlation means the phenomenon is not new to this location, and is not something Herald 7's instruments are producing as an artifact of their own operation. Herald 6 saw it. The Herald 6 classified signal file, the document that the man in the gray suit slid across the conference table in Geneva as the opening move of the conversation that ended with Brennan sitting here, is a 73-second record of the same phenomenon at an earlier developmental stage. It was less complex, less organized. The recursive layering had not yet developed into the structure he was now watching evolve on his primary display. The pattern was there before he arrived. It will be there after he leaves. Whatever it is ongoing, and he is the first human consciousness to sit inside the gravitational environment producing it, with instruments sensitive enough to capture it in full. That fact belongs in the record, regardless of what the program does with the record when it receives it. The silence that brings the first memory is not dramatic. It is simply the silence of a small cabin in an extreme environment, the compensation arrays harmonic too low and too constant to register as sound anymore. The instrument feeds continue their quiet, continuous work. And in that silence, the conference room in Geneva assembles itself in Brennan's mind, with the completeness of something that has been waiting for exactly this quality of stillness to make itself known. He sees the recycled air, faintly moving across the institutional carpet. The dark blue folder sits on the table between them, unopened, doing its work simply by being present. The man in the gray suit who did not give his name, and did not need to, lets the folder sit there for 4 full minutes before opening it. He lays out the contents with the patient neutrality of someone describing a weather forecast, explaining in careful, precise language what Herald 7 needed that no probe could provide, and what Brennan's specific history made him uniquely qualified to give. Brennan remembers the subtle gestures, the rhythm of the man's hands as he shuffled papers, the way the folder seemed heavier than it was because of the import it carried. The words, calm and even, described capabilities, expectations, parameters that no human presence in orbit around Sagittarius A could ignore. It was not a command, but it carried the weight of inevitability. Herald 7 had to go. Brennan had to go. The cabin's silence now mirrors that memory. He feels it as the hull hums beneath him, the low grinding in his teeth replaced with an almost imperceptible vibration. The tidal forces a constant, subtle pressure on his body. The instrument's quiet work is a counterpoint to the memory, a reminder that in this place, here and now, his mind is the only thing capable of contextualizing what Delta 7 is showing him. He shifts in the seat, flexes his jaw, and returns to the screen. Delta 7 pulses in recursive layers. The fundamental frequency, the secondary, the tertiary, they exist with a consistency that is almost arrogant in its precision. He had seen patterns before, anomalies, irregularities, but nothing layered with this kind of recursive certainty. The instruments capture it, translate it into signals he can log, and yet the meaning remains outside human comprehension, just at the edge of understanding. The Geneva memory persists in the periphery. The man in the gray suit had described Harold Seven's unique requirements, had outlined exactly how this mission would extract information no prior probe could. Brennan remembers the calm neutrality, the precision of his voice, the deliberate pace that conveyed importance without urgency. The folder contained specifications, diagrams, simulations, and historical data, including the Harold 6 file. The memory is sharp because the silence of the cabin mirrors that same controlled, deliberate atmosphere. He notes the Delta 7 waveform again. Each pulse, each echo, is captured with instruments at the limit of sensitivity. The recursion is undeniable. The layering continues to develop in real time on the display, a structure that demands attention, demands recording, demands acknowledgement without conjecture. He logs it every 4 minutes, each entry precise, each observation tied to the moment. The silence allows the memory to exist alongside observation. He recalls the institutional smell of the Geneva conference room, the recycled air, the faint chemical tang of carpet. He recalls the measured timing of the man's actions, the way the folder was almost ceremonial in its presentation. And as he sits in the cabin of Harold 7, Delta 7 running across the wave detectors in recursive precision, that memory folds into the present. It provides context, a template for meticulous observation, a model for patience and deliberate action in the face of phenomena that are beyond intuitive understanding. He leans back slightly, eyes never leaving the display. The array continues its microcorrections. The thermal signature in the aft shielding remains stable, and Delta 7 pulses on. The memory of Geneva is now a companion to the instruments, shaping the cadence of his observations, guiding the care with which he adjusts dials, logs readings, and monitors the subtle harmonics of the hull. Time stretches in the background. The instruments speak in waves, frequencies, and vibrations. Delta 7 is present, ongoing, recursive, and he is the first human to witness it with clarity. The Geneva conference, the dark blue folder, the man in the gray suit, they are all here in thought, shaping the precision with which he records, the patience with which he observes, the rigor with which he ensures that Harold 7's work is documented. He flexes his fingers, runs a hand along the console, glances at panel 7 alpha, and returns to the waveform. The tertiary layer of Delta 7 pulses steadily. The secondary layer echoes with perfect timing. The fundamental frequency threads through them, undeniable, unchanging. It is a signal that will survive him, that existed before him and will continue after, and it is his responsibility to record it fully and accurately. In the cabin of Harold 7, surrounded by instruments and harmonic vibrations, Brennan exists both in the present and in memory. Delta 7 continues to unfold, and the memory of Geneva guides him, providing structure to his observation, patience to his record-keeping, and context to a phenomenon that is otherwise impossible to reconcile with the known physics of gravitational waves. He speaks aloud again, voice calm, rhythmic. Delta 7 pattern continuing. Layer stable. Fundamental frequency present. Secondary and tertiary echoes confirmed. Correlation with Harold 6 dataset verified. Logging complete for interval 48 minutes. The silence is complete now. The cabin holds it in layers. The hum of the array, the pressure of the tidal forces, the absence of sound beyond the instruments, and in that stillness, the memory of Geneva folds itself in completely. It informs him, guides him, sustains him. Delta 7 pulses, recursive and persistent, and Brennan's observation, meticulous and disciplined, ensures that the record exists. The first human consciousness has witnessed it fully, and it is recorded, exactly as it is, ready for the program to process when Harold 7 returns its data to Earth. The conference room smells of recycled air, and the particular institutional carpet that exists in buildings where aesthetics have been correctly identified as someone else's budget problem. There are 6 chairs around the table and 2 people in the room, which means 4 chairs are present solely to establish that the person doing the speaking has the resources to fill them if the conversation requires it, a use of furniture as communication that Brennan recognizes and files without comment. The man across the table is somewhere in his 50s, wearing a gray suit of a quality that is expensive without being memorable, the suit of someone who has learned that the goal of personal presentation in his line of work is to leave as little impression as possible. His hands are folded on the table, with a stillness that suggests the stillness has been practiced. In front of those hands sits a dark blue folder, unmarked on the outside, and he has not opened it yet, and he has been not opening it for 4 full minutes, which is its own form of communication. Brennan had been in enough rooms like this one, across a career that had specialized in rooms like this one, to understand the grammar of the silence and to wait through it without filling it, which was apparently the correct response, because the man across the table looked at him with something that was not quite approval but lived in the same neighborhood. "Dr. Shale," he said, with the tone of someone resuming a conversation that had been running in his own head for some time. "Thank you for making the time." Brennan looked at him steadily. "I was told the meeting was mandatory," he replied. Mandatory had a weight in this context, and thanking him for making the time was an interesting choice of words, but he said nothing further. "I was told the meeting was important," the man said, tone flat and controlled. "Mandatory was your interpretation." "I'm curious whether there is a practical difference," Brennan asked, eyes on the folder, "between important and mandatory." "There is always a difference," the man said, voice measured. "In practice, sometimes smaller than in theory." After a deliberate pause, he opened the folder. Slowly, carefully, he lifted the top sheet, letting it slide forward. Brennan's eyes followed every movement. The stillness in the man's posture made the opening of the folder feel like part of a ritual, the simple act charged with meaning. The top document was the Delacroix grant application, filed in 2030, one with the European Research Council, co-signed by Brennan and Dr. Carl Bickel of the Amsterdam Institute for Theoretical Astrophysics. The man read the relevant details aloud with the neutral precision of a radiologist describing a scan. No judgment in his voice, just information, the way one would describe a physical law rather than a moral failure. The application had described a series of observational experiments as completed. The experiments had not been completed at the time of filing. The supporting data had been derived from modeling runs, presented as observational results. The peer reviewers had not been given information that would have allowed them to identify the discrepancy. Carl Bickel had reviewed the sections assigned to him, trusted the sections not assigned to him, and signed his name to a document that a review board subsequently described as a serious breach of research integrity. Carl had been teaching secondary school physics in Bratislava for 9 years. The man said this last fact without emphasis, the way you include a measurement because measurements belong in the record. Brennan said calmly, "I am aware of where Carl is." The man continued as though Brennan had not spoken, because the point of stating the fact was not to inform Brennan of something he didn't know, but to establish that the man across the table knew it too, and knew that Brennan knew it, and that shared knowledge was the foundation on which the rest of the conversation would be built. He tapped a finger lightly on the folder. "You understand the distinction here," he said, deliberate and controlled, "between what was recorded in the application and the reality of the experiments." "I do," Brennan replied evenly. "And the models were presented as if they were observational data." "Yes," the man said, tone still neutral. "Which, as you know, is an interpretation not supported by conventional review standards. The discrepancy is noted in the historical record, but the board's classification is what matters for the program." Brennan nodded slightly. "I understand the classification. I understand the implications." The man leaned back fractionally, letting the pause stretch. "This is not a discussion of personal culpability," he said. "It is a matter of capability and suitability for the task at hand. The program requires certain skills, knowledge, and experience. It also requires discretion. I can provide those," Brennan said, steady, voice calm. "And I have repeatedly." "Exactly," the man said. "Which is why you are here, Dr. Shale. Which is why you will conduct Harold 7's mission. You are the only person with the combination of practical experience and theoretical knowledge sufficient to manage the environment at Sagittarius A." He lifted the folder slightly, allowing the papers to slide forward. "The rest of this," he said, "is a record. You will log every detail. You will follow the procedures exactly. Deviations are to be recorded, explained, and approved in accordance with protocol." Brennan's eyes followed the papers, noting their neutrality, the weight in the precision of movement. "Understood. Deviations documented, logged, and justified. Procedure followed." The man's gaze was steady. "You have already proven the ability to manage observational data under extreme conditions," he said. "The program requires that you now apply it in real time in a scenario where the data will outpace any human comprehension without correct logging. You will act as the instrument of observation, and the record will be the deliverable. You are aware of the stakes." "I am aware," Brennan said evenly. "And I accept them." He paused, letting the words settle. There was no dramatization, no flourish. Everything was stated as fact, as record, as protocol. The man folded his hands again. "Dr. Shale, the document before you," he said, "provides context, history, and all previously observed anomalies. You will carry that knowledge with you. It is necessary for both safety and scientific integrity." "I will review and retain it," Brennan said. "And the anomalies observed in the Herald 6 record will be my baseline." "Correct," the man replied. "You are to add to it, record it, and ensure that the data's integrity is preserved. Human survival is one component. Data fidelity is the other. Both are required for success." Brennan leaned back slightly, fingers drumming lightly on the table. He looked at the dark blue folder again, noting its blank exterior and the significance packed inside. "I understand the expectations," he said. "I understand the dual objectives: preservation of life, preservation of data." The man's eyes did not soften. "That is correct. Nothing more is required than what you have stated. The rest is performance under conditions that will exceed any prior mission." Brennan held his stare a moment longer, then allowed his mind to drift back to instruments, wave detectors, accretion disk, and the gravity compensation arrays that would define his reality for the next segment of time. The folder and the man would remain in memory, guiding the precision of his observation as he carried the mission forward. What the man in the gray suit did not know, or knew and had chosen not to open with, was that the Delacroix application was not the only leverage available to him, because Brennan's career had been built in the shape of a man who accumulates leverage without intending to, who makes choices that seem individually survivable and collectively define the terms of every subsequent negotiation. The Delacroix application was the sharpest instrument in the folder, but it was not the only one, and Brennan sat across the table and understood this, and understood also that the man across from him knew that he understood it, and that this mutual understanding was what the 4 minutes of silence before the folder opened had been establishing. Brennan could feel it in the way the man's eyes lingered on him without movement, in the subtle settling of his shoulders, in the precision of the hands folded atop the folder. It was all part of the grammar, the language of control and restraint that Brennan had learned to read over decades. He did not need the folder to tell him everything. He could reconstruct the pattern from the silence, the arrangement of chairs, the measured patience. Every detail was part of the environment that dictated negotiation, before words were even spoken. The care station posting had been the first time Brennan had understood, in the specific way that direct experience produces understanding that theoretical awareness cannot replicate, that his name appeared on certain lists in a position that other people's names somehow never occupied. He remembered the morning he had walked into Professor Crane's office at Edinburgh, the smell of old books and the faint tang of coffee lingering in the air, the desk perfectly organized in a way that suggested Crane's mind was orderly even when the news was anything but. "Brennan," Crane had said, voice careful and warm, "you've been identified for care station." There had been an apologetic warmth there, the tone of someone delivering bad news while simultaneously asking a favor, a way of softening the impact without removing the gravity. 6 months aboard a research platform in a degrading orbit around a stellar mass black hole in Cygnus. 3 colleagues ahead of him on the candidate list had found reasons to decline in the 2 weeks before his name surfaced. Crane had described the observational data from the platform's position during the upcoming accretion event as career-defining, and it had been exactly that. What Crane had not described were the radiation exposure readings from previous postings, which Brennan had found in the literature himself, and which his GP still noted in his file as requiring ongoing monitoring 4 years later. He had accepted the posting not out of enthusiasm, but because the alternative was a conversation about declining, a conversation that carried costs he could not afford at that stage. It had been in that Tuesday morning office, before he had language to articulate it, that the pattern of his career had been established. A career shaped by choices that seemed individually survivable, choices that accrued into leverage. He remembered the moment of realization, sitting across from Crane, the sense that he was being placed in a specific trajectory, the cold certainty that every decision from that point forward would be framed by this first one. Then the Titan atmospheric survey, 14 months, a stretch of time that had taken him from a 3-year-old daughter to a 4-year-old who had changed in ways that Brennan recognized immediately but had no words to explain. Teresa's attention had been different when he returned, subtle but deliberate. She listened in a patient, measured way, as if evaluating what he could still provide after her year-long absence, weighing what he had to give against what she had learned in the meantime. The experience was one of quiet, unspoken negotiation, the conversation of parent and child happening entirely in glances, timing, and the precision of her responses. The Mercury relay assignment followed, 8 months on the dark side of the planet, where he managed a communication network for solar observation missions in an environment harsher than the hardware specifications had accounted for. Requests for additional shielding materials had taken 6 weeks to process, a lag that meant the resolution of problems was always retroactive. He remembered the tension in those long communications, the mental exercise of staying ahead of events that had already passed, the paradox of acting in real time when time itself was an obstacle. Conference presentations on short notice, peer review requests with impossible timelines, advisory positions on programs that needed a qualified name in their documentation, regardless of whether that name would actually be consulted. These were all bricks in the construction of a career that had been built to withstand pressure. Each choice seemed manageable on its own, a single step that could be justified or explained, yet together they formed a path that had positioned him for this exact room, this precise moment. He had moved through positions, postings, and responsibilities with a methodical accumulation of leverage, almost unconsciously, until he had become a man whose name carried weight because of experience, adaptability, and sheer endurance. "The care station posting," Brennan said to the man in the gray suit, after the folder had been presented and the silence that followed it had run its course. The words were soft but firm, precise in the way he had learned over decades of negotiation that did not require consent to carry meaning. "That was yours." The man said nothing, which was confirmation in itself, a subtle acknowledgement carried by the absence of denial. Brennan's lips tightened, not in anger but in recognition of the weight being acknowledged without being spoken. "The 3 people who pulled out of the Mercury relay 2 weeks before launch," Brennan continued, each phrase deliberate, each historical fact a calculated move on a chessboard he had spent a lifetime learning. The man said that staffing decisions on sensitive programs involved many factors. The words were neutral, but the weight of them mirrored the calculation Brennan had already made. Acknowledgement without admission, communication without confirmation. "Titan," Brennan said, and then let the word hang alone. That single syllable carried Teresa at 3 years old, the kitchen in Zurich, 14 months of absence, every moment he could never reclaim. The man across the table did not apologize, did not confirm, did not deny. The stillness in his expression held its own kind of honesty, a raw acknowledgement of fact without sentiment, the pure arithmetic of a life observed and catalogued. Brennan allowed himself a brief pause, letting the weight of his career and the weight of the folder intersect in his mind. Each assignment, each posting, each decision, each forced absence, they had all added up to this room, this conversation, this precise alignment of leverage. The folder was sharp, but his life itself, accumulated and arranged by circumstance and choice, was sharper still. The man's eyes held his, steady and deliberate, as if weighing the sum of all unspoken context, the aggregate of a career built not in defiance, but in compliance with pressures that had seemed unavoidable at the time. Brennan could see the calculation in the silence, the acknowledgement that here sat someone who had been molded by experience, whose understanding of risk and responsibility had already been demonstrated in environments far more unforgiving than this air-conditioned office. "Dr. Shale," the man said finally, breaking the stillness without urgency, without a hint of tension. "You are aware that the path that brought you here is exceptional, that the exposures you have accepted, the missions you have completed, have positioned you uniquely for what is required." "I am aware," Brennan said, even steady voice carrying the same calm precision that had allowed him to survive radiation, isolation, impossible lags, and relentless scrutiny. "I understand the context, and I understand the expectations." "Then," the man said, tapping the folder lightly, "you understand the foundation upon which this mission is built, and the reason why your participation is not optional." "Yes," Brennan said, letting the word occupy the full weight of the silence that followed. He did not need to elaborate. Every posting, every sacrifice, every decision had prepared him for this statement, for this acknowledgement, for the understanding that no further persuasion could provide. The room settled again, silence folding back over the conversation like a cloth, the air reclaimed by the institutional environment, the carpet waiting, the folder sitting in the center, both mundane and charged. Brennan's eyes did not leave the man, and the man's gaze did not waver. Both understood the ledger of experience, the balance sheet of leverage, the quiet acknowledgement that had been communicated across decades of choice and circumstance. Brennan allowed himself one final thought before returning entirely to observation, protocol, and the clarity required for Herald 7. In this room, in this silence, he had seen the totality of his career reflected back at him, and it was enough. The man in the gray suit set the folder aside and leaned back slightly, eyes narrowing with the practiced patience of someone who had delivered this explanation many times before and knew exactly how long it would take for it to be absorbed. He spoke for 2 hours, and Brennan followed him every step, listening with the same precision that he brought to any observation, parsing not only the words but the inflection, the pacing, the small pauses that carried as much meaning as the statements themselves. The man explained the mission in extraordinary detail, the kind of detail that went far beyond the minimum necessary to convey a task. The science was the focus, the one domain where leverage was irrelevant, where Brennan's own instinct and capacity for understanding did all the work that the folder and the silence had done in the prior sections of the conversation. He started with the probe program itself. Herald 1 through Herald 6, the telemetry each probe had returned, the moments when contact was lost, the analyses that had never been shared outside the classified channels. Brennan watched as the man slid a single sheet of paper across the table, the Herald 6 structured signal recorded on it, and Brennan stared at it for a long time. The pattern on that sheet was doing something to his mind, engaging a part of his pattern recognition that required deliberate mental space. It was recursive, layered, deliberate, and when he finally spoke it was with careful precision, the words chosen to balance immediate observation with internal processing. "It's structured," he said finally. "Yes," the man replied simply, tone neutral, factual, no satisfaction, no judgment, just confirmation. Brennan leaned forward slightly, elbows resting lightly on the table. "It has to be a natural resonance phenomenon, gravitational resonance at the event horizon boundary, reflecting signal back at the probe the way a canyon reflects a shout, almost as if it were language." "That is one interpretation," the man said without hesitation. "I would like to hear the other interpretation," Brennan said, steady, eyes on the sheet, absorbing the subtle oscillations in the diagram. The man's lips pressed briefly together. "The other interpretation is above your current clearance level. What matters here is that interpreting the signal fully requires a trained scientific consciousness in the environment where it occurs, capable of real-time adaptive observation that no automated system could provide. The probes could not adapt. They could not see the signal doing something rather than simply existing." Brennan nodded slowly. "So this is a human problem, not just a machine problem." "Specifically your problem," the man said, a hint of matter-of-fact recognition in his tone. "Your consciousness provides the adaptive capability that the probes lack. That is why you are needed." The next topic was Dr. Alan Sahlberg's theoretical framework for faster-than-light travel, through folded space geometry. The man explained it in accurate, precise terms, and Brennan recognized every nuance immediately. He had read Solberg's papers, noted the provisional assumptions, had run through the mathematics multiple times, and the elegance of the solution had been clear for years. The FTL fold, the man said, does not interact with gravitational time dilation as classical models predict. The fold resets the traveler's temporal reference frame to the local time of the departure point. You will depart and arrive at Earth roughly 2 weeks later. Brennan's mind cataloged the parameters. Protocol Alpha, the recommended navigation parameter, had been part of the mission documentation without naming Solberg or explaining why it was chosen. He already understood the logic, the theoretical basis, and the constraints. And Dr. Judith Tambully, Brennan asked. The name had been on his mind since reviewing the mission files. Her counterpaper, submitted 8 months before launch, removed from the advisory board 48 hours later. What happened there? The man's expression tightened ever so slightly. He had anticipated the question, had prepared a non-answer that flowed smoothly, delivered it with the calm of rehearsed efficiency, and Brennan noted the smoothness with the same precision he applied to instruments in a critical environment. It was acknowledgement without disclosure, the kind of carefully measured truth that left everything needed for understanding intact while withholding details. Brennan filed it mentally alongside the other data points, as he always did. He agreed to the mission in that room, and not simply because the folder presented no alternative, though that had been present. Not because the science was extraordinary, though it certainly was. He agreed because he had been built across a decade of postings that were difficult, dangerous, and carefully structured to extract capability. He had learned that agreeing was often the path of least resistance, and in this room, that path ran straight through the conference table, the gray suit, the folder, and out the other side into a launch facility, a spacecraft, and toward the event horizon of the largest object within 10,000 light-years. When he said yes, the man in the gray suit closed the folder with a precise motion, shook his hand, and thanked him for his time. Brennan did not comment this time, did not question the phrasing. The conversation had ended. The work had begun. Brennan let his mind return to Herald 7, to the instruments, the displays, and the mission clock. Delta 7 pulsed across the primary screen. He understood, in a way that only being in the environment itself allowed, that the work he had been sent to do was more significant than the man in the gray suit had fully grasped when he had dispatched it. Each pattern, each signal, each anomaly recorded and observed would carry implications far beyond the confines of a single mission. He sat back, fingers brushing lightly across the controls, aware that every choice, every calibration, every second of observation mattered. The history in the room, the leverage of his career, the carefully managed trajectory of years spent on posts and assignments, all of it had led to this moment, and it was a moment he would neither waste nor misinterpret. The structured signal, the folders, the non-answers, the years of preparation, the postings, the risk, the science, it all converged now. He understood the layered significance of what he had agreed to, the dual imperative of human survival and data integrity, and he embraced the gravity of that responsibility without hesitation. The conference room, the gray suit, the silence that had carried meaning between words, those were gone now, displaced by the environment of Sagittarius A, by Herald 7 systems, by tidal forces and gravitational waves, by the task that required his total attention. And yet the memory remained, a reference point for clarity, for procedure, for precision, and for understanding what leverage, preparation, and experience could accomplish when aligned with extraordinary science and extraordinary risk. Brennan recorded the patterns in his mind as he did on the display, cataloging not just the data but the implications, threading every signal into a framework built over a career that had prepared him uniquely for this singular, extreme environment. He checked each subsystem, verified the gravity compensation array's readings, noted the thermal variations across shielding panels, and then allowed himself to reflect briefly on the room, the folder, the conversation, the decisions that had led him here. The man in the gray suit had known what he was asking. Brennan had known what he was agreeing to. And in that shared understanding lay the precision, the clarity, and the efficiency that defined both the mission and the career that had prepared him for it. Delta 7 continued to pulse, Herald 7 hummed with life, and Brennan understood that the human consciousness, trained, precise, and adaptive, was the element no probe could replicate. That realization, combined with the structured signal and the science briefing, defined the purpose and stakes of every observation he would make from this point forward. He exhaled lightly, checking the mission clock, noting the elapsed time, and returned to observation, fully aware that the man in the gray suit had sent him into far more than a mission. He had sent him into the full scope of the unknown, armed with experience, leverage, and the capability built from years of postings, calculations, and decisions, ready to act where no automation could intervene. The mission had begun in that conference room, and it continued now across light years and gravitational fields, a continuum of responsibility, calculation, and scientific exploration that belonged entirely to him, and to no one else. The Herald 1 folder opens onto 11 minutes and 40 seconds of telemetry from 2038, the first probe the program successfully delivered to the target coordinates after 2 earlier missions that had failed before reaching the inner approach corridor. Brennan leaned slightly forward in his seat, hands hovering above the console as if he can somehow coax meaning from the raw numbers by proximity alone. His eyes narrow on the feed, scanning for anything that deviates, anything that the first glance might have missed. The gravitational wave detector aboard Herald 1 was a first-generation instrument by the standards of what Brennan is currently running, sensitive enough to detect the major features of the wave environment at the event horizon, but operating at a noise floor that limited its resolution of fine structure in the signal. He runs a hand down his jaw, feeling the tension there that has been building over the past hour. The published analysis had worked above that noise floor and produced 4 legitimate papers that the field was still citing. Brennan exhales slowly, letting the air hiss past his teeth. What the published analysis had not done was examine what lived inside the noise floor itself, which was not nothing, because the noise floor of a gravitational wave detector is never nothing. It is a collection of real signals that fall below the instrument's nominal sensitivity threshold, signals that cannot be confirmed with sufficient statistical confidence to meet publication standards, but that are present in the raw data for anyone who chooses to look at the raw data with the right software and the right questions. He leans back for a moment, letting the gravity of that thought settle. His eyes sweep the instruments again, a subtle shiver running through his fingers as the raw data moves beneath his gaze. All of it all sitting there overlooked, he mutters to the mission log, voice low but precise. He clicks a few keys, bringing the Herald 1 noise floor into his current analysis software, which is not the software available to the analysis team in 2038. The seconds stretch thin as the computation runs, each tick of the processor a reminder of how different being inside the environment feels from observing it remotely. The result returns in 11 seconds and sits on his secondary screen with the specific clarity of something that has been waiting to be seen correctly for a long time. Brennan's lips press together as he studies it. Herald 1 noise floor analysis complete, he says, deliberately recording the statement in the mission log. His voice carries the flat precision of someone building a record that has to stand on its own. He pauses, letting the words linger in the cabin's recycled air. Repeating pattern identified at 0.73 times the nominal detection threshold. Periodicity consistent with the Delta 7 primary layer fundamental frequency to within 2.8%. The automated artifact rejection, routines that the original analysis team used flagged this signal as instrumental noise. It is not instrumental noise. It is Delta 7 at an amplitude the Herald 1 detector could not confirm above threshold, present and measurable in the raw data, from the first mission this program ever flew to this location. The phenomenon was here, before we had instruments sensitive enough to see it clearly. It has been here the entire time. Brennan leans back, letting the significance of that register fully. His hand hovers over the log button, reluctant to leave any part of this moment unrecorded. He sits with that for a moment, not because he needs the moment to process the finding, but because the finding deserves a moment, the way a significant number deserves to be written down before you move to the next calculation. He flexes his fingers, feeling the tiny vibrations of the ship as Herald 7 maintains station. The very first probe to reach this environment had detected Delta 7 in its noise floor, and the detection had been processed as artifact and set aside. 4 papers had been written from the data above the noise floor, without any of them mentioning what was sitting underneath. Brennan's eyes flicked to the mission clock, then back to the screen. The people who wrote those papers were not negligent. They were working with the tools and the data access they had been given. It is the people who decided what data access they would have that Brennan's thoughts move toward briefly, before he redirects them back to the work. He shakes his head ever so slightly, as if to clear it, and focuses on the next probe folder. Herald 2 had launched 8 months after Herald 1, with an improved gravitational wave detector that pushed the noise floor down by a factor of 2.3. Brennan's fingers tapped rapidly on the console, pulling the Herald 2 data up alongside the live readings. The improvement was significant, and it was intentional, designed to capture finer structure in the gravitational wave signal at the event horizon boundary. It captured the Delta 7 pattern above threshold for the first time in the program's history, at an amplitude that cleared the confidence threshold by a factor of 3.2, unambiguous in the raw data. He leans closer, eyes narrowing. Recursive structure showing primary and incipient secondary layers, present throughout the 19 minutes and 8 seconds of Herald 2's operational window, with the consistency of something that is not a transient phenomenon, but a permanent feature of this environment. Herald 2 primary gravitational wave signal, Brennan says, his voice steady as it goes into the log. He pulls the data onto the secondary screen, running a side-by-side comparison with his live Delta 7 readings. Delta 7 pattern present at amplitude 3.2 times the published detection threshold. Recursive structure showing primary and incipient secondary layers, which is consistent with an earlier developmental stage of the phenomenon I am currently observing at full tertiary development. The pattern is in the primary signal data. It is above threshold. It is not in the published analysis. He pauses, staring at the correlation coefficient in the upper right corner of the display. Correlation with current live Delta 7 readings at 0.81. I am logging a formal scientific discrepancy between the Herald 2 raw data and the Herald 2 published analysis. That discrepancy belongs in the primary data package with a priority flag, because it changes the interpretive context of everything the program has published about this environment for the past 4 years. He leans back again, rubbing his eyes briefly. He thinks, not for the first time and not with any resolution, about the people who made the decision to publish the Herald 2 analysis without the Delta 7 finding. He does not know their names. He knows the shape of the decision, the institutional logic of it, the calculation that a finding you cannot explain is a finding that complicates your program's continuation, and that a complicated program is a program at risk of losing its funding. A program at risk of losing its funding sends no more missions. Sending no more missions is the outcome nobody in that decision chain wanted. He understands the logic, and he finds it insufficient, and he puts it in the part of his mind reserved for things that are insufficient, and moves to Herald 3. Herald 3 had lasted 31 minutes, the longest operational window any probe had achieved in the target environment at the time of its mission. The program had celebrated it as validation of the engineering improvements implemented after the earlier losses. Brennan's eyes tracked the feed carefully, noting the high resolution across the full operational window. 7 published papers had been produced from it, covering the accretion disk dynamics, tidal force environment, and electromagnetic spectrum characteristics of the inner region. 7 papers of genuine science, real contributions to the field's understanding of this place, and not one of them mentioned the Delta 7 pattern that was present in the primary gravitational wave data at an amplitude of 4.7 times the detection threshold throughout the entire 31-minute operational window. The classified addendum to the Herald 3 analysis was 11 pages long. Brennan scrolls through the digital document, eyes scanning each line. Herald 3 classified addendum cross-reference, he says into the log. 3 members of the analysis team identified the Delta 7 pattern and wrote it up as a significant finding and submitted it for inclusion in the published mission record. The finding was not included in the published mission record. The addendum is where the finding was placed instead. The addendum requires a clearance level that the scientific community does not have access to. He reads a line aloud from the addendum, careful and deliberate, because it deserves to be in a record people can access. Quote, "The structured anomaly present throughout the operational window represents a phenomenon of potentially fundamental significance that warrants immediate and sustained investigation." End quote. He lets the words linger, letting their weight settle in the recycled air around him. The three scientists who wrote that were correct, and the record he is building now is going to say so clearly, because the record he is building now is going to be accessible in a way the classified addendum has never been. The accretion disk outside shifts in a way his peripheral vision registers before his instruments confirm it. A localized brightening in the X-ray flux as matter falls inward along a geodesic brings it briefly into a configuration that radiates more efficiently than the surrounding plasma. The primary screen updates 4 seconds later, the flux returning to its baseline level, Herald 7 continuing its station keeping without registering the event as significant. Brennan registers it and logs it, then returns to Herald 4. Herald 4 tells the same story as Herald 3, but at higher amplitude and more advanced recursive development. 47 minutes of data showing the Delta 7 pattern at a complexity the classified analysis had described as unprecedented, and that Brennan's current readings show was simply an earlier version of the stage he is currently sitting inside. The classified addendum on Herald 4 was 19 pages long and written by a larger group of analysts. The language in it was less careful than the Herald 3 addendum, more direct in the specific way that directness develops when careful language has failed to produce the desired result. Brennan reads a full paragraph into the mission log and lets it sit in the record without additional comment, because the paragraph does not need additional comment. The scientists who wrote it said what needed to be said and were not heard. The least he can do is make sure what they said ends up somewhere, that the clearance requirements do not determine who gets to read it. Herald 5 is the mission Brennan has spent the most time with during preparation, not because its dataset is the largest, but because its operational window is the most abrupt, and its failure mode analysis is the most carefully worded document in the entire classified archive, and carefully worded documents about things that ended badly are where the most important information tends to live. Compressed into language chosen by people who understood what they were describing and were being paid to describe it in a way that would not require anyone to act on the description. The probe lasted 90 seconds. After 4 missions of increasing operational duration, a 5th mission that goes silent faster than any of its predecessors requires an explanation, and the explanation the program provided was a positioning error that placed Herald 5 closer to the event horizon than planned, exposing it to tidal forces that exceeded its design tolerances before the station-keeping system could correct. Brennan had read that explanation in Geneva and had found it plausible in the way that explanations which account for the outcome without accounting for the mechanism tend to be plausible, technically consistent with the physics, saying nothing false, and leaving the most important part of the story in the space between the sentences. Pulling Herald 5 final telemetry, he says, opening the folder on the secondary screen, and positioning it alongside his live Delta 7 readings with the deliberateness of someone who has decided to look at 2 things simultaneously and accept what the comparison produces. 90 seconds of operational data, clean signal throughout, no degradation phase, no noise transition. The signal ended. Not faded, not degraded. Ended in the abrupt way that signals end when the thing producing them ceases to exist in a form capable of producing signals. His eyes linger on the screen for a long moment, tracing the final curves of the telemetry with an intensity that is almost tactile. The pattern is abrupt, violent in its sudden cessation, and yet almost elegant, the kind of abruptness that has the precision of inevitability. Brennan tilts his head slightly and squints, making micro-adjustments to the display, overlaying the temporal layers on top of the final seconds to see if any nuance might emerge from the compressed timeframe. The classified analysis of Herald 5's final 12 seconds describes a rapid developmental acceleration in the Delta 7 pattern, the recursive layering compressing through multiple stages in a timeframe inconsistent with the gradual progression observed in the prior missions, the pattern reaching in 12 seconds, a complexity and amplitude that Herald 3 and Herald 4 had built toward across their full operational windows. Brennan's hand hovers over the log controls, hesitating briefly, the muscles in his forearm taut. The analysis team had used the phrase rapid developmental acceleration, which is accurate and which describes what the data shows without saying what the data implies. And then they had used the phrase localized spacetime discontinuity to describe what the final seconds of telemetry showed at the probe's position, which is the language of people who have looked at something directly and chosen the most precise available terminology that stops just short of saying the thing they understand, but are not prepared to put on paper. Brennan leans forward slightly, eyes narrowing at the phrase on the screen. The words carry a weight, a subtle insistence on precision that cannot be ignored, and he notes the choice of language in his mind, even as he begins overlaying the telemetry data on top of his live readings. A localized spacetime discontinuity is what happens when the geometry of spacetime at a specific location changes rapidly in a way that the objects present at that location do not survive. It is not instrument failure. It is not tidal stress exceeding design tolerances. It is the environment itself doing something at the probe's position that the probe could not accommodate, and doing it in the final 12 seconds of the probe's operational window, and doing it at a moment that corresponded precisely to the Delta 7 pattern reaching the developmental stage Brennan is currently watching on his primary screen. He presses a key to log the observation. Herald 5 final telemetry cross-reference complete, he says, and his voice is level with the specific effort of someone who has decided that the mission log gets accurate reporting and does not get to hear what his autonomic nervous system is doing in response to the accurate reporting. The Delta 7 pattern in the Herald 5 final 12 seconds reached an amplitude and recursive complexity consistent with the developmental stage I am currently observing in my live readings. The Herald 5 operational window ended at that developmental stage. The classified analysis characterizes the termination mechanism as a localized spacetime discontinuity, which I am entering into the primary data package without the hedging qualifications the original analysis employed, because the hedging qualifications serve institutional comfort rather than scientific accuracy, and the primary data package is a scientific document. He tilts his head, considering the difference in the two datasets. He looks at his live Delta 7 readings. He looks at the Herald 5 final 12 seconds on the secondary screen. The developmental stages are not identical. They are not at precisely the same point. The Delta 7 pattern in his current readings is more complex than what Herald 5 recorded in its final seconds, the tertiary layer more fully developed, the periodicity more stable, the amplitude higher. He is past the stage that ended Herald 5. He is still here. Herald 7's shielding and compensation array and instrument package represent 4 years of engineering advancement over what Herald 5 carried, and those 4 years of advancement are the reason he is still logging observations instead of becoming a classified addendum. He holds that thought at the precise distance required to keep it informative rather than destabilizing and returns his attention to the data. Panel 7 alpha is still warm on the tertiary diagnostic screen, sitting in the upper range of acceptable variance with the specific stillness of something that has decided, for the moment, not to move. He taps a few keys to adjust the display, letting the thermal output stabilize the visualization. The lines curve slightly with the new calibration, and Brennan frowns briefly, noticing how sensitive the display is to microvariations in the input signal. He logs it, noting the observation, then leans back in the chair for a heartbeat, letting his gaze move to the subtle gradients in the Delta 7 pattern that flicker across the live feed. He scrolls back through Herald 5, replaying the final seconds multiple times, adjusting the playback speed by microseconds to see if any hidden structure emerges when stretched, and each pass produces subtle shifts that are barely perceptible yet distinct to his trained eye. The complexity of the pattern seems almost self-aware in its compression, accelerating through stages that took Herald 3 and Herald 4 minutes to reach, and he notes each subtle recursion, each amplitude spike that barely clears the threshold. Final 12 seconds, Delta 7 recursive development, he murmurs, voice quiet, almost conversational. Amplitude peak at 0.86 relative to Herald 7 baseline. Pattern periodicity consistent. Recursive layering advanced beyond expected progression. Termination abrupt, no residual signal. He leans forward, staring at the feed as it freezes at the final frame, the probe gone, the data frozen, but the signal still living in the calculations, still producing echoes in the analysis software. He runs a cross-comparison with Herald 4's final sequence, overlaying each recursive stage in succession. The patterns align in some layers, diverge in others, and he notes every variance with meticulous attention. The overlay highlights both the similarities and the deviations, producing a visualization of growth that spans across missions, a developmental map he can study for hours if necessary. He studies it for several minutes, letting the temporal alignment and recursive layering settle in his mind before continuing. Every time he thinks he understands the way the pattern accelerates, the final 12 seconds of Herald 5 reveal a nuance missed on previous passes. A minute rotation in phase timing here, a subtle inversion in the tertiary layer there, and he notes it all, fingers flying over the keys, updating logs with each observation, each note precise, each metric carefully assigned. The Delta 7 pattern behaves almost like a language, or a signal encoded with self-consistent rules that only reveal themselves when the observer is attentive and prepared. He moves to Herald 6 after logging all the observations he can extract from Herald 5. He leaves the last playback running on the secondary screen, keeping it open for future reference, a frozen reminder of what happened in 90 seconds that nobody else has been able to explain. Herald 6 is where the archive story reaches its highest resolution prior to this mission, and Brennan has saved it for last not because he needed to build toward it, but because the Herald 6 dataset is the document that the man in the gray suit showed him a fragment of in Geneva, the signal analysis graph that started the conversation that defined the next 3 months of his life. And looking at the full dataset now from inside the environment that produced it is a different experience than looking at it in a research office with a cup of coffee and the comfortable distance of 10,000 light-years. Herald 6 lasted 6 minutes and 44 seconds, shorter than Herald 3 and Herald 4 and longer than Herald 5, and the telemetry it returned in those 6 minutes and 44 seconds is the richest dataset in the program archive by a significant margin. Its instrument package was the most advanced of any probe mission, incorporating lessons from every previous failure, shielded with materials that represented the program's best available technology at the time of its construction, and it had captured the Delta 7 phenomenon at a resolution and completeness that made the earlier mission's data look like preliminary sketches of a thing that Herald 6 had seen clearly. Herald 6 full classified dataset open, Brennan says. 6 minutes 44 seconds of operational data. Highest resolution instrument package in the program history prior to Herald 7. Delta 7 pattern captured at peak complexity, exceeding all prior missions by a factor of 1.8. He runs the comparison with his live readings, and the result appears on the secondary screen in the amber color the software uses for correlations it considers significant. Current mission readings exceed Herald 6 peak complexity by a factor of 1.37. The phenomenon continued developing after Herald 6 went silent. It has been developing continuously between missions, between probe operational windows, between every moment of human observation this program has managed to sustain in this environment. What we have been observing across 6 missions is a single continuous process recorded at successive developmental stages, not 6 separate encounters with a variable environment. That conclusion belongs in the published record, and has never been in the published record because the classified addenda in which it lives require a clearance level designed to ensure it stays there. The 73-second structured electromagnetic signal that Herald 6 returned in its final operational period, the signal the man in the gray suit had shown him on a single sheet of paper in Geneva, is visible in the full dataset as a component of a larger phenomenon that the fragment had not been able to convey. The signal is not separate from Delta 7. It is Delta 7 expressing itself in the electromagnetic spectrum, the gravitational wave pattern producing a corresponding electromagnetic signature through a coupling mechanism that Brennan had hypothesized during preparation, and that his own instruments are now confirming in real time, the two phenomena varying in lockstep. The gravitational and electromagnetic expressions of the same underlying process moving together with a precision that rules out coincidence and rules out artifact and leaves a very small number of explanations, none of which are simple and one of which he has been carefully not putting in the mission log. The electromagnetic signal returned by Herald 6 is the electromagnetic expression of the delta 7 gravitational wave pattern, he says. The two phenomena are coupled. The coupling mechanism involves the interaction of the gravitational wave pattern with the magnetic field geometry threading the event horizon, which produces a corresponding electromagnetic oscillation at frequencies that Herald 6's instruments were sensitive to and that my instruments are capturing with considerably greater resolution. The signal the program classified because they did not understand it is understandable now, from inside the environment that produces it, with instruments sensitive enough to see the relationship between its components. I understand it now. I am putting that in the record clearly. The signal is a gravitational resonance phenomenon of extraordinary complexity, and it has structure, and the structure has been developing continuously for at least 4 years, and I do not yet have the theoretical framework to fully characterize what that development is moving toward, and I want the absence of that framework in the record as clearly as everything else. Because the people who analyze this data package deserve to know the boundaries of what I can tell them as precisely as they know everything I can. He closes the Herald 6 folder and closes the archive and sits for a moment with both screens showing live data, the primary screen running Delta 7's current development in false color, and the tertiary screen showing Panel 7 Alpha's thermal signature holding in the upper range of acceptable variance, and the compensation array running its harmonic through his teeth and through the hull around him. And outside the accretion disk, burning in the colors that have no names in any language, designed for environments less extreme than this one. What the probe saw, he says, to the mission log, to the record, to whoever eventually reads it, was this. What they saw was real. The people who said so were correct. The record is now going to say so as well, and the record is going to be harder to classify than a minority addendum, because I am going to make sure it is transmitted in a data package that goes out automatically on fold initiation and does not require anyone's permission to leave this location. He pulls up the pre-fold checklist and begins working through it with the steady hands of a man who has said what needed to be said and now has work to finish before the clock runs out. Brennan lets the data from Herald 6 run alongside his live instrument readings for a full cycle, noting the amplitude fluctuations in the Delta 7 signal, the microvariations in periodicity that appeared in the original probe readings and now resolved in his instruments with a fidelity the Herald 6 team could only have dreamed of. He traces the peaks and troughs with a fingertip on the glass display, not to interact with the software, but as a way to mark their alignment with his mental model, a tactile connection to something that exists in space and time beyond conventional observation. The electromagnetic component repeats in phases, cycling in sequences that map exactly to the gravitational resonance layers he has been charting across previous missions. He speaks each observation into the log with meticulous clarity. Phase coupling consistent. Electromagnetic resonance duration 73 seconds. Peak amplitude correlates with tertiary layer development within 1.2%. No lag detected between gravitational and electromagnetic vectors. Cross-phase correlation maintained throughout operational window. He leans back, allowing a breath to escape that he has been holding for the better part of the dataset's playback. His mind cycles through possibilities, testing the limits of his current understanding without drawing conclusions. Herald 6 did not fade or degrade. It did not drift. It ended its operational window in a state that mirrors exactly the stage at which the Delta 7 phenomenon could first have been considered self-organizing, and the electromagnetic signal is not an afterthought. It is integral, a parallel record of the process itself. Brennan pauses and allows a note of personal reflection to seep into the log. The program's classification obscured the continuity between the gravitational and electromagnetic observations. What we observe now is a single coherent event extending across 6 sequential missions. The perception of separate datasets was an artifact of restricted access, not a property of the environment. He toggles between screens, overlaying Harold 6's dataset onto his live readings. Patterns resolve with a clarity he had not experienced even during simulations. The tertiary layering of delta 7, the amplitude peaks, the micro-oscillations, all aligning perfectly with the electromagnetic signature. He notes the temporal markers precisely: 0, 12, 0, 31, 0, 47, 1, 09, 1, 25, each moment a confirmation of consistency, of the process moving according to rules that are just perceptible to human calculation. The structure, he says quietly, is recursive. The layers we identified in Harold 3 and Harold 4 are present here in Harold 6, but condensed, accelerated. The complexity is amplified by a factor not previously documented. The probe captured a snapshot, but we are seeing the ongoing evolution. He considers the implications in terms of mission planning, safety margins, and the limits of instrumentation. Harold 6 did not die because of shielding failure or tidal stress alone. The termination occurred at a stage in the pattern that corresponds to a particular configuration of the gravitational electromagnetic coupling. This knowledge is critical for Harold 7, which must survive beyond that stage. The ambient hum of the station shifts imperceptibly as he manipulates the compensation arrays, adjusting frequencies to maintain stability. His hands work in tandem with his perception, instruments, and thought. Panel 7 alpha thermal variance holding at 74.6%. Compensation array harmonic maintained. Instrument alignment nominal. No deviation detected. Brennan sits for several moments in deliberate silence, watching the signal evolve, then speaks once more into the mission log. Harold 6 confirms the continuity of the Delta 7 phenomenon. Gravitational and electromagnetic expressions are coupled. Operational window terminated at developmental stage, observed in real time with Harold 7. Data integrity verified. Analysis complete for archival purposes. Finally, he allows his hands to rest, his eyes moving between screens one last time, absorbing the full scope of what Harold 6 recorded and what his own presence inside the environment now adds to that record. The work is not theoretical. It is the alignment of observation, verification, and documentation inside an environment that no simulation could ever reproduce. The Delta 7 phenomenon continues to develop. Harold 6's contribution is now fully contextualized. Brennan closes the comparison windows, leaving Harold 7 live on the primary screen, and moves to the final pre-fold protocols, each step executed with precision informed by 4 years of incremental understanding, 4 years of warnings embedded in the silent data of probes that lived shorter lives than the phenomena they recorded. Teresa finds the mission documents on the kitchen counter at 6:14 in the morning, not the classified portions, just the cover sheet with the destination coordinates and the duration notation, and she is standing at the counter in her father's oversized university sweatshirt with her hair still carrying the impression of sleep and a coffee cup halfway to her mouth when she stops moving entirely. Brennan is at the kitchen table with his own coffee, watching her read it, and he knows from the quality of her stillness that she has understood what the duration notation means, because Teresa is 17 and studying mathematics at a level that makes the time dilation calculation a matter of seconds, and the stillness that follows the calculation is not the stillness of someone who needs more information, but the stillness of someone deciding what to do with the information they already have. She sets the coffee cup down on the counter with a precision that is its own form of communication and turns to look at him, and what is in her face is not the anger he expected and had prepared responses for, but something quieter and more complete than anger, the expression of someone who has been waiting for a conversation they always knew was coming, and who is now simply noting that it has arrived. "How long?" she says, not as a question exactly, more as the opening position of someone establishing the terms of the discussion, and he tells her the mission duration in his reference frame and watches her do the arithmetic and watches what the arithmetic produces in her expression, and then she pulls out the chair across from him and sits down and folds her hands on the table in a way that reminds him, with a precision that is uncomfortable, of the man in the gray suit in Geneva. What follows is not the argument Brennan expected, because Teresa does not argue the way he expects people to argue, which is to say, she does not argue the way he argues, with the escalating structure of someone building toward a conclusion. She asks questions. Flat, precise, consecutive questions, each one following from the answer to the last with the logical progression of someone working through a proof, and each question lands with the accuracy of 17 years of learning, exactly where her father's reasoning has load-bearing assumptions he has never examined closely enough. She asks him whether he volunteered, and he tells her the truth, which is the first completely honest thing he has said to anyone about the mission, and the truth lands between them on the kitchen table and sits there, and she looks at it for a long moment before she moves to the next question. She asks him whether he could have refused, and he explains the folder and the gray suit in terms that do not violate his classification obligations, and that are nonetheless sufficient for a 17-year-old mathematician to understand the structure of the situation. And she listens with the complete attention she gives to things she intends to understand fully before she responds to them. She asks him whether the gray suit is the reason he took all the other ones as well, and the question stops him, because the other ones predate the gray suit by a decade, and he has to think about how to answer it. And in the pause before his answer, she says she already knows he did not take them because of the gray suit, and she says it in a tone that is not accusatory, but that is worse than accusatory because it is accurate. She remembers the Titan survey. She was 3 years old, and she remembers it the way children remember long absences at that age, not as a specific memory, but as a texture of that period of her life, a quality of presence that was different from other periods, something missing in a way she did not have language for at 3, and that she had developed language for in the years since. She remembers the Mercury relay because she was 6 and had language by then, and remembers specifically the night her mother explained where her father was, and why the communication lag meant they could not talk to him in real time, and remembers the specific quality of understanding that produced in her, that her father was somewhere that made normal communication impossible, which was a fact she had filed and returned to periodically in the years since every time he left for something new. She remembers the care station posting, because she was 9 and old enough to find the published papers from that mission, and read the radiation exposure monitoring notation in his medical file when she was looking for something else on his computer, and had understood what the notation meant, and had not told him she had seen it, and had not told her mother, and had carried it by herself, because carrying things by herself was what the pattern of his career had trained her to do. She recalls the quiet evenings when she sat by the kitchen window and waited for his calls that would come hours late, with delays long enough that the conversation felt fragmented, broken into pieces that could not be connected in real time. Those pauses between calls became part of the rhythm of her childhood, each silence a measure of distance she could not calculate with instruments but could feel in her body. She had learned to time them, to anticipate them, to speak into them in her mind in ways that only she understood, a practice of patience and quiet reckoning that no one outside the family would recognize as discipline, but that had shaped her sense of order in the world. She recalls the envelope on the table containing a photograph from a mission she did not understand, and the letter accompanying it from her mother, explaining nothing of the work but providing the reassurance of presence, the promise that he would return. Even without full understanding, she knew to read the margins, the notes in pencil, the circled notations, all part of a silent dialogue that had been running through the years. Teresa looks up now at her father and measures him, not with the simple calculations of age and time, but with the sum of all these absences, the weight of the missions, the cumulative arithmetic of years compressed into moments of presence and absence. She sees the truth in him that the gray suit, the folders, and the classified notations had only obscured until now, that his life had been lived in fragments, and that the child she had been and the adult she was becoming had always been accounting for them. "Did you ever want to come home?" she asks finally, her voice low, not accusatory, not seeking pity, simply a precise articulation of what had always been in the background. Brennan sits and absorbs the question, feeling the years of distance contract into the moment, and he answers not with a story but with the acknowledgement of the pattern, the rhythm of departures and returns that had defined their lives, the absence and presence that had been measured in departures, in exacting schedules and unspoken understanding. The kitchen is quiet except for the hum of the coffee machine and the soft hiss of the refrigerator. Time stretches in the space between them, heavy with the accumulation of absences and the weight of knowledge, and the arithmetic of their shared history fills the room in a way that is palpable without words. Teresa folds her hands again, this time more deliberately, letting her gaze trace the lines of the table as if it could map the measure of her childhood, and Brennan watches her, noting the precision, the quiet intensity of understanding, the exactness with which she has inherited and refined the ability to calculate not with instruments but with observation, deduction, and memory. Her fingers trace the edge of the coffee cup now, as though measuring its circumference against the reality of her father's explanations, the numbers and the durations coalescing into patterns that she alone can discern. She nods slowly, not to indicate agreement, but to mark the point at which she has fully processed the implications of the information, integrating it into the mental architecture that has carried her through 17 years of meticulously measured life, each segment of time accounted for, each absence encoded as both fact and lesson. She leans back in her chair and exhales, the motion barely perceptible, and in that silence Brennan feels the culmination of 17 years of departures and returns, the careful arithmetic of a childhood that had been measured in absences, in missions and missed birthdays, in messages delayed and letters received, and the understanding that comes not from explanation but from recognition. "You always have a reason," Teresa says, not raising her voice, not in the kitchen in Zurich at 6 in the morning, and not ever in Brennan's memory of their arguments, which are not arguments in any conventional sense, but interrogations conducted with the precision of someone who has inherited a scientist's relationship with evidence and applied it to the project of understanding her father. Titan was the data. Mercury was the network. Care Station was the accretion event. There is always a reason that is a real reason, a scientifically legitimate reason, a reason that a review board would accept, and the reason is always real, and it is never the whole story. Brennan looks at her across the kitchen table, and understands that she is right, and understands also that she has been right for some time, and has been waiting for the conversation in which she could say so directly, and he asks her what she thinks the whole story is, because he genuinely wants to know what she has concluded, because Teresa's conclusions about things tend to be accurate in ways that his own conclusions sometimes are not. She tells him that the whole story is that he has spent her entire life making himself the person that programs call when they need someone who will say yes to things that other people say no to, and that he has done this through a combination of genuine talent and a complicated record that limits his ability to decline, and that the combination has been managed by people who understand it better than he does, and who have been using it in ways he has only partially acknowledged to himself. She says this without heat and without cruelty, and with the specific quality of someone stating a conclusion they have reached through careful analysis and are prepared to defend with evidence, and then she waits. He tells her about the money. He tells her in the careful way of someone who has rehearsed this part of the conversation, because it is the part he was most certain would be necessary, explaining the hazard pay structures and the mission compensation packages, and the insurance provisions that dangerous postings carry, explaining the number in the account that has been building across every bad posting and every dangerous assignment, and every mission he took when someone else declined it, explaining that the number is now large enough that she will not need anything, that she is financially secure for the rest of her life in a way that does not depend on him being present or alive, or anything other than already having done what he has spent 17 years doing. The kitchen is quiet for a moment after he says this. Teresa looks at him with the expression she uses when she is processing something that requires her to revise a significant portion of her working model of a situation, an expression he has seen her use in mathematics when a proof turns out to require a different approach than the one she started with, an expression that is not defeat and is not agreement, but is the specific look of someone who has encountered something real and is deciding what to do with its reality. "So every bad job," she says slowly, "was for me." He tells her not everyone, that he would be lying if he said everyone, that some of them were for the science and some of them were because refusing had costs he could not manage at the time, but that she has been in the calculation for every one of them since she was born, and that this one, this particular one, the worst one, the one with the gray suit and the folder and the destination coordinates on the cover sheet she found on the counter, this one is for her in a way that the others were not. Because this one finishes the accounting in a way that the others did not. She gets up from the table and goes to the coffee maker and makes a fresh pot without speaking, and he watches her back and the particular set of her shoulders and does not fill the silence, because the silence is doing something that words would interrupt, and Teresa has always known when silence is doing work that words would ruin. The scent of fresh coffee fills the small kitchen, a faint warmth threading through the cool Zurich morning. She measures the flow of liquid into the carafe with exactness, as if each milliliter were another unit in a ledger she has kept silently for 17 years. Brennan watches the rhythm of her movements, the precise tilt of her wrist, the subtle adjustments of her shoulders as she leans over the machine. Each movement is a calculation of balance, of consequence, and he feels the weight of every absence, every mission, compressed into the span of her motions. When she pours, she does it with a deliberateness that mirrors her approach to life, careful, exact, a constant calibration against a world she has never controlled but has always had to measure. She carries the air of someone who has been accumulating experience in the spaces between presence and absence, someone who has been calculating, accounting, and absorbing in silence. Brennan recognizes the legacy of his own choices in the precision of her acts, in the quiet work of reconciling the personal cost of his career. The sound of the coffee brewing fills the quiet kitchen, a measured hiss and drip, a cadence that mirrors the passage of time that has defined their lives. Teresa sets down the pot, pours 2 cups, and moves back to the table with the same attention to detail that has defined every step of this morning, every step of her memory. She places a cup in front of him with care, aligning the handle at the exact angle he prefers, and he feels the years of preparation, the careful observation of patterns, manifest in the simple geometry of a gesture. They sit with the coffee between them, the silence stretching just long enough for the weight of everything to settle, for the arithmetic of past absences and present presence to be felt in the air, unspoken but unmistakable. Brennan looks at her, the clarity of her expression, the quiet intelligence, the inherited discipline, and he sees the convergence of years of careful observation and patient measurement, crystallized in the small, deliberate act of sharing coffee in a quiet kitchen. "So," she says finally, breaking the stillness with the calm precision of someone who has measured the implications thoroughly before speaking, "everything has a cost." Brennan nods slowly. "Yes, everything has a cost. Some costs are obvious. Others are hidden in the ledger of time, in moments measured in departures, in absences, in the intervals between messages." She tilts her head, studying him with the same analytical gaze she applies to mathematics, to proofs, to problems that require complete attention. "And the payment," she says, "has been in what you left behind for me." He meets her eyes and understands the precision with which she has framed the moment, the exactness of her reasoning, the way she has accounted for every action and every omission. "Yes," he says, voice steady. "That and everything else." Teresa leans back in her chair, crossing her arms, eyes on the ceiling for a fraction of a second as though calculating a sum invisible to him, and then back to him. "Then the accounting is complete?" she asks softly, almost rhetorically. He considers it, weighs the ledger of 17 years, the silent calculus of missions taken, and the totality of his absence and presence. "For this moment," he says. "For now. The rest is yours to measure and understand in your own time." She nods once precisely, and lifts her cup in a quiet, deliberate motion that serves as both acknowledgement and acceptance, a final articulation of 17 years of reasoning condensed into a single gesture. Brennan watches her, absorbing the gravity of the moment in silence, feeling the weight of time and calculation fold neatly into the geometry of the kitchen, the measured arc of her hands, the careful balance of presence and absence. The morning light shifts subtly against the counters and floor, casting elongated patterns across the table, patterns that echo the measured sequence of missions, absences, and returns. He observes the interplay of light and shadow, the precision of their angles, as if the kitchen itself is encoding the ledger of their shared history in geometry and perspective. Teresa sets her cup down, letting it settle with a soft clink that resonates in the quiet, and he notes the way she straightens in her chair, the careful alignment of posture and thought, the precision of inherited discipline manifest in posture as much as in calculation. Brennan understands without a word that she has internalized the full accounting, that she has reconciled absence with presence, reason with consequence, and that the ledger is now complete in her mind, even if the numbers have never been spoken aloud in totality. Silence fills the space between them again, a different silence now, charged with the completeness of understanding, and Brennan sips his coffee slowly, the warmth spreading, carrying with it the quiet acknowledgement of 17 years measured not only in missions but in meticulous observation, in inherited patience, and in the exact arithmetic of family, absence, and presence. She stands eventually, carrying her cup back to the counter, and he watches, noting the precision of each step, the way she measures the floor, the chair, the distance between objects, a lifetime of inherited calculations shaping her interactions with the world, the careful, deliberate geometry of a 17-year-old who has measured every departure and return and folded them into understanding. The kitchen remains still, the coffee aroma lingering, a marker of the morning's calculus, a trace of presence in the absence, and Brennan knows that the conversation has ended not in argument but in the exact balance of reckoning, the precise accounting of all that has been measured, and the deliberate acknowledgement that some things are understood not through words, but through the geometry of action and silence. She brings 2 cups back to the table and sets one in front of him, sitting down with her own and wrapping both hands around it in the way she has always held hot cups, both hands, the full warmth of it, a habit from childhood that she has carried into 17, and that he has always found in the specific way of small, persistent details, more moving than the large, dramatic things. They sit with the coffee and the silence and the destination coordinates on the counter behind her, and the duration notation that they have both now done the arithmetic on, and neither of them looks at the counter. "I don't want you to die out there," she says finally, which is not what he expected her to say, because Teresa does not usually say the direct, simple thing when a more precise thing is available, and the directness of it lands with more weight than a precise thing would have. He leans forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table, and looks her directly in the eyes. "I'm not going to die, and you know that," he says. Herald 7 is the most advanced spacecraft we have ever built, and every previous failure has been accounted for in its design. Every system, every contingency, has been measured against what we learned from Titan, Mercury, Care Station, every other posting. It's built to survive, and so am I. She tilts her head slightly, considering him, and for a long moment says nothing, letting him speak to the assurance of truth rather than comforting words. "I know what you're saying is true," she replies at last, her voice measured and quiet, "but truth and risk are not the same thing. You always have a reason for leaving, and it always sounds like logic and science and preparation, but that doesn't make it less frightening for the people who stay behind." Brennan pauses and shifts his hands on the table, tightening them into gentle fists. "I have been gone for most of your life, and I have always thought I was protecting you by going. I didn't realize until recently that protection alone is not enough, that leaving even for the right reasons can hurt just as much as danger itself." Her eyes narrow slightly, not in accusation but in focus. "That is exactly what I mean. You always have a reason. Titan was the data. Mercury was the network. Care Station was the accretion event. There is always a reason that is scientifically legitimate, a reason that a review board would accept, but it is never the whole story, is it?" He shakes his head, sighing softly. "You're right. You have always been right about that, and you have been waiting for this conversation your entire life." Teresa picks up her coffee and swirls it slowly. "So what is the whole story then? If the reasons aren't enough on their own, what is it that makes you go?" Brennan looks at her across the table, watching her precise, calm determination. "It's complicated," he begins carefully. "Some of it is talent, some of it is circumstance, some of it is the understanding that once I said yes to one, the rest would follow whether I wanted them to or not. I am the person programs call when they need someone who will say yes to the things everyone else refuses, and that has been my role for 17 years, and it has shaped every moment of our life together." She leans back slightly, lips pressed together, and nods. "And you've calculated that carefully every single time." "I have," he admits. "But you've also been part of every calculation, from the moment you were born. Every mission, every bad posting, every dangerous assignment has had your life and your future in mind, whether you knew it or not." She sets her cup down with a soft clink. "So every bad job then was for me." He leans forward again, his expression serious. "Not every one. Some were for science, some were because refusing had costs I could not manage at the time, but every one of them considered you in the balance. And this one, the one with the gray suit, the folder, the destination coordinates, is for you in a way the others were not, because it finishes the accounting where the others only delayed it. She moves to the coffee maker and begins preparing a fresh pot without a word, and he watches the precise set of her shoulders and the motion of her hands, knowing that silence is working as effectively as conversation could. You always knew when to let silence do its work, he thinks, though he does not speak it aloud. When she returns with the pot, she pours 2 fresh cups and sets one in front of him, sitting down again and wrapping her hands around the warmth. "I want you to come back from this one," she says softly, almost a whisper, but the intensity behind it makes the words as heavy as any command or plea she could have given. He studies her for a long moment and nods. "I will come back," he says firmly. Harold 7 is designed to handle the environment better than any probe before it, better than I could ever hope for myself without it. The instruments are shielded, the compensation arrays are optimized, and every contingency has been considered. "I will bring the data back." She leans forward, placing a hand over his. "I am counting on it," she says, not as an accusation, not as a threat, just a simple fact. "I don't care about the mission parameters or the funding or the science. I care about you. And this time, I am not willing to accept distance or risk as your excuse for leaving me behind." He nods slowly, allowing her hand to remain over his. "I understand," he says. "I hear you, and I am not leaving anything to chance. I will come back because it matters to you, because it matters to us, and because some things are larger than the calculations or the protocol. That is why I go." The kitchen holds them both in that moment. The early morning light washing across the table, the 2 cups of coffee steaming, and the quiet gravity of words spoken but never before laid out so plainly between them. They stay like that until the moment comes for him to leave. When he finally stands, she rises as well, and without hesitation, she wraps her arms around him in an embrace that carries the weight of years of absence, fear, love, and understanding. He holds her as tightly as he can, memorizing the moment in a way that only makes sense to someone who knows he will be returning to extremes beyond comprehension. When she finally steps back, she looks him in the eye, her chin level, her voice calm but unwavering. "I will be here when you get back." "I know," he replies, meeting her gaze fully, meaning every word, and then he leaves the apartment without looking back, because looking back is not something he can afford to do and still fulfill his obligations. In Harold 7, the memory releases him as abruptly as a door closing, and the instrument panel reassembles itself into his immediate reality. The accretion disk fills the camera feeds with its ancient burning, and the moisture on his face registers before he can consider it, a single trace of human vulnerability amid the machinery. He wipes it away with the back of his glove in a practical gesture, checks the compensation array, monitors panel 7 alpha, scans the Delta 7 readings on his primary screen, and then checks the mission clock, noting the time remaining and straightening in his seat with a resolve born of purpose rather than protocol. He will complete the work, gather the data, and return not because the program demands it, not because the science requires it, but because of the kitchen in Zurich, the 17-year-old girl who told him she would be there, and the commitment he made to her. Nothing else can outweigh that. Dr. Alan Sahlberg had published his framework for faster-than-light travel through folded space geometry in 2039, and Brennan runs through the equations again, not because he doubts them in their raw form, but because numbers are solid ground in an environment that has stripped nearly everything else of its certainty. Sahlberg's mathematics are elegant, precise, internally consistent, the kind of mathematics that feels alive when you trace it on a screen, like the equations themselves are trying to breathe and confirm what is possible. Skepticism had always accompanied the excitement. The equations are beautiful, the logic flawless, but history shows that even perfect equations can describe things that the universe refuses to implement. Brennan glances at the tertiary screen, watching the variables flow, one step after another, folding through the dimensional assumptions that underlie Sahlberg's geometric reset principle. The principle itself is deceptively simple in description. When spacetime is folded to achieve FTL transit, the traveler's temporal displacement is not preserved through the fold. It is reset, emerging at the destination as though the time accrued during transit had never happened. The fold does not carry a traveler through time so much as it dissolves the temporal distortion, and reconstitutes it in a state compatible with the destination coordinates. He leans back slightly and mutters to the mission log, his voice quiet but deliberate. Running Solberg framework verification against current mission parameters. Geometric reset principle requires the fold to interact with the accrued temporal displacement according to a boundary condition resolution. This solution is imposed at the moment of emergence. Elegance in mathematics is genuine. Assumption that the universe implements this boundary condition, rather than merely permitting it, is provisional. Provisional according to Solberg. Treated as established by mission architecture. He pauses, letting the weight of the words sink into the stillness of the cockpit. The accretion disk glows on his camera feeds. Delta 7 patterns flicker in false color across the primary screen, and for a moment the equations feel like a bridge between here and the kitchen in Zurich, between the abstract certainty of mathematics and the human stakes that quietly anchor him. He almost laughs at the mental leap but suppresses it. Speaking into the mission log is easier than speaking aloud to anyone else, and safer. The appeal of Solberg is obvious, he says aloud, more to himself than to the log now. If geometric reset is correct, temporal displacement near the fold is cancelled. I come home to Teresa. On paper it makes everything feasible. He traces a finger along one of the equations, imagining her face as he had seen it, precise, deliberate, unflinching. I've spent 3 months searching for a reason to trust this principle that isn't simply the desire to see her again. The appeal is real, but desire is not evidence. Brennan taps a control and pulls up annotations from the original Solberg paper, reading the careful notes about the fold geometry and the higher dimensional manifold, how the traveler's reference frame resets like a circuit breaker, flipping precisely at the moment of emergence. He reads Solberg's warnings about provisional assumptions, the caveat that the universe might not actually comply. Every word reminds him that elegance in mathematics is not proof of reality. So many programs want this to be true, he mutters. Institutional reasons don't equal physical laws. He glances at the Delta 7 pattern again. Its subtle variations ripple across the primary screen, the folds of the waveforms shifting with a complexity that is more than just numbers. It is almost sentient in its insistence on existing according to its own rules. It matches, he says quietly. Not perfectly, not always, but the structure is consistent. Brennan's thoughts flicker to the stakes. If Solberg is correct, then FTL travel does not simply compress transit, it actively reverses relativistic time dilation. Missions near Sagittarius A are no longer one-way. Deep field operations become survivable. Decades of exposure to extreme gravity and the tidal stresses of proximity to the event horizon could be erased by a fold, leaving the traveler intact, temporally coherent, emerging as though the journey had been a brief moment. He lets the weight of that sink in. The gray suit's program, expendable personnel, decades of cautious design, all of it depends on whether this principle holds. He speaks again, a low tone meant to anchor him. If Solberg is correct, the temporal displacement is reversible. The program can operate. The missions are not suicide. The science works. His voice softens slightly, almost inaudible. And if it is, he doesn't finish the thought because even saying it aloud would be unbearable. The tertiary screen shifts to other theories he had collected. Dr. Priya Nair's paper from 2040, one stands out among the references. Nair argues that fold geometry will not cancel temporal displacement, but instead create permanent temporal scarring. The traveler arrives, she predicts, coherent enough to function, but with the imprint of every second stretched across the extreme gravity and Delta 7 exposure, compressed but not erased. The mathematics are rigorous and the outcome inconvenient. No institution would build a mission around it, but the equations are clear. Brennan studies them, tracing each derivation, feeling the weight of each assumption. Temporal scarring, he says softly into the log, the phrase tasting sharp on his tongue. If Nair is right, the fold preserves a residual displacement. Not decades, but irreducible incoherence. The mathematics are sound, though inconvenient. Worse than inconvenient, perhaps, he taps a note into the log. I hope I am wrong. He tilts his head back, rubbing the bridge of his nose through the thin gloves he wears. You've seen this before, he mutters, almost as if the Delta 7 pattern can answer. You understand the stakes, but of course the pattern does not answer. It only evolves, recursive, relentless, indifferent to human anxiety. Brennan lets his mind wander briefly to dialogue he had imagined in preparation sessions, speaking with colleagues about the implications. Alan, what if the fold doesn't reset anything? He had asked himself, pacing through equations on whiteboards that no one else had seen. What if we arrive irreversibly shifted? Solberg had been patient in the imagined exchange. Then the mathematics describe a universe we can't occupy. But the principle itself is consistent. The equations don't lie. The universe might. A soft exhale, almost lost in the hum of the compensation array. I'm not wrong to check them again, he murmurs. Not wrong to want to see it confirmed before I commit fully. His fingers trace along the Delta 7 data, fingers poised above controls, hesitating at the threshold between calculation and action. He taps a control and toggles an overlay, comparing Solberg's predicted temporal reset to the live Delta 7 evolution. The curves match in broad strokes but diverge in the tertiary layers, subtle differences that might matter, might not. He doesn't flinch. Precision isn't certainty, he says aloud. But it is all I have to hold on to. He leans forward again, adjusting his seat, eyes narrowing on a particular equation. If the fold works as described, if the geometric reset occurs, then deep field missions become something humans can survive. The consequences for institutional planning are enormous. If it does not, the consequences are personal. His hand rests on the log key, ready to record every observation, every calculation, every hope and fear filtered through mathematics. Brennan lets the pause hang, listening to the quiet hum of Herald 7 systems. The faint vibration of the hull, the steady pulse of the Delta 7 readings, the impossibly ancient light of the accretion disk spilling into the sensors, these are constants in a sea of speculation. He trusts them more than he trusts himself sometimes. And if I am wrong, he whispers, then all this work is nothing. The log records it anyway. Every word is a small rebellion against uncertainty, a statement that even in the absence of proof, observation persists. The tertiary screen shows the remaining theoretical options, each with its own assumptions, its own provisional caveats, its own inconvenient predictions. Brennan reviews each one methodically, cross-checking them against Solberg, against Nair, against the Delta 7 pattern itself. He traces variables with a finger, speaking intermittently into the log. Boundary conditions consistent. Fold geometry consistent. Temporal scarring predicted but not observed yet. Delta 7 evolution within expected variance. All matches except the tertiary layer. Tertiary layer differs slightly. Not enough to invalidate. Not enough to trust blindly. Record for later review. He leans back finally, exhaling fully. The equations still hum on the screens. The Delta 7 waveform pulses steadily, and somewhere far ahead in space, folded through dimensions he can't see directly, the mission proceeds. And he allows himself one thought of quiet, almost imperceptible gratitude, that the mathematics are precise enough to let him hope without lying to himself. Dr. Judith Tambali had submitted her counterpaper to the Journal of Theoretical Physics 8 months before Herald 7's launch date, a paper that engaged directly with Solberg's geometric reset principle, and found it wanting in the specific way that rigorous mathematical critique finds things wanting, not by disputing the elegance of the framework, but by identifying the assumption on which the elegance depends and demonstrating the assumption, when examined closely, requires the universe to behave in a way that no other established physical principle supports, and that Solberg had not provided independent evidence for beyond the internal consistency of the model itself. Tambali's position was that the fold does not reset the temporal reference frame, but merely compresses the transit time, that the dilation accrued during a period of extreme gravitational exposure is a permanent feature of the traveler's relationship with the broader spacetime manifold, that folding space to achieve faster than light transit moves the traveler rapidly through space without moving them backward through the temporal displacement they have accumulated, and that Brennan would emerge from the fold and arrive at Earth in 2 weeks of his own experience, and step out of Herald 7 into a world that had moved forward by the full duration of his relativistic exposure at Sagittarius A. She had been removed from the mission advisory board 48 hours after submitting the paper. Tambali framework, Brennan says, pulling her equations onto the tertiary screen alongside Solberg's and running the comparison that he has run many times before, which produces the same result every time, the clarity of her logic cutting through the hope-laden assumptions of Solberg. He studies her symbols, tracing the derivatives and boundary conditions with his gloved fingers hovering over the display. And he thinks, if only the program had valued rigor over convenience, maybe she would still be advising this mission. The temporal reference frame preservation that Solberg's geometric reset principle requires is not supported by any independent physical evidence. He continues into the log, his voice calm, almost conversational, though tight at the edges from the weight of the implications. It is supported by the internal consistency of the model, and by the desire of the people evaluating the model for it to be correct. Tambali's model requires no additional assumptions beyond the established physics of spacetime folding. It predicts an outcome that is less convenient for the program and for me personally, and that is mathematically more defensible than Solberg's prediction. He pauses and leans back, eyes moving from the tertiary screen to the primary feed capturing Delta 7's current development, and then out to the camera that frames the accretion disk burning in the blackness. He rubs his forehead briefly, feeling the tension accumulate in the muscles around his eyes. Less convenient for me, he thinks. Less convenient for the program. Yet more likely to be true. There is elegance in convenience, he mutters aloud, almost to himself, but the recording system catches it, the note of irony preserved alongside every measured observation he has made. He shifts focus to the differences between the equations, comparing Solberg's boundary condition to Tambali's permanence constraints. The subtlety of the math occupies him as much as the Delta 7 pattern does. The way each variable and derivative interacts feels like a conversation with someone he respects, yet cannot debate directly. There are other frameworks, he adds, voice rising slightly, leaning into the practice of speaking aloud to clarify thought. Positions that occupy the space between Solberg and Tambali, mechanisms of partial or conditional temporal adjustment that depend on variables this mission does not have enough information to evaluate. Brennan brings Rickson's work onto the tertiary screen, the third set of equations adding complexity to the comparison. Dr. Henrik Rickson, at the Copenhagen Center for Theoretical Cosmology, suggests that fold geometry and temporal displacement interaction is path-dependent. He explains, his fingers tracing the graphs that depict trajectories through higher-dimensional manifolds. Harold 7's trajectory could produce partial adjustment, somewhere between Solberg's full reset and Tambali's permanent displacement. Depending on fold parameters, I can adjust before initiating the drive sequence. He sits back and crosses his arms, eyes scanning the three frameworks side by side, the lines of mathematics bleeding together in his perception but never fully blending. He murmurs, if Rickson is correct, fold parameters matter in a way that neither Solberg nor Tambali requires, and the navigation interface gives me control within limits the mission briefing did not address. A small sigh escapes him. I've been thinking about the Rickson parameters since launch. I haven't reached a conclusion about whether adjusting them is correct, but both frameworks, both options, belong in the record. He taps a sequence into the interface, highlighting each framework in turn, comparing outputs, running simulations in parallel with Harold 7's live readings. The Delta 7 pattern pulses on the primary screen, reminding him that the universe itself is an active participant in this theoretical debate, its signals forcing every model to justify itself in real time. Brennan swallows and speaks again, more to organize thought than to document. Tambali is rigorous. Solberg is hopeful. Rickson is speculative. Each has weight. Each has consequences. He glances at the clock on the control panel, noting the mission time and the awareness of the environment, the radiation flux, the extreme gravitational stresses, the harmonic vibration of the compensation array anchors him to the present even as his mind moves through abstract spaces. A faint hum from the interface signals a calculation has completed, and he leans forward, running his gloved hand down the row of equations. There is no shortcut to certainty, he says, voice low. No framework that lets desire masquerade as truth. I can document, I can record, I can log the parameters, but the universe will only respond according to its own rules. He pauses, tapping the secondary screen that overlays previous mission data with current readings, and mutters, and these rules are unforgiving. The Delta-7 pattern shifts slightly, a reminder that whatever theory proves true, it will be tested against phenomena far stranger and more precise than any human prediction. Brennan lets a moment pass, letting the hum of machinery and the steady ticking of the mission clock fill the silence. Tambali was right to challenge Sahlberg, he says finally, speaking to the mission log but almost expecting an echo in the cabin. Her assumptions are minimal, her predictions conservative, her mathematics sound. Sahlberg's work is elegant, but elegance alone is not evidence. He adjusts the tertiary display again, overlaying Rickson's trajectory influence on the temporal displacement predicted by Tambali. The lines converge and diverge in subtle ways, and he frowns, leaning in close. The path-dependent elements Rickson proposes. They could allow fine control over the final temporal displacement if correctly applied. The program never considered it, but the interface permits me to explore it. Brennan taps the intercom and says aloud, log entry, evaluating Rickson path dependency in conjunction with Tambali's permanent displacement framework. Recording current Delta-7 readings. Preparing to compare outcomes once fold sequence initiates. He takes a breath and looks at the screens, at the equations, at the data streams, and at the accretion disk spiraling outside. A brief smile crosses his face despite the tension, because he realizes that in this controlled chaos he has a kind of clarity that comes from understanding each framework, their assumptions, their implications, and the decisions he will face in moments that will determine the success of the mission. Each theory carries its own cost, he says quietly, almost conversationally, and none of them is negotiable. He leans back again, reviewing the tertiary screen and the overlay simulations of Harold 7's trajectory against each framework. He runs another set of hypothetical outputs. If Sahlberg is true, the fold resets time, the past is erased, the future aligns. If Tambali is true, I carry the full dilation, and the Earth I return to has moved decades beyond my personal experience. If Rickson is right, I might have partial control, partial mitigation, but I am relying on variables that the mission architecture never considered as adjustable. A small laugh escapes him, short and ironic. Partial control, he mutters, like that's going to make this easier. Brennan leans forward, hands on the console, eyes scanning Delta-7's recursive layering in real time. The record will include all three, he says decisively. Sahlberg, Tambali, Rickson. Every assumption, every outcome, every parameter I can document. Whoever evaluates this will have the full picture, regardless of convenience. He pauses, glancing at the accumulation of mission time, and then at the tertiary displays that hold months of preparation and literature review condensed into symbols and graphs. The weight of the decision presses on him, but for the first time in the sequence, he allows a brief moment of satisfaction. In documenting fully, in observing fully, in understanding the stakes, he exercises the one control left that is entirely his own. None of this will guarantee success, he says softly, but it guarantees that when the data returns, the truth is preserved. He leans back, letting the screens update, letting the Delta-7 pattern continue its evolution, letting the silence of deep space hold him in its orbit as he prepares for the next phase, fully aware that whatever theory is closest to reality, he will meet it with a precision that is his alone. The time dilation factor glowed in the lower left corner of Brennan's primary display, the small amber numerals deliberately minimized, a decision made months ago by someone in mission preparation who had thought carefully about the cognitive load of a deep space operator. The number existed in the periphery of his vision, visible but not demanding, present but not intrusive, the kind of information that a person in his position needed to know was there without requiring immediate attention. He had not looked at it directly since the 40-minute mark, content to let it float quietly in the corner of his awareness, a faint reminder of the relativistic cost of his journey that he did not want to confront unnecessarily. Now, however, he allowed his eyes to slide toward it, drawn by the decision he was about to make, the choice that would determine how he would engage with the fold, the trajectory, and ultimately the balance between Sahlberg, Tambali, and Rickson. Peripheral awareness would no longer suffice. The number required direct attention, and Brennan leaned forward slightly, feeling the tension gather in the muscles of his shoulders and neck as he brought it into focus. "Reading the dilation factor directly," he said into the mission log, his voice even, precise, but carrying the subtle undercurrent of the strain required to maintain composure. "At current position and mission elapsed time, the factor is." He let the numerals linger in his mouth before speaking them aloud, ensuring that the log captured the value exactly. "This corresponds to a ratio of experienced time to elapsed Earth time, which I will not reduce to conclusion here, because the arithmetic is derivable from the number itself and is available in the record for reference." The words hung in the cabin, mingling with the low hum of the compensation array and the subtle vibration transmitted through the seat from Delta 7's continuous adjustments. He pulled his paper notepad from its holder, the one he had brought from Earth and kept tucked safely in the chest pocket of his suit, and worked through the calculation with the precision of a man who had spent his life reconciling numbers against uncomfortable realities. The arithmetic produced a result that he noted carefully, aware that this particular figure was not abstract. It was a weight, a concrete measure of the discrepancy between his experience and Earth's elapsed time, and it pressed against his chest with every heartbeat. He closed the notepad, sliding it back into the pocket, feeling the familiar pressure against his sternum. The mission clock blinked. 6 minutes 12 seconds elapsed, a reminder that the countdown was absolute, indifferent to deliberation or reflection. 3 minutes and 48 seconds remained before the pre-fold checklist would require him to initiate the navigation parameter selection, the decision point where theory would intersect reality, and where the equations on his tertiary screen would become actionable commands. The interface displayed 3 protocol options: Protocol Alpha, Protocol Delta, and the experimental Protocol Gamma. He knew their correspondences without needing to name them aloud: Sahlberg, Tambali, and Rickson, respectively. Gamma was labeled in mission documentation as experimental and not recommended for primary use, a polite fiction designed to obscure the fact that the physics necessitated its inclusion, and the program quietly hoped he would avoid selecting it. He glanced at the small amber number in the corner again, the dilation factor, and thought about the practical meaning of each choice. Brennan's gaze traveled from the protocols to the tertiary display showing the 3 competing frameworks side by side, then to Delta 7's harmonic output running across the primary screen, each oscillation a reminder of the unforgiving physical environment outside his hull. The camera feed framed the accretion disk, its incandescent spirals burning against the darkness of space, and he imagined it as a slow, silent metronome, measuring every moment against the decision he would soon take. His mind wandered briefly to the kitchen in Zurich, to Teresa with both hands wrapped around a coffee cup, her voice steady and full of certainty as she promised to be there when he returned. That image, vivid and immediate, reminded him why this decision mattered, why it was no longer just a choice between mathematical models or mission protocols. It was a choice about the integrity of evidence, the reliability of predictions, and the promises he had silently carried with him across light years of empty space. He allowed a small, almost inaudible chuckle at the irony. Wanting a particular result, he thought, has cost me too much in the past. Now, wanting does not enter into it. Evidence is the only authority here. The countdown continued, relentless, the clock reducing each second to a diminishing window of certainty. 6 minutes 30, 6 minutes 25, his internal rhythm synced to the tick of the mission clock. Every indicator, every signal, every fluctuating value on the instrument panel pressed against him, demanding precision. He leaned closer to the tertiary screen again, reading each equation line by line, tracing the logic of Sahlberg, Tambali, and Rickson. He muttered aloud, as though speaking could sharpen thought: Sahlberg assumes the reset. Tambali holds the permanent displacement. Rickson suggests partial control. Each has consequences. Each has implications for time, for Earth, for... He stopped briefly, swallowing hard as he allowed himself the fleeting human recognition of what those consequences truly meant. His hand hovered over the navigation interface, the finger almost trembling, though he did not permit it to show in posture or voice. He spoke again, recording to the log as much for himself as for any observer. Decision window remaining, 3 minutes 41 seconds. Navigation parameter selection required. Time dilation factor fully engaged in consideration. He ran a mental check, revisiting each simulation he had conducted in pre-launch preparation, overlaying expected outcomes against Delta 7's live readings. He could see where Sahlberg might succeed if the universe cooperated, where Tambali demanded acceptance of permanent displacement, and where Rickson allowed for nuanced adjustments with no guarantee of correctness. Protocol Alpha is tempting, he admitted aloud, almost conversational though he was alone, because it offers the simplest narrative, the cleanest arithmetic. But simplicity does not equal correctness. His eyes flicked to the amber number again. Protocol Delta is rigorous. Less convenient but truthful. And Gamma, experimental, risky, potentially decisive. All three exist in parallel, and I will engage them only according to evidence. He paused, inhaling slowly, letting the cabin's recycled air fill his lungs while Delta 7 hummed its harmonic patterns against the hull. The mathematics does not care what I want, he said, voice steady, and neither will the physics. I owe it to myself, to Teresa, to Karl Bickel in Bratislava to follow the evidence. Nothing else will suffice. Brennan looked out the camera feed again, the accretion disk a silent witness to his deliberation. He allowed his mind to trace the spirals of light, each filament a measure of time stretched and compressed, a mirror to the figures on his screens. The dilation factor was no longer peripheral. It was central, insistent, demanding recognition. He read it aloud one final time into the log, emphasizing clarity, and then returned to the equations, eyes sharp, fingers poised. The clock counted down relentlessly. The disk burned outside. The mathematics waited patiently on his tertiary screen, indifferent to desire, to expectation, to human concern. Brennan absorbed it all, every line, every harmonic, every spiral of light, every numeral. He reviewed the arithmetic he had scribbled on paper, the numbers pressed into the page with deliberate care, tangible in a way the display could not achieve. He spoke again, almost to himself, almost as a ritual to steady nerves. Evidence, not hope. Evidence, not fear. Evidence and nothing else. The 3 minutes and 38 seconds remaining pressed him forward. He adjusted the tertiary display, overlaying Delta 7's latest readings on each theoretical framework once more. He muttered commentary into the mission log, comparing outcomes against live Delta 7 data. Recording deviations, harmonics and trajectory response. Preparing for fold initiation sequence. Each number, each pattern, each equation became more than a symbol on a screen. They were steps in a choreography of survival, proof against uncertainty, a dialogue between Brennan and the universe itself. He traced lines with his gloved hand, double-checking coefficients, confirming ratios, letting the mathematics anchor him in a reality that had grown alien yet still obeyed its own immutable laws. Time marched on, unstoppable, merciless, and yet meticulously measured, giving him exactly the constraints he needed to do what he had trained for, what he had lived for, and what he would do with absolute focus. The weight of the number against his chest in the notepad reminded him that every calculation carried not only risk but responsibility, a tangible proof of the stakes that surrounded him. He whispered softly, almost reverently, "The clock counts down. The universe does not care. The mathematics waits. I must read it correctly." The Delta 7 pattern continued its silent, glowing evolution on the primary display. The accretion disk outside flared and dimmed in its infinite, indifferent rhythm. And Brennan sat, fully present, fully engaged, fully accountable, a man in dialogue with numbers, time, and the unyielding certainty of physics as he prepared to make a decision that would define the mission, his return, and the truth of the theories he had lived with for months. The diagnostic display assembles itself on his tertiary screen in amber and red, the colors indicating readings that remain technically within tolerance but are trending in a direction that requires attention. Brennan studies the display with the intensity of someone examining a medical scan they have already anticipated, aware that every reading carries meaning beyond what the software alone reports. The nodes, the coupling, the redundancies, All of it lives in a network he has spent years internalizing, and he can feel the system's behavior even before the numbers fully register. Harold 7's gravity compensation array relies on 47 individual nodes distributed across the hull, each generating a carefully calibrated gravitational gradient. These gradients combine to form a tidal cancellation field that protects the spacecraft and its contents from the extreme gravitational influence of Sagittarius A. The system's effectiveness depends entirely on the precise synchronization of these nodes. One misalignment, no matter how small, can propagate through the coupling mechanisms and compromise the integrity of the entire network. The nodes are not independent. Each node adjusts its output in relation to its neighbors, functioning as a single, integrated whole rather than a collection of isolated units. That coupling provides extraordinary precision but introduces fragility. When one node begins to deviate, it forces its neighbors to compensate, consuming redundancy that had been reserved for other contingencies. The cascade that destroyed probes on previous missions was not a sudden event, but a patient accumulation of minor deviations, each manageable in isolation until the combined effect triggered failure. Brennan can see that process unfolding in real time. 3 nodes in the aft section are showing output variations. The diagnostic software marks them as within tolerance, but the trend lines indicate they are moving toward a point that exceeds it. Node 31 is the primary concern. Its output frequency has shifted by 0.04 Hz from nominal. In most contexts, that might seem minor, but within the precise calibration of the array, it is significant enough to demand attention. The coupling between node 31 and its 4 immediate neighbors must remain synchronized within 0.01 Hz. A deviation of 0.04 Hz means the neighboring nodes are already compensating, drawing down the redundancy he had planned to reserve for the return fold. Brennan can feel the tension in the network, subtle but undeniable, like a string pulled taut and vibrating with every micro-adjustment. Compensation array anomaly log, timestamp 6 minutes 31 seconds, he says into the mission recorder, his voice level precise, carrying the flatness of someone documenting technical facts while simultaneously performing complex mental calculations. Node 31 output frequency deviation 0.04 Hz from nominal. Nodes 29, 30, 32, and 33 showing compensatory adjustments within their individual tolerances. Network coupling integrity currently maintained. Trend analysis projects node 31 deviation reaching the coupling threshold limit in approximately 18 minutes at current rate of change. He pauses, fingers tapping against the console. In parallel with his verbal logging, he runs a secondary calculation that the trend analysis software cannot perform because it lacks the full context of the operational environment. I have 3 minutes and 29 seconds of mission time remaining, he continues, his eyes tracing the network diagrams on the tertiary display. The trend is not an immediate operational threat. It is a return fold concern. The physics behind node 31's behavior are straightforward to describe, but disconcerting to contemplate. The tidal environment surrounding Harold 7 is not uniform. The gravitational gradient of Sagittarius A varies with position relative to the singularity, producing effects that the pre-mission models only approximated. Node 31 sits in the aft port quadrant, a location identified in mapping exercises as experiencing slightly higher variability than expected. 53 minutes of continuous operation have stressed the system, revealing a subtle weakness in a node whose design specifications did not fully anticipate this level of environmental granularity. He recalls the probe missions. They did not fail through catastrophic error, but through the cumulative effect of tolerances gradually exceeded. The coupling mechanisms carried the additional load until redundancy was exhausted, leaving no buffer for the next small deviation. That chain reaction, incremental, patient, unavoidable without intervention, is what he is now witnessing inside Harold 7, and he understands the stakes with a clarity that is both professional and visceral. Running comparison between current node 31 deviation pattern and Harold 3 compensation array data from mission archive, he says aloud, almost to himself, pulling historical probe telemetry onto the secondary screen. Overlaying Herald 3's data with current diagnostics reveals the similarity. Herald 3 experienced a comparable aft port node deviation starting at 22 minutes and ending its operational window at 31 minutes. The rate of change matches his current trend analysis, yet he recognizes immediately that Herald 7 is more robust, with additional redundancy and adaptive capacity. "I am not in the same position as Herald 3, he murmurs, more to focus his own attention than to communicate with anyone else. Herald 7's redundancy architecture is significantly more robust, and I have the adaptive capacity to intervene in ways the probe did not. I am noting the comparison in the record because it belongs there, and because the intervention I am about to make is informed by understanding what happened to the probe when no intervention was made. The intervention has been forming in his mind since the first deviation appeared. He considers alternatives, mentally simulating outcomes while keeping the verbal log current and his eyes scanning the instrument panels. He will manually override 2 automated compensation protocols, currently governing the coupling between node 31 and its neighbors. This override will replace the automated management with a fixed calibration that holds for the remainder of the mission and through the return fold initiation. The manual calibration will buy stability, but at a cost. The automated redundancy those protocols provide will be temporarily unavailable. He examines the trade-off, fingers hovering over the input controls, mentally reviewing the consequences of every potential misstep. The alternative is far worse. Leaving the system to self-regulate would allow the cascade to propagate, and he knows precisely how that ends. He adjusts his gloves, checks the diagnostic readings again, and confirms his input values. The trend lines for the aft nodes extend into the near future, illustrating the subtle accumulation of strain across the coupling network. Each node, each micro-adjustment, carries a weight that is simultaneously abstract in numerical terms and entirely real in effect. The mission clock continues its relentless count, a visible reminder that every second carries significance. Manual override preparation, nodes 31 and 32 coupling protocols, he says into the recorder, verbalizing the procedure as a safeguard against error. His voice is calm, precise, but underneath it is the low hum of tension that accompanies responsibility in real time. He inputs the override values, watching the diagnostic display respond, the trend line settling, the network readjusting to a new equilibrium. He leans back for a fraction of a second, allowing himself a breath that is more mental than physical. The aft nodes remain stable, the coupling intact, and the network absorbs the adjustments without excessive strain. The cascade that destroyed probes in the past has been intercepted, held at bay by careful attention, precise calculation, and deliberate intervention. Intervention executed. Monitoring array response, he says, noting the change in the log. The system is holding. The nodes are compensating as designed, and the redundancy remains sufficient for the return fold. The situation is not perfect, but it is manageable. For the first time in minutes, Brennan allows a small shift in posture, a fraction of the tension easing from his shoulders, even as he keeps one eye on the trend lines, aware that the environment beyond the hull remains relentless, and that vigilance is still required. Initiating manual override on automated compensation protocols 7 and 12, Brennan says, his fingers moving deliberately over the interface as though they are extensions of his thought. Each motion has been practiced countless times in simulation, so precise that it demands no conscious attention from him. Instead, his focus remains entirely on the diagnostic display, monitoring every subtle response of the network to the changes he is initiating. The system does not hurry, it does not pause. It reacts in exactly the ways he has anticipated, but anticipating does not remove the tension. Protocol 7 governs frequency synchronization coupling between the aft port node cluster. He continues, voice calm, almost measured, masking the tight control he maintains over every physiological response. Protocol 12 governs the redundancy allocation between the primary and secondary compensation networks. Overriding both allows me to manually set node 31's output frequency to maintain coupling integrity, without the automated system consuming additional redundancy to manage the drift. The cost, he pauses, briefly resting his hands while he tracks the amber trend lines moving across the display, is that the automated redundancy management those protocols provide is no longer available for the return fold sequence. For 11 seconds, he watches as the override propagates through the system. Each second stretches with the weight of precise calculation and the accumulated knowledge of past missions. The diagnostic display responds in real time. The amber trend lines of the aft port cluster, once creeping toward instability, settle, flattening into predictable stability as the manual calibration locks in. Node 31's output frequency aligns with the value he imposed, and the coupling integrity reading rises from amber back into green, holding steady as if affirming the correctness of his intervention. The subtle harmonic vibration in his teeth shifts ever so slightly, an auditory confirmation of the stabilization he can feel even without looking. Override successful, he records into the mission log, his voice level but weighted with the gravity of the situation. Node 31 frequency stabilized at manual calibration value. Coupling integrity restored to nominal across aft port cluster. Compensation array overall integrity reading at 86.3%, down from 91.2% at mission start. Reduction reflects redundancy consumed by the automated system managing drift prior to my intervention, and redundancy taken offline by implementing the manual protocols. He lets the number settle in his mind, the implications threading themselves through every other consideration. 86.3% is sufficient for the return fold sequence. It is not the margin I would have preferred. It is the margin I have. Even as he acknowledges it, he runs internal simulations of how the margin could be further affected by minute, unmodeled variations in the tidal environment, a constant background hum of calculation that never ceases. The influence of Hawking radiation on the compensation array is subtle but cumulative, a detail he had flagged during mission preparation. The radiation produces shifts through quantum interactions that the design models included, but could not fully quantify. Virtual particle pairs form at the event horizon, one falling inward, the other escaping outward, generating a thermal field with temperature inversely proportional to the black hole's mass. For Sagittarius A, that temperature is infinitesimal, roughly 10 to the power of -14 Kelvin, undetectable in conventional terms. Yet these processes still interact with the array, altering the node's calibration in ways the pre-mission models underestimated, slowly consuming redundancy in the coupled system. Hawking radiation interaction with compensation array noted in mission log, Brennan intones, pulling up the secondary data feed from the quantum field sensors. His eyes trace the cumulative effect of these interactions across 54 minutes. Cumulative effect on node calibration consistent with a Hawking radiation interaction coefficient of 1.37, 37% above pre-mission model prediction. Flagging for engineering teams, as it affects future mission parameters in this environment. Understanding discrepancy may require refined models of quantum field environment or interaction with array materials, or both. He allows himself a pause to check panel 7 alpha. Its thermal signature has shifted again, moving upward to 1.7 above baseline, up from 1.4 in the last log interval. The trend line curves upward now, showing acceleration rather than the linear increase he had seen before. His mind calculates the time remaining before this panel reaches the upper threshold of acceptable variance, knowing that any miscalculation could have repercussions for the return fold sequence. Panel 7 alpha thermal signature update, timestamp 6 minutes 58 seconds, he reports into the recorder. His voice carries precision, a tonal consistency honed through decades of disciplined practice. Reading now at 1.7 above mission start baseline, up from 1.4 at previous log interval. Rate of increase accelerated. Trend now exponential rather than linear, altering projected time to upper variance boundary. Recalculating. He performs the necessary computations, comparing them against the current trend and prior model predictions. At current acceleration, 7 alpha reaches upper boundary of acceptable variance in approximately 40 minutes. Return fold initiation within that window. 7 alpha is a post-fold concern unless acceleration continues, at which point it becomes a fold initiation concern. Continuous monitoring required. Even as he logs the data, Brennan cannot stop the internal narrative threading through his mind. He visualizes the aft port node cluster in three-dimensional detail, tracing node 31 and its interactions with its four immediate neighbors. Every compensatory adjustment, every micrometric change in output frequency, is internalized as a mental model that overlays the instrument readouts. He considers what would happen if any single node exceeded its tolerance despite his intervention, or if the combined effect of minor deviations across multiple nodes produced a cascading failure. The memory of Harold 3 looms, a patient, invisible accumulation of deviations leading to failure. The thought anchors him in caution, even as he moves with decisiveness. Manual override complete. Monitoring continues, Brennan states, his voice betraying nothing of the tension beneath it. Each node is now operating within expected parameters, the aft port cluster stable, the compensatory network holding under manual control. Redundancy is partially sacrificed, but the system now operates in a predictably stable configuration, and the return fold is achievable under these conditions. He glances briefly at the camera feed outside the hull. The accretion disk burns with an ancient, indifferent light, casting a quiet, almost meditative glow across the instrument surfaces. The hum through the hull transmits a subtle vibration, a tangible confirmation that the compensation array is responding correctly to his manual inputs. The sight and the sensation combine into a quiet, precise reassurance. Each decision he has made in this high-stakes environment carries direct consequences, and for now, the system is obeying him exactly as intended. Brennan reviews every display, ensuring the coupling between nodes remains intact, that no further drift is being masked by compensatory adjustments elsewhere, and that the remaining redundancy is sufficient for the return fold. The human mind and the automated system are in an intricate balance, an interplay of calculation and observation that leaves no room for complacency. Each variable is cross-checked, every trend validated against multiple historical data points, the constant mental simulation running alongside real-time monitoring, a twin track of cognition and observation. The gravity compensation array hums in quiet stability. The aft port cluster responds predictably to the manual calibration, the nodes maintaining their frequencies with a smooth, almost musical precision. Brennan can feel the tactile resonance in his teeth, the vibrations subtly different than before the override, signaling that the harmonic now matches his expectations. It is an almost imperceptible difference to anyone untrained, yet crucial to maintaining the margin for the return fold. As the minutes tick down, he repeatedly returns to the calculations. Every hypothetical variance, every potential ripple from Hawking radiation, every incremental drift of neighboring nodes, is assessed against the manual calibration he has imposed. Each decision is a layer in a complex system, and he is acutely aware that, while the individual changes are small, their combination carries the weight of mission success or failure. He allows a brief glance to the accretion disk, the glowing maelstrom of Sagittarius A serving as a stark reminder of the environment around him. Despite the human-scale control he exerts over the array, the black hole's immense and indifferent forces continue their subtle work, a quiet, persistent counterpoint to the precise, deliberate calibrations he has imposed. Stability confirmed. All aft port cluster nodes maintaining calibration. Coupling integrity sustained. Redundancy sufficient for return fold, he states once more, a verbal affirmation that mirrors the internal certainty he has built over the last moments of intervention. The system is balanced, ready, and the next phase, the return fold, rests squarely on the foundation he has meticulously constructed in this small, exacting interval of time. The harmonic in his teeth had returned to the familiar frequency, a vibration that resonated through his skull with a precision that only someone who had spent hours in this specific environment could perceive. The compensation array was stable now, its nodes aligned under his manual calibration, and Panel 7 Alpha continued to warm and accelerate in a way that demanded continuous attention. The mission clock ticked down relentlessly, each second measured and significant, and Brennan sat in the center of all this, aware of every sensor, every trend line, every subtle resonance in the hull. He operated in a clarity produced only by extreme situations, a clarity that was not calm in any ordinary sense, but that functioned as calm. His mind allocated resources optimally, processing the full complexity of the situation while keeping the critical elements in focus, and there was no distraction that could intrude on this precision. He thought of the probes, not as mere lines of data on a screen or abstract entries in the mission archive, but as physical objects that had occupied this exact environment, subjected to the same tidal stresses and gravitational geometry. They had felt the variations in their compensation systems without anyone inside capable of running a manual override, without adaptive intelligence to recognize a cascade before it became irreversible. Node 31's drift had occurred in them too, unnoticed, accumulating silently until redundancy could no longer absorb it and the cascade proceeded unimpeded. Automated systems had carried the load for as long as they could, and then, when the limits were reached, the failures had followed inevitably. This is almost certainly the primary failure mechanism for the probe missions, Brennan said, not for the formal record but as a clear statement of fact to himself, to the engineers who would later analyze his logs, and to the analysts who would spend months working through what he was capturing. Not a single catastrophic failure in isolation. A cascade of coupled system degradations, each within individual component tolerances, collectively exceeding the integrated system's capacity. The difference between Herald 7's current status and the probe missions at equivalent operational points is not merely engineering improvements, though the engineering is better. It is the presence of a human operator capable of perceiving Node 31's frequency drift in real time and knowing exactly what to do before the cascade reached the coupling threshold. He pulled up the Herald 6 classified signal file on his tertiary screen. The shielding event had shifted something in his awareness. The deferred analyses he had been postponing now demanded direct attention. The Herald 6 signal, a 73-second structured electromagnetic output introduced to him in Geneva on a single sheet of paper by the man in the gray suit, had remained untouched in his classified access files until now, deferred in favor of more immediately pressing mission parameters. The convergence of Node 31's deviation, Panel 7 Alpha's acceleration, and the dwindling 2 minutes and 47 seconds of mission time had produced the precise moment when deferral was no longer acceptable. Opening Herald 6 classified signal file for direct analysis, Brennan said, noting the timestamp of 7 minutes and 13 seconds. Examining now because the ship has demonstrated concretely that my margin for deferring direct engagement has shrunk beyond the planned limit, and the Herald 6 signal is the most critical deferred item remaining. The waveform representation filled his tertiary screen, 73 seconds of structured electromagnetic output displayed as amplitude against time. He absorbed it with his full attention, situated inside the gravitational environment that had produced it, with delta 7 patterns developing on the primary display and tidal force variations streaming live across his sensors. He had been building toward this examination since Geneva, and now he conducted it with the precise focus of a man with only 2 minutes and 41 seconds remaining. Panel 7 Alpha accelerated in real time. Node 31 remained stable at his manual calibration, and the delta 7 pattern on the primary screen colored false reds and blues across the display as the instrumentation parsed the environment. From the outside, from a research office in Geneva 10,000 light-years away, the Herald 6 signal had been opaque, inscrutable, a pattern whose meaning was inaccessible without context. From within the environment, however, with his own instruments capturing real-time gravitational and tidal interactions, the signal revealed itself in structure and rhythm. Its periodicity mirrored the tidal variations he had recorded since arrival. The analysis software flagged the correlation in amber as statistically significant, but Brennan recognized the strength of the correlation as far beyond what could be described by simple statistics. It was a concrete physical manifestation of the environment itself, expressed in electromagnetic form. The Herald 6 signal, he realized, was the event horizon itself speaking in the only language available to it, gravitational resonance. The boundary of spacetime reflected the tidal variation pattern outward in a structured electromagnetic waveform captured by the probe's instruments. Nobody on Earth had been positioned to interpret this correctly, because correct interpretation required being inside the environment, where the interactions were direct and the variations measurable in real time. The tidal distortions were no longer abstract. They were data that could be read, understood, and quantified. Herald 6 signal analysis, timestamp 7 minutes 22 seconds, Brennan said, the voice carrying a resonance beyond mere procedural precision. Signal demonstrates a gravitational resonance phenomenon. Event horizon reflects tidal force variation outward through a coupling mechanism within the quantum field environment at the boundary. This is not communication. It is not artificial. It is a natural phenomenon of unprecedented complexity, produced by the interaction of delta 7 with the event horizon boundary conditions. Full-resolution data capture provides the theoretical physics community with material for decades of analysis. He let the implication of that settle in his mind, the knowledge that what he had in front of him was unique and beyond prior human experience. The gray suit had asked for data, expecting measurements, charts, and numbers, but the actual result surpassed any conventional request. A physical interaction between the probe, the delta 7 system, and the black hole itself, captured with direct observation and recorded for posterity. He closed the Herald 6 signal file, taking a brief moment to let his mind reorient to the immediate operational context. The mission clock read 2 minutes and 9 seconds remaining. The pre-fold checklist awaited, a final sequence of operations that would determine the integrity of the return fold. Node 31 remained stable at its manual calibration value. Panel 7 alpha was accelerating, its temperature and variance now within acceptable bounds, but still rising at a rate that required continuous attention. He had completed calculations on how that acceleration would affect the fold sequence and had determined it was within acceptable parameters. Acceptable in his mind was sufficient for survival and mission success. Comfortable, he recognized, was irrelevant to the physics and engineering of the task at hand. He opened the pre-fold checklist and began working through it with methodical precision. Each step was executed with full awareness of its importance, each variable checked against both historical data and real-time sensor output. The tactile response of the interface, the soft hum of the array, the vibration through the hull, and the light flicker from the accretion disk outside, all combined into a continuous stream of sensory input that informed his calculations as much as the visual readouts. He reviewed the navigation parameters multiple times, cross-checking them against the node and panel readings. Adjustments that would have been inconsequential at the start of the mission now carried amplified consequences. He monitored the delta 7 pattern carefully, aware that even minor deviations in the harmonic resonance could propagate through the fold and alter the temporal displacement in ways that no model could fully anticipate. The minutes passed with compressed intensity. Each decision, each confirmation, each recalculation was another thread in the intricate web of cause and effect that spanned the entire craft. Brennan was acutely conscious of how small a margin remained for error, and yet, paradoxically, every input he made was precise, predictable, and informed by decades of cumulative experience. The system responded with quiet affirmation to his interventions, stabilizing as he had planned, and yet the awareness of the surrounding environment, the tidal forces, the Hawking radiation, the accelerating panel, the residual coupling stresses, kept his mind taut with alertness. He continued through the checklist, confirming thruster alignments, calibrating gyroscopic compensators, verifying sensor arrays, and tracking every metric against the automated redundancies he had partially disabled. Each cross-check brought a measure of satisfaction tempered by recognition of risk. The balance between manual control and automated backup was precarious, but manageable under his current oversight. The array's harmonics stabilized under his attention, Node 31's frequency remained fixed, and Panel 7 Alpha's temperature and acceleration remained within the bounds he had calculated, each system reflecting the work he had performed and the decisions he had made in these last critical moments. As the final seconds approached, Brennan held a precise, functional awareness of all variables, his consciousness distributed across displays, instruments, and the physical sensations of the hull itself. He was fully immersed in the operational moment, processing information faster and more accurately than he could have imagined before entering this environment. The prefold sequence neared completion. The nodes, panels, and harmonic fields all aligned under his manual guidance, and the Delta 7 pattern on the primary screen continued its careful evolution, synchronized perfectly with the tidal variations of the singularity outside. He felt the cumulative weight of every decision, every calibration, every manual override in the context of these final moments before the fold. Everything depended on the precise orchestration he had performed, the timing, the calculations, the intuition honed by decades of work in extreme conditions. The instruments, the displays, and the ship itself had become extensions of his own cognitive process, reflecting every decision, every adjustment, and every prediction he had made in the high-stakes environment at the event horizon. Brennan's focus was absolute, his attention unbroken, as he worked through the pre-fold checklist, confident in the precision of his interventions, aware of the limits of acceptable performance, and fully engaged in the final preparations for the return fold sequence that would define the success of the mission and the survival of the craft. The waveform on his tertiary screen spreads across the display like a living organism, and Brennan studies it with the full attention that only comes from having spent months preparing for the moment when this data would be in his hands. The two-dimensional representation that the classified analysis produced for the review board on Earth had been an oversimplification, a flattening of 73 seconds of multi-frequency electromagnetic output into a single amplitude-against-time graph that captured the basic periodicity of the signal, but stripped away the complex relationships between its constituent frequencies. From that perspective, the Herald 6 signal might have looked like a simple, repeating wave, elegant but ultimately mute about the structure it carried. That representation was akin to describing a symphony by noting only that it had a consistent beat, without recognizing the different instruments or the way their harmonics intertwined to produce the richness of the music. Brennan, however, is seeing the full multi-frequency representation. Every frequency component, all 7 of them, occupies its own band of color in the false color display his instruments provide for complex electromagnetic data. The display spreads across the screen like a spectral landscape, the peaks and troughs of amplitude against frequency revealing structure that the review board had no way of appreciating from 10,000 light-years away. Each of the 7 components is not isolated. They are interrelated, connected by ratios that his analysis software identifies almost instantly. The numbers appear in amber in the corner of the screen, flagged as statistically significant. These ratios are not arbitrary. They echo the relationships he has observed in the Delta 7 gravitational wave pattern, the recursive layers that have dominated the mission's focus since the first minute of station establishment. The correspondence is precise, down to the instrument's measurement limit, ruling out coincidence and instrument artifact alike. He leans back slightly, feeling the gravity of the observation in more than just a physical sense. Herald 6 signal full multi-frequency analysis, timestamp 7 minutes 22 seconds, he says aloud, his voice steady, precise, carrying the weight of a man recording something for the future. 7 frequency components identified. All components relate by ratios consistent with the Delta 7 gravitational wave pattern's recursive layer structure to within instrument precision. The signal is not a single frequency resonance. It is a multi-component, structured output, and its internal relationships mirror the gravitational wave anomaly I have been monitoring throughout this mission. The two phenomena are not independent. They are coupled expressions of the same underlying physical process, expressed through gravitational and electromagnetic domains simultaneously. Brennan's eyes flicker from the spectral display to the mission clock. 2 minutes and 9 seconds remaining before the pre-fold checklist requires initiation, and back to the data that he has waited so long to examine. Every second feels stretched and intensified. The tidal forces, the Delta 7 pattern, the ambient vibration of Herald 7 through the compensating nodes, all converging to sharpen his perception. The signal is real, it is present, and it is within his grasp in a way that it never could have been from Geneva. From the distant offices where the program's administrators and analysts had stared at printed plots, the Herald 6 signal had appeared opaque, a series of numbers and lines whose meaning was tantalizingly out of reach. The coupling mechanism is what makes it tangible. The review board's analysis had been honest. They had labeled it unknown, unable to characterize it, but they were limited by perspective. 10,000 light-years from the source, examining the output without the instruments capable of resolving the interactions at the boundary of spacetime itself, they could only speculate. Brennan has the advantage of being inside the environment, immersed in the interactions that produce the signal. He is not simply reading the output, he is witnessing the mechanism. He glances at the surrounding displays to contextualize the observation. The Delta-7 gravitational wave pattern, continuously logged for 54 minutes, unfolds in false color across the primary monitor. The Node 31 frequency remains stable after the manual override he implemented earlier, and Panel 7 alpha continues to warm and accelerate as predicted by the compensation array's adaptive modeling. The mission clock ticks down, the pre-fold checklist looming, and the tidal variations of the supermassive black hole outside form a living background to his observation. The Herald 6 signal is emerging from the event horizon, from the very boundary of Sagittarius A, a place where classical physics meets the quantum uncertainty of the vacuum, and he is seeing it all in real time. The event horizon is not a passive barrier. It is a region of extraordinary physical activity, a point where the curvature of spacetime is so extreme that light cannot escape, and yet at that boundary, quantum mechanical processes generate continuous interactions. Virtual particle pairs form, one particle swallowed by the singularity while its partner escapes outward, contributing to the faint thermal radiation predicted by Hawking, almost undetectable but physically consequential nonetheless. The accretion disk's magnetic field lines sweep across the horizon, twisted by the frame-dragging effect of the rotating black hole, interacting with the quantum vacuum in a continuous dance that generates electromagnetic effects in the surrounding environment. These are the effects that the Herald 6 signal encodes, translating the Delta-7 gravitational pattern into electromagnetic structure in a form his instruments can read directly. Brennan's voice breaks the silence again, steady and precise. The coupling mechanism involves the interaction of the Delta-7 tidal variation pattern with the quantum vacuum fluctuations at the event horizon. The tidal variations modulate the rate of virtual particle pair formation, creating an electromagnetic modulation that propagates outward. The event horizon acts as a transducer, converting gravitational information into electromagnetic output via the quantum vacuum as intermediary. He stops for a moment, allowing the significance of the observation to settle, both for the record and for himself. I am being precise about what I am claiming. This mechanism is consistent with the data I observe from within the environment. It has not been theoretically established. It is the most parsimonious explanation for the Herald 6 output, supported by observational evidence collected under conditions no prior mission achieved. He leans forward, the hum of the compensation array a constant in his teeth, and traces the 7 frequency components with his finger across the tertiary display. Each pulse, each oscillation, aligns with the Delta-7 gravitational pattern, and the ratios between them map neatly onto the layered structure he has been monitoring for the past hour. The correspondence is so precise that it is hard to dismiss as coincidence, and Brennan knows that any theoretical physicist receiving this data will spend years confirming, challenging, and expanding upon it. The waveforms are a language, a direct expression of physical reality, and he is the only person positioned to read it in its true complexity. Every frequency component aligns within instrument precision, he murmurs, almost to himself, as he zooms in on a cluster of harmonics that had appeared indistinct in the earlier two-dimensional analysis. He rotates the data in the software, adjusting the amplitude and phase display to ensure no artifact is mistaken for signal. The tertiary display responds instantly, colors shifting in false color representation as the multidimensional relationships resolve before his eyes. The structure is consistent across the full 73-second window. There is no drift, no anomaly. The pattern repeats precisely with the Delta-7 tidal layer. He pauses, considering the implications. The Herald 6 signal is a record of the boundary's response to the spacetime environment he has been immersed in. The Delta-7 anomaly is not isolated, not limited to gravitational observation. It manifests electromagnetically, a physical translation of the tidal variations of the singularity's influence. The signal is natural, not engineered, but it is intelligible in a way that few natural phenomena are. To anyone outside this environment, it would remain opaque, a curiosity. From within, it is coherent, revealing the intimate link between gravitation and electromagnetism at extreme curvature. Brennan traces the waveforms again, noting the precise moments when the amplitude peaks correspond to maximum tidal stretch. He adds entries to the mission log, each observation recorded with the care of a scientist aware that this dataset will be unmatched for decades. His hands move between the screens, comparing the Delta 7 logs to the Herald 6 output, ensuring that every correspondence is accounted for. Each harmonic, each peak and trough, every subtle modulation is logged and contextualized. He speaks the observations aloud, not for anyone present, but because articulating them solidifies the logic and ensures clarity in the record. The signal is structured, multi-frequency, coupled directly to the Delta 7 gravitational layer. Propagation is electromagnetic, generated by quantum vacuum modulation at the event horizon boundary. Internal ratios mirror Delta 7 layer structure. The mechanism is consistent, observable from within the environment, and supports a direct transduction from gravitational to electromagnetic domains. Brennan leans back for a fraction of a second, taking in the broader context. The aft port nodes humming steadily, panel 7 alpha warming and accelerating, the Delta 7 pattern unfolding across the primary display, and the mission clock counting down the last moments before pre-fold initiation. Every element is interconnected. Every observation supports the understanding of the Herald 6 signal as a direct physical translation of the tidal environment at Sagittarius A. The waveforms on the tertiary display are no longer just data. They are a map, a reflection, a language that he can read and record for future interpretation. He returns his attention fully to the display, noting the 7 components again and verifying the ratios, tracing the harmonics with the care of a man who knows that any error in interpretation now could reverberate through years of theoretical work to come. The structured electromagnetic output is precise, ordered, and natural, yet intelligible only from inside the environment it describes. He continues logging, detailing every observation, comparing the waveform structure to the Delta 7 tidal logs, ensuring that the record captures the signal in full fidelity. Brennan's eyes flick to the mission clock once more. 1 minute and 50 seconds remain. The pre-fold checklist waits, but for now, he is immersed in the Herald 6 signal, decoding, recording, and observing a phenomenon that bridges gravitational and electromagnetic reality. This is the moment he has been preparing for since Geneva, the culmination of months of anticipation, study, and focus, and he knows that the data he collects in these final moments will define the mission's scientific legacy. He continues to speak, recording his observations aloud as he tracks the interplay between tidal variation and signal generation. Amplitude relationships between frequency components remain stable throughout 73 seconds. No phase drift observed. Ratios consistent across all layers of Delta 7 pattern. Mechanism produces structured electromagnetic output directly corresponding to gravitational variation. The display glows in the cabin, casting amber, red, and blue hues across Brennan's face, reflecting in his visor, and he traces the waveforms with steady hands, marking the data, ensuring the record is precise, comprehensive, and actionable. Brennan leans back in his seat, the faint vibration of Herald 7 humming beneath him, nodes thrumming with the compensation array's adjustments, panel 7 alpha glowing warm in the periphery of his vision. Outside the viewport, Sagittarius A looms as a dark swirl, its event horizon a sharp, incomprehensible boundary of light and shadow framed by the accretion disk's fire. Tiny particles from the outer accretion stream flick past the hull at relativistic speed, leaving brief streaks of energetic fluorescence across his vision. The station itself creaks under tidal stress, a constant reminder that every system, every node, is balancing against an environment that would obliterate anything unprepared for it. The theoretical literature he has reviewed over the past decade contains frameworks meant to describe exactly the kind of coupling he is seeing, but none had the resolution that his instruments provide now, and none had ever been tested from inside the gravitational environment. From his perspective, those frameworks reveal more than their authors ever realized. The data now available in the cabin, streaming across his tertiary display, allows him to see subtle features of signal formation that had been entirely invisible from 10,000 light-years away. Running Tanaka Horizon Holography Framework against current signal data, he says aloud, almost conversationally, though there is no one in the cabin to hear him but the ship's AI. His fingers swipe across the holographic interface, pulling Dr. Yuki Tanaka's 2037 paper onto the corner of the tertiary display. The paper lays out the Horizon Holography Framework, a theoretical extension of the holographic principle applied to black hole event horizons. According to Tanaka, the horizon can encode information about interior spacetime in a form readable from outside through sufficiently precise gravitational and electromagnetic observations. Brennan's instruments are more than sufficient. Framework predicts that electromagnetic output from the horizon contains structured, multi-frequency information mirroring the interior gravitational wave environment, he says, scrolling through the comparisons. His eyes follow the data populating alongside Tanaka's predictions, correlation coefficients appearing and stabilizing as the analysis completes. Correlation 0.93. That is not a coincidence. This is confirmation. Tanaka's framework is correct within the margin of refinement. Her calculations, done without data at this resolution, are astonishingly accurate. She deserves recognition for this. The cabin's air feels heavier with the realization. Panel lights blink, nodes hum, and the faint smell of overheated circuitry from the aft port cluster drifts in. Brennan leans closer, rubbing his jaw as he processes the results, his voice now softer, more introspective. The signal encodes what we have been seeing gravitationally. Electromagnetic manifestation and gravitational pattern are not independent. Tanaka was right. He moves to the second theoretical framework. Webb resonant cavity model, he says, tapping the display to overlay Dr. Marcus Webb's 2039 work. Webb proposed that the event horizon acts as a resonant cavity, amplifying gravitational wave components into electromagnetic signals. His predictions diverge from Tanaka's in mechanism, but not in observed outcome. Both theories attempt to explain why structured electromagnetic outputs exist at event horizons. Checking for resonant amplification signature, Brennan says, engaging the analysis software. He watches as specific frequency bands of the Herald 6 signal are examined. Components 3, 5, and 7 respond, their amplitude peaks aligning with Webb's predictions for a black hole of Sagittarius A's mass and spin. Resonant amplification present within 4% of predicted values. Both frameworks partially correct. Electromagnetic output is holographic and resonant simultaneously. He pauses and lets his eyes drift to the viewport again. The black hole seems still and incomprehensible, but Brennan knows it is seething with forces his mind can only abstractly model. The accretion disk's edge ripples, bright blobs of matter spiraling inward, their motion creating faint electromagnetic interference that brushes against the station's sensors. He shivers slightly and focuses again on the displays, aware that every node, every sensor, is his lifeline and his instrument of observation. His gaze returns to the tertiary screen, layering the Tanaka and Webb comparisons side by side. The signal data lies between them, echoing both frameworks, a hybrid of holographic encoding and resonant amplification. Unified model required, he mutters. Neither alone suffices. The Herald 6 signal and my observations demand integration. Finally, he turns to the third theoretical framework, Dr. Amara Osei's quantum boundary memory hypothesis. Published 6 weeks before launch, Osei's paper had escaped the program's formal review and had lain on Brennan's personal device since he discovered it on the aircraft en route to the launch facility. He had read it, half distracted on the way to the launch pad, the paper's implications troubling and exhilarating in equal measure. The idea that the event horizon could accumulate a structured record of gravitational waves over cosmological timescales, and encoded in quantum vacuum fluctuations resonated strongly now, more than ever, as he observed patterns in the Herald 6 signal that could not be explained by real-time transduction alone. OSI Quantum Boundary Memory Framework, he says, opening the document next to the other two. The screen fills with annotations and comparison plots, temporal layers of the signal aligned against OSI's predicted historical patterns. Predicts electromagnetic output, encodes historical gravitational wave information, accumulated over cosmological timescales. Not a snapshot, but a recording replayed through quantum fluctuations. He leans forward, tracing the deeper frequency components with his fingertips. Components 1 and 2 show patterns inconsistent with the current Delta 7 stage, yet consistent with an earlier iteration of the same recursive pattern. Temporal layering consistent with OSI's hypothesis, he says, almost in disbelief. Herald 6 is reading out information from before any probe mission reached this location. The boundary has been recording this pattern for longer than the program, longer than the human species. The Delta 7 pattern is ancient, ongoing. We are observing the latest chapter in a process that has been developing for eons. A subtle vibration passes through the floor plates as a minor adjustment in the aft node cluster completes. Brennan's reflection is momentarily interrupted by the mechanical hum of the compensation array balancing against Sagittarius A's tidal forces. He rubs his eyes, then glances at the monitor timestamps, 2 minutes remaining before pre-fold initiation. Time compresses, but the clarity of observation sharpens in tandem. The signal contains multi-frequency relationships aligned with Delta 7, consistent with Tanaka, he notes. Resonant amplification as predicted by Webb. Temporal layering supporting OSI. Combined mechanism, holographic encoding, resonance, accumulated quantum memory. Herald 6 provides evidence for all three simultaneously. He pauses and allows himself a slow exhale, looking out at the glowing corona of the accretion disk. The colors shift subtly, plasma threads arcing across the horizon, flaring briefly before fading. The visual display is irrelevant to the data, yet it reminds him that the environment is dynamic, violent, yet ordered in a way the signal itself mirrors. Each theoretical framework, individually elegant, had been insufficient. Together, they map onto the signal like keys fitting into a complex lock, explaining why electromagnetic output mirrors gravitational patterns, why certain components resonate, and why traces of earlier structures persist. Brennan touches the interface again, highlighting areas of temporal overlap in the signal components. Deeper frequencies correspond to older structural information, he says, verifying the phase and amplitude alignments against his Delta 7 logs. He adjusts the color scales, watching harmonics shift across the false color spectrum, confirming the patterns are robust and not artifacts of measurement. Event horizon functioning simultaneously as holographic encoder, resonant cavity, and quantum memory recorder. Mechanisms not exclusive, signal is composite. Integrated model required for full interpretation. The cabin feels alive with the implications. Instruments hum, nodes pulse, lights flicker as data flows. Outside, the black hole spins, indifferent, a gravitational titan feeding on matter and energy, its event horizon a boundary, a recording device, a transducer, a resonator. Brennan watches the interplay of theory and observation, of prediction and measurement, knowing he is seeing a phenomenon that bridges decades of theoretical work and will redefine the understanding of black holes for generations. He leans back again, noting the pre-fold checklist blinking faintly on the secondary screen. The Delta 7 pattern, Herald 6 output, and the three theoretical frameworks converge in his mind. Time is pressing, the station adjusting constantly, the tidal forces unyielding. Yet within the cabin, within the displays and the hum of machinery, he holds a clarity born from focus and preparation. The Herald 6 signal confirms, extends, and integrates Tanaka, Webb, and OSI frameworks, he says aloud, voice measured but firm. Electromagnetic output mirrors Delta 7 pattern, resonates at predicted frequencies, and preserves temporal structure consistent with accumulated record. Event horizon operates simultaneously through multiple mechanisms. Observations complete, record in progress. Outside, the black hole continues to swirl. Inside, Brennan continues to log, measure, and verify, every movement deliberate, every observation precise, embedding in the mission record a dataset that is unmatched, unparalleled, and unique in human history. The gray suit had wanted data. Brennan thinks about this in the 30 seconds. He allows himself between completing the signal analysis log entries and initiating the pre-fold checklist. 30 seconds of quiet attention in a cabin where every panel hums with precise feedback. Every gauge flickers in the amber-red gradient of monitored variance, and the tertiary screen glows with the 3 theoretical frameworks and their correlation coefficients. Each one a monument to months of calculations and debates he has been carrying in his mind since Geneva. He imagines the man in the windowless conference room with his dark blue folder, the carefully chosen language, the crisp cadence in his speech, and the way he had outlined the mission requirements with a clinical detachment that made every word sound like a mandate rather than a suggestion. The program had needed instrument readings, gravitational wave data and electromagnetic spectrum analysis and tidal force measurements, shielding performance, the metrics that justified the mission's existence to review boards, funding committees, oversight structures, the intricate lattice of institutional necessity that ensures these programs continue to operate. But the program had also needed something it could not articulate, a consciousness in the environment capable of interpreting the data in ways automated probes could not. The telemetry the probes returned had been extraordinary in content, yet fundamentally uninterpretable without a mind capable of context, a mind trained to notice deviations that algorithms could not anticipate. It had needed Brennan's specific consciousness, because his combination of expertise, curiosity, and compromised record made him simultaneously the most qualified candidate available and the most manageable one. Someone the program could send into the gravitational maelstrom of Sagittarius A and trust to extract something meaningful while remaining controllable in their institutional calculations. But the program had not needed, had not anticipated, had not built its expectations around receiving what he had just produced. A unified observational confirmation of 3 competing theoretical frameworks for event horizon electromagnetic output, a coupling mechanism supported by in situ measurements at a resolution no previous mission had achieved, and the observational support for an accumulated record hypothesis suggesting the delta-7 pattern had been developing on cosmological timescales. On top of that, his reanalysis of the probe telemetry archive demonstrated that classified addenda across 6 missions collectively constituted a suppressed scientific finding of fundamental importance, one the broader physics community had been denied access to for 4 years. It was more than data, more than readings. It was a revelation that would ripple through theoretical physics in ways no one had been prepared for. "What I am bringing back," Brennan says to the mission log, his voice carrying the precise cadence of someone deliberately measured, "is not what the program sent me to collect. It is considerably more than that, and it is going to be considerably more difficult for the program to manage than what they anticipated receiving, and I find that I have opinions about that which I am going to keep out of the mission log, because the mission log is a scientific document, and my opinions about the program's management of scientific findings are not scientific data." He pauses for the briefest fraction of a second, letting the words settle in the digital record. What is scientific data is the finding itself, and the finding is in the primary data package, which transmits automatically on fold initiation and does not require anyone's permission or clearance determination to leave this location and reach the receivers on Earth. I want that fact in the record as well. The pre-fold checklist appears on his primary interface. 1 minute and 47 seconds of mission time remain. He scans the status of the ship. The compensation array is stable at 86.3% integrity. Node 31 is holding at its manual calibration. Coupling between the aft port nodes is within nominal range. Panel 7 alpha reads 1.9 above mission start baseline. Its acceleration rate has not increased further in the last 4 minutes, a rate that is not stabilization, but is acceptable within the calculations he has run. Delta 7 is visible on the primary screen. Its tertiary recursive layer is stable, its periodicity consistent, amplitude above the level recorded in Herald 5's final telemetry, and below the level predicted by theoretical models. Herald 7 remains in one piece. The data package is complete. The pre-fold checklist sits ready. He begins methodically working through it. Pre-fold checklist initiation, timestamp 8 minutes 13 seconds, he announces, even though there is no one in the cabin to respond. His hands move with the steady precision of someone who has rehearsed this sequence countless times, a rhythm internalized over months of simulations and planning. Every interface adjustment, every panel touch, every input is deliberate. Each action triggers a cascade of data, a small oscillation in the tactile feedback under his fingers, a tiny shift in the ambient hum of the cabin as the systems adjust to the commands. The remaining items on the checklist are a sequence of cross-checks, computational verifications, and safety overrides, each of which requires mental attention equal to its technical weight. Outside the cabin, the event horizon continues its patient, relentless work. Space-time stretches and swirls, tides fold and refold, Hawking radiation fluctuates imperceptibly yet inevitably. Inside Herald 7, one man moves through the last items on his list, balancing precision, speed, and comprehension, carrying the steadiness that Teresa deserves, the accuracy that Carl Bickel deserves, and the completeness that the 3 analysis team members who wrote the Herald 3 classified addendum under protest deserve. Each entry is logged, each calculation verified, each system status cross-checked against the mission parameters. The interface prompts him for the navigation parameter selection. This is the decision at the center of the fold sequence, the choice among 3 protocols that correspond, without explicitly naming them, to 3 different theoretical interpretations of how time behaves when a human passes through a fold. One choice emphasizes minimizing temporal dilation at the expense of spatial efficiency. Another prioritizes aligning the fold trajectory with predicted gravitational resonance nodes. The third is a balanced compromise designed to preserve system redundancy and maintain delta 7 integrity through the fold. Brennan's eyes trace the 3 options on the display, recalling the simulations, the calculations, the countless mental exercises of what-if scenarios. He visualizes the fold as a river of spacetime, each protocol a path with its own turbulence, its own eddies, its own unpredictable flow. He imagines the consequences of each choice, what it would feel like to experience the acceleration along each vector, the tidal forces amplified or mitigated by the choice of path, the shift in delta 7's harmonics as the ship reorients, the effect on the compensation array, and the manual calibration of node 31. He does not rush. He does not slow. The event horizon outside continues its ancient work with patient constancy. Inside the cabin, every instrument flicker and every panel glow is a signal he reads and interprets in real time. He navigates the checklist with a precision honed from years of experience, his mind alternating between analytical rigor and intuitive assessment. Every microsecond is accounted for. Every calculation is contextualized against the live data, against theoretical expectations, against the potential surprises that the black hole's environment might throw at him. At 45 seconds into the selection stage, he is ready. The decision is waiting. The navigation parameter options lie before him like a doorway he has been preparing to open for 3 months. He takes a breath, feeling the subtle vibrations of the hull through the seat beneath him, the hum of the compensation array through the floor, the faint harmonic that resonates in his teeth from the tidal forces outside. The cabin is quiet but charged, every system poised at a critical equilibrium, every node, every panel, every sensor a silent witness to the choice he is about to make. The moment stretches. It is neither panic nor hesitation, but an exacting clarity, the kind of clarity that arises when accumulated experience, preparation, and knowledge converge in a single instant and demand precise execution. He considers the implications. The fold sequence will begin in less than 30 seconds. The primary data package will transmit automatically. The Herald 6 findings will reach Earth, and the theoretical physics community will receive a revelation decades in the making. Every decision from this point is the culmination of months of preparation, the endpoint of human insight interfacing directly with an environment that no human had ever fully experienced. He selects the protocol, committing Herald 7 to the chosen trajectory. The interface confirms the choice. Data streams align, instruments lock onto expected feedback patterns, and the cabin seems to exhale in subtle shifts of light and energy. The decision is executed. The fold awaits, and Brennan, in the precise center of this convergence of calculation, observation, and human intuition, sits prepared. The checklist is complete. The decision has been made. The clock continues its relentless countdown, 1 minute and 2 seconds remaining. Every panel is nominal. Delta 7 remains stable. Node 31 holds at manual calibration. Panel 7 alpha is within parameters. Herald 7 is poised to fold. And in that suspended moment, between the choice made and the fold initiated, Brennan allows himself a fraction of satisfaction. Not pride, not relief, not triumph, satisfaction. Satisfaction that the months of preparation, the years of study, the understanding of gravitational, electromagnetic, and quantum processes, the mental calculation of probabilities and outcomes, all converge in a single action that will transmit the truth of the Herald 6 signal to a human audience for the first time, unmediated and intact. The decision is made. The fold is imminent. The clock continues to tick. The office they shared had always been small for two people who thought expansively. It wasn't just cramped. It demanded a coordination of movement that became unconscious over time. Every time Brennan reached for the printer, Carl leaned back in a way that left space. Every time Carl's pen slid across the page, Brennan's elbow found a different arc around it. The kind of proximity that could breed irritation instead produced a rhythm, a quiet intimacy of intellect and habit. The air smelled of strong coffee, and the faint tang of electrical heat from too many computers running in a space designed for fewer. Paper stacked in precarious piles gave the room the scent of old knowledge, the paper pressed into the memory of the walls and the rug. Outside, the single window faced the canal, the gray November sky hanging low for weeks without change, the drizzle softening the outlines of boats and bridges. The city seemed distant, yet intimately connected through the narrow glass rectangle. Carl was 5 years younger than Brennan, and meticulous in the ways that mattered most. Where Brennan relied on intuition and experience, Carl relied on precise foresight, seeing patterns in incomplete data that Brennan sometimes only recognized in retrospect. Brennan had felt a mixture of admiration and discomfort the first time he realized Carl's mind worked this way. It wasn't arrogance, it was clarity, rigorous and unyielding. It made collaboration exhilarating and at times humbling. Carl set the grant draft on the desk and leaned back, chair creaking against the floor. "I think this is strong," he said. His voice carried satisfaction, but also the tension of someone who had spent 3 weeks shaping every sentence, every table, every figure. The section on the observational methodology is particularly solid. I went back and forth on the frequency resolution specifications, but I think the numbers I've landed on are defensible. He met Brennan's eyes. "What do you think of the supporting data in Section 4? Brennan scrolled through the section on his screen, tracing the numbers and modeling runs he had converted into observational language. He considered the choices he had made, what had been included, what had been left out, and what the absence of certain details might imply to a reviewer reading carefully. "I think it supports the central claims adequately," he said. Each word was deliberate, technically accurate, yet left unspoken the more delicate truths of what the data could not resolve. Carl nodded. "The ERC reviewers will scrutinize the methodology section. The observational timeline is ambitious. I want to make sure we can defend the data in Section 4 if they press us. Have you considered including the raw processing details in the supplementary materials? Reviewers need every tool to evaluate the methodology without bloating the main document." Brennan paused, weighing the risk and benefit. Including them might clutter, yet omitting them could invite skepticism. "I don't think the raw processing details are necessary," he said, carefully neutral, letting the confidence of choice cover the nuance of judgment. Carl made a note and nodded. "Good. I'll finalize formatting this week, and we can submit by Friday. Honestly, I think this is genuinely good work. The central question is the right question, and the methodology is sound. I'm glad we're doing this together." Brennan allowed himself a small smile, the rare acknowledgement of satisfaction he rarely let show. I'm glad too, he said. It was true and true enough, and Carl accepted it without probing. They submitted on Friday. 8 weeks later, the review board approved the application. Experiments followed as described. Some of the supporting data matched what Brennan had forecast in Section 4, some did not. The discrepancy went unnoticed for 18 months, discovered by a graduate student during a routine audit. The review board convened to investigate, and the resulting report ended Carl's institutional career and almost ended Brennan's. The memory of the office, the work, and the weight of that outcome was not abstract. It was vivid in Brennan's mind, as if the gray November light, the hum of computers, and the smell of coffee had all been recorded in the neurons of his brain like data in a storage array. He remembered Carl leaning over the desk, pen in hand, eyes bright with curiosity and trust. The precision of Carl's movements, the subtle raising of an eyebrow when he disagreed, the tilt of his head when he asked for Brennan's insight, all of it replayed now in the cabin of Harold 7, a quiet echo of humanity in the sterile environment of the spacecraft. The office had smelled of coffee, but also of possibility. There had been an intensity in the air that the small space amplified, a pressure like a laboratory of thought and ambition confined to four walls. Outside, the canal carried on, indifferent to the human drama inside. Brennan had noticed the small details. A paperweight moved slightly during the wind gusts outside the window, the reflection of fluorescent lights on the polished metal of Carl's glasses, the subtle way the computer fan shifted air across the desk. All these small things had been part of the texture of collaboration. Carl had that rare clarity in his work that made Brennan simultaneously admire and feel exposed. He would spot an inconsistency in a figure that Brennan had assumed correct, a misalignment in a derivation that Brennan had overlooked, and he did so without condescension, merely with precision. If we push the timeline like this, Carl would say, tapping a figure in the methodology, then the uncertainty propagates through sections 4 and 5 differently than you've modeled it. Have you considered adjusting for covariance here? Brennan had, but Carl's articulation forced a refinement, a reconsideration, and sometimes a correction. The discussion of methodology and data flowed naturally, a conversation in which both minds were in full motion. I think the reviewers will appreciate the rigor, Carl said at one point, leaning back, fingers steepled. But we can't let them catch us off guard. The raw processing is accessible if they ask, but it doesn't belong in the main text. Brennan nodded, scrolling through the figures once more. Agreed. The main narrative has to stand on its own, yet every claim has to be defensible. This is the balance. Carl smiled faintly, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Balance is the right word. The methodology section is solid, but precision is where we live. I like the approach we've taken. Every assumption is explicit. Every calculation traceable. There's no ambiguity left for the reviewers to exploit. They moved around the office with ease as they talked, reaching over the same desk, adjusting a laptop, shifting a chair. The coordination that had once been unconscious now felt natural even in its intensity. Each motion was part of a shared rhythm, like two musicians playing different instruments in perfect synchrony, neither dominating, neither clashing. When the submission finally went in, there was a sense of quiet relief. The work was done, the application complete. Outside, the Dutch sky continued its flat gray vigil, the canal indifferent to human affairs. Inside, the office was filled with the low hum of computers and the muted sound of two colleagues moving in tandem through intellectual territory, mapping unknowns with a careful precision. Brennan carries all of this now on Harold 7. The cramped office, the smell of coffee, the gray sky, Carl's calm rigor, the trust, the eventual consequences. They are as present in the artificial gravity of the spacecraft as they had been in that Amsterdam room. Every calculation, every decision, every detail has a weight because it is connected to everything he has learned about working with others, about trust, about observation, and about responsibility. The memory persists, tangible and precise, and in the hum of the spacecraft, with the glow of the tertiary screens and the Delta 7 pattern unfolding across his instruments, Brennan knows exactly why he carries it. Not just for him, not just for Carl, but for the work, the pursuit, and the consequences that attach themselves to every choice in science and in life. The review board hearing had taken place in a conference room in Brussels that carried the same anonymous institutional sameness Brennan had encountered in a dozen other buildings across Europe. The air faintly stale in a way that suggested a ventilation system, designed for efficiency rather than comfort. The carpet holding a muted geometric pattern that had likely been selected from a catalog, because it offended no one and impressed no one. And the long table at the center of the room, positioned beneath recessed lighting that flattened everything it touched into something evenly lit and difficult to hide inside, which Brennan had noticed at the time, with the detached awareness of someone who had already accepted that nothing about this process was going to offer him a place to stand that was not exposed. Board had consisted of 5 members seated along one side of the table, each with a tablet and a printed copy of the materials in front of them, each one occupying their space with the quiet authority of people, accustomed to making decisions that alter other people's careers. And none of them had introduced themselves beyond their names and institutional affiliations, because the introductions were not the purpose of the meeting, and the purpose of the meeting did not require familiarity, only accuracy. Carl had been called in first. Brennan had been shown to a waiting room down the hall, a smaller space with 2 chairs and a narrow table, and a wall-mounted screen displaying a rotating set of institutional announcements that he had not read, because his attention had been occupied entirely by the closed door at the end of the corridor, and by the knowledge of what was happening on the other side of it. Knowledge that did not require imagination, because the sequence of questions was predictable, and Carl's answers were equally predictable in the way that truthful answers tend to be when the person giving them does not know there is anything to conceal. He had sat there for 2 hours, his hands resting flat on his knees at first and then shifting to clasp together, and then separating again. Small movements that marked the passage of time without changing anything about the situation itself. And he had run the conversation in his head more than once, hearing the questions as they would be asked, and hearing Carl's voice answering them with the clarity and precision Brennan had always relied on. Answers that would align perfectly with the evidence, because Carl did not know that the evidence had been shaped in a way that would make his accuracy damaging. "They're going to ask about Section 4, Brennan said quietly to himself at one point, not because saying it changed anything, but because silence had become difficult to maintain in a room that offered nothing else to engage with. They'll start there, or they'll circle back to it, but they'll get there. He leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes for a moment, and in that moment he could see Carl at the table in the other room, not as a guest but as a reconstruction built from familiarity. Carl sitting upright with his hands folded loosely in front of him, listening fully to each question before answering carefully but without hesitation, because hesitation would imply uncertainty, and Carl was not uncertain about the work he believed they had done. "He's going to answer exactly," Brennan said under his breath, opening his eyes again and staring at the neutral wall across from him. "Every question exactly." When the door at the end of the corridor finally opened and a staff member stepped out to call his name, Brennan stood immediately, the transition from waiting to moving happening without any visible pause, and he walked down the hallway with a steady pace that felt almost detached from the rest of him, as though his body understood the necessity of composure even if the rest of him was occupied elsewhere. The conference room was exactly as he had imagined it would be, the 5 board members seated in a line, the documents arranged with quiet precision, the atmosphere carrying that same controlled neutrality that discouraged anything resembling performance and demanded something closer to fact. "Dr. Brennan," the lead reviewer said, looking up from her tablet as he entered. "Please have a seat." He sat across from them, placing his hands on the table in front of him, palms down, a position that felt deliberate without being staged, and he met the lead reviewer's gaze as she set a printed copy of Section 4 between them, the pages aligned carefully as though the alignment itself mattered. "My name is Dr. Sarah Prinz," she said, her tone even and measured, the introduction brief and functional. "We are going to ask you a series of questions regarding the data presented in this section and the process by which it was derived. Please answer as precisely as you are able." "I will," Brennan said, and his voice came out steady, carrying none of the tension he was aware of holding in his chest. Prinz tapped the document lightly with one finger. "Walk us through the derivation of the supporting data in Section 4, she said. Brennan looked down at the pages, at the figures and tables he had constructed, at the language he had chosen to describe them, and he felt, not for the first time, the distance between what the document presented and what had actually been done, a distance that had once seemed manageable and that now sat on the table in front of him as something that could not be reduced by explanation. The data in Section 4 originates from a series of modeling runs conducted on the simulation framework we developed during the preliminary phase of the project, he said, keeping his tone aligned with the structure of the question. The outputs of those runs were processed and interpreted in a way that allowed them to be presented in the format you see here. Interpreted, Prinz repeated, her expression unchanged. In what way? In a way that aligned them with the observational language used in the rest of the document, Brennan said, and he could hear the precision in his own phrasing, the careful selection of words that described what he had done without softening it into something it was not. Was the data presented here derived from direct observation? Another board member asked, his voice carrying the same professional neutrality. No, Brennan said. There was a brief pause, not for effect but for the record, a moment in which the answer existed on its own before the next question followed. Did Dr. Bickel know the nature of the data in Section 4? Prinz asked. No, Brennan said again, the repetition landing differently the second time, heavier because of what it implied rather than what it stated. Did he have access to the raw processing files that would have allowed him to identify the discrepancy independently? Not without requesting them directly from me, Brennan said. The files were stored on my system. Our workflow did not include full cross-review of all raw data. Prinz made a note on her tablet, her pen moving with small, precise motions, and Brennan watched that motion for a fraction of a second before returning his attention to her face, understanding that what was being written was not something he would see but something that would contribute to a conclusion already forming. Why was the decision made to present modeled data in the language of observational results? She asked. Brennan took a breath, not a dramatic pause but a necessary one, a moment to align what he was going to say with what he knew to be accurate. The decision was made incrementally, he said. Each step in isolation appeared defensible. The aggregation of those steps produced the outcome you are examining. Do you consider that outcome acceptable within the standards of the field? Prinz asked. No, Brennan said. The hearing continued in that manner, question following answer in a sequence that felt both structured and inevitable, each response narrowing the space of possible interpretations until what remained was the simplest and most direct account of what had happened, and when it concluded the board thanked him for his cooperation with the same neutrality they had maintained throughout. And he was shown out of the room with no indication of what the final determination would be beyond the assurance that it would be communicated within 30 days. The findings, when they arrived, had been written in the same language the board had used in the room, precise and unembellished, describing the discrepancy and its origin and the responsibilities assigned to each party, and the recommendations had followed from those descriptions with a logic that was difficult to dispute and impossible to ignore. Carl's contract had not been renewed. Brennan's contract had not been renewed. The difference between those two statements had not been in the words themselves, but in the structures they interacted with, in the types of positions they occupied, and the mechanisms by which those positions could be terminated or altered. And the result had been that Carl left the institution entirely, while Brennan moved laterally into another role that allowed him to continue working under a different set of constraints, a difference that had never felt like a correction and had never been framed as one. He had sat with the letter in his hands the first time he read it, the paper heavier than it needed to be, the language clear enough that it required no second interpretation, and he had read it again immediately, not because he expected it to change, but because repetition was the only available response to something that did not offer a path forward. "You're still here," he had said quietly to himself in the empty office, the words sounding unfamiliar in the space that no longer held Carl's presence. And he is. The first attempt to contact Carl had come a week later, the email drafted and redrafted until it reached a point where further revision did not improve it, but only delayed sending it, the cursor blinking at the end of the final sentence as though waiting for something Brennan could not supply. "I don't know how to write this in a way that matches what happened," he had typed, then deleted, then rewritten in a different form, adjusting phrasing without changing meaning, trying to find a balance between acknowledgement and restraint that did not collapse under its own weight. In the end, he had sent it. He had waited. There had been no reply. The second attempt had been a letter, written by hand because the act of writing it that way felt necessary in a way he could not fully justify, the pen moving more slowly than his thoughts, forcing him to consider each sentence as it formed. "I'm not asking for a response," he had written at one point, the words sitting on the page with a clarity that felt closer to truth than anything else he had tried. "I am writing because not writing is no longer something I can justify to myself." He had folded the paper, placed it in an envelope, and sent it to the school in Bratislava where Carl was now teaching, the address something he had looked up and confirmed twice before writing it down. There had been no reply to that either. In the cabin of Harold 7, with the systems humming around him and the mission clock continuing its steady progression, Brennan allows the memory to settle without pushing it away, holding it in the same space as the instrument readings and the checklist and the data he has spent the last minutes assembling, understanding that the difference between then and now is not in the clarity of the situation, but in what he chooses to do with it. And he checks the panel readings with the same attention he gives everything else, his voice steady as he logs the values, the present and the past occupying the same continuous line of thought that does not offer separation, only sequence. Carl had come into the office on a Wednesday morning carrying the knowledge of the audit finding in a way that showed itself before he said anything at all. In the careful way, he closed the door behind him, rather than leaving it half open, as he usually did, in the slight hesitation before he set his bag down on the chair, in the way his eyes moved once around the room as though recalibrating a space that had been familiar and had just become something else. Brennan had been at his desk already, the same desk where he had written Section 4, the same arrangement of screens and papers and coffee cups that had framed weeks of work, and he had known, from the moment Carl's hand lingered on the door for half a second longer than it should have, that the conversation they had managed to avoid for the last 48 hours had arrived. Carl did not speak immediately, and Brennan did not fill the silence, because the silence had a structure to it, a weight that both of them understood without needing to name it. And after a moment, Carl walked across the narrow space between their desks and sat down, not with his usual casual drop into the chair, but with a deliberate lowering, as though he needed to feel the ground under him before he started. "You read the audit report," Brennan said, his voice steady, not as a question but as a way of marking the point they were already standing at. Carl let out a breath that might have been a laugh in a different context, something brief and without humor. "I read it twice," he said, looking directly at Brennan now, not with anger, not yet, but with something that was more difficult to meet. "I read it once because I thought I must have misunderstood what they were saying, and I read it again because the first time didn't change on the second pass." Brennan nodded once, a small acknowledgement that did not move anything forward but kept the conversation from stalling. "Tell me it was a mistake," Carl said, and there was a careful control in the way he said it, as though he had rehearsed the sentence and chosen each word. "Tell me it was sloppiness or overconfidence, or that you were under pressure and you cut a corner you shouldn't have cut, and you didn't realize how it would look until it was already done, and I will believe you." He paused, and the pause stretched just enough to make the next part land harder. "I want to believe you, Brennan. You know that. I need to know whether I was wrong to trust you the way I did." Brennan leaned back slightly in his chair, feeling the edge of the desk against his lower back, anchoring himself in a physical sensation while he chose what to say. And for a moment he could feel the shape of the easier answer sitting there, available and almost convincing in its own way, a version of events that would soften the edges and give Carl something he could hold on to without everything collapsing. "It was not a mistake," Brennan said, and the words settled between them with a finality that neither of them tried to interrupt. "I knew what I was doing when I wrote it. I knew how it would read. I knew what it would support." He held Carl's gaze. "I did not intend for it to affect you. That does not change what it is." Carl's expression shifted, not abruptly but in stages, as though each part of what Brennan had said required its own place to land, and he looked down at the desk for a moment, his fingers resting on the edge of it, tapping once in a motion that stopped as soon as it started. "Why?" Carl said after a while, lifting his eyes again, and there was no accusation in the word, which made it harder to answer, because it was not trying to trap him, it was trying to understand him. Not the general answer. Not something abstract. Why that choice at that moment in that document? Brennan exhaled slowly, feeling the question move through him in a way that demanded something more than the surface explanation. "I was trying to make the work hold together," he said, and even as he said it, he knew it was incomplete. The data we had wasn't enough to support the claims we were making, and I convinced myself that the modeling runs were close enough, that presenting them the way I did was a way of showing where the data would go once we had it. Carl listened without interrupting, his face still, giving Brennan the space to continue or to stop. "And I told myself," Brennan went on, "that it was temporary, that it was a way of getting through the review process so we could do the actual work and replace it with real observations." He paused, then shook his head slightly. "That is the version I told myself at the time. It leaves out the part where I knew exactly what it was, and I did it anyway." Carl leaned back in his chair, his hands coming together in front of him, fingers interlacing in a way Brennan had seen 100 times during discussions that required focus. "I read Section 4 before we submitted," Carl said quietly. "I went through it line by line because it was your section, and I trusted that you had done the work the way you always do." He looked at Brennan, and there was something like disbelief there now, not dramatic, just present. "I didn't ask for the raw files. I didn't think I needed to." "You shouldn't have needed to," Brennan said immediately, the response coming without hesitation. "That is not on you." Carl gave a small nod, acknowledging the statement without accepting it as a resolution. "That's the part I keep coming back to," Carl said. "Not the board, not the audit, not even what happens next, but that moment. Sitting right there," he gestured toward Brennan's desk. "Reading it. Trusting it." The room felt smaller as he said it, the space between them no longer something they moved through easily, but something that held the weight of what had been placed inside it. "I don't know what to do with that," Carl added, and there was no anger in his voice, just a quiet admission that seemed to take more effort than anything else he had said. Brennan did not try to answer that, because there was no answer that would not diminish the reality of it, and the silence that followed was different from the earlier silence, not heavy in the same way but settled, as though something had reached a point beyond which it could not be undone by continuing to talk. After a moment Carl stood up, the movement unhurried, and turned toward the coat hanging on the hook by the door, taking it down and slipping it on with careful, deliberate motions that suggested he was giving himself something to do while he decided how to end the conversation. "I imagine the board will want to speak to us soon," he said, adjusting the collar slightly. "I've already been contacted about scheduling." "They have contacted me as well," Brennan said. Carl nodded once, as though confirming something he had already assumed. "I don't know what happens next," he said, his hand resting on the back of the chair for a moment before letting go. "For either of us. I have some idea, but I don't know the details." He looked at Brennan again, and this time there was something harder in his expression, not anger exactly, but clarity. "I expect it will not be the same for you as it is for me." Brennan absorbed that without responding, because anything he said in response would either deny it or confirm it, and neither option felt honest enough to speak. Carl moved to the door and placed his hand on the handle, pausing there for a moment that stretched just long enough to suggest he might say something else, and then he shook his head slightly, as though deciding against it. "I'm going to go," he said simply. Brennan nodded. "All right." Carl opened the door and stepped out into the corridor, and the door closed behind him with a soft click that sounded final in a way doors usually do not, and Brennan remained where he was, seated at his desk, looking at the space Carl had occupied, the chair still slightly angled from where he had pushed it back. He sat there for a long time, longer than he could later account for, the sounds of the building continuing around him in the background, footsteps in the hallway, a distant phone ringing, the low hum of the computers filling the room in a way that felt louder now that there was no one else there. "You did that," he said quietly to himself at one point, the words not accusatory so much as factual. "That is what you did." He stood eventually and walked to the window, looking out at the canal, the water moving slowly under the gray sky, the buildings across from them unchanged, everything outside continuing as though nothing inside the office had shifted, and the contrast between those two things settled into him with a kind of permanence he did not try to resist. In Harold 7, the memory releases him not gently but completely, the office in Amsterdam giving way all at once to the cockpit around him, the instrument panels reasserting themselves in sharp detail, the hum of the compensation array replacing the distant sounds of the building, and the mission clock pulling his attention forward with a steady progression that does not pause for memory. He inhales once deeply, and the air inside the suit tastes filtered and dry, a reminder of where he is and what remains to be done. 8 minutes 43 seconds, he says into the mission log, his voice returning to that flat, controlled precision that the record requires. Checklist at item 14. Compensation array holding at 86.3% integrity. Node 31 stable at manual calibration. Panel 7 alpha at 2.1 above mission start baseline. Acceleration rate unchanged over the last 4 minutes. He moves his hands across the controls as he speaks, verifying each reading as he logs it. The sequence practiced enough that it does not require conscious effort and leaves room for everything else that is still present in him. Data package confirmed complete and queued for automatic transmission on fold initiation. He continues, his eyes moving from one display to the next. All primary systems within operational parameters for fold sequence. He pauses for a fraction of a second, not because he is unsure of what to say next, but because the next part matters in a different way. The data package includes a formal correction to the published record on all 6 prior probe missions, he says, his tone unchanged but the words carrying weight regardless. The correction restores to the accessible scientific literature the findings contained in the classified addenda and attributes those findings to the analysis team members who identified them. The document is included as a standalone file within the primary transmission package and will transmit automatically on fold initiation without requiring additional authorization. He lets that sit in the record, then shifts his attention back to the checklist. Proceeding to item 15, he says, his hands already moving, the rhythm of the work taking over where the memory has left him. The cabin around him feels smaller than it did before the memory surfaced, not physically but in the way that awareness of time changes the shape of a space. The knowledge of how little of it remains sharpening everything inside it. The displays brighter, the sounds more defined, the sense of sequence more immediate. He works through the next steps without rushing and without hesitation, each action following the last with the kind of precision that comes from repetition and necessity combined. And as he does, he is aware, in a way that does not distract him, of the line that connects where he is now to where he was in that office, a line that has not broken at any point in between, only extended. 1 minute and 17 seconds to navigation parameter selection, he says, glancing at the clock and then back to the interface. His hand hovers for a moment over the next control, not pausing long enough to interrupt the flow but long enough to register the significance of what comes next, and then he continues, moving forward with the same steady attention, the checklist unfolding in front of him, the decision approaching in a way that feels both inevitable and entirely his to make. The navigation interface on Herald 7's primary panel is deceptively simple in appearance. From a distance, it looks like a standard mission navigation display, the kind that spacecraft systems designers produce when they intend the software to handle complexity and the operator to see only the options relevant to human decision-making. Protocol Alpha, Protocol Delta, Protocol Gamma. 3 buttons, neatly labeled, clear enough that a person without any understanding of the underlying physics could select one and initiate a fold without knowing what they were choosing. The labels themselves, though simple, carried significance that the program's architects had deliberately concealed, and Brennan had spent months unpacking the implications of what each designation implied about the mission and the institution behind it. The mission briefing had recommended Protocol Alpha. It had been presented with the quiet force of authority, a confidence derived from the institutional architecture of the program, and a reliance on Sahlberg's geometric reset principle as the theoretical foundation. The recommendation stopped short of instructing him to select Alpha, but Brennan had known what it meant, and he had spent 3 months weighing whether he should follow it. He had revisited every model, every simulation, every previous mission report, and the Herald 6 signal analysis. He had run the mathematics over and over, mapping outcomes, probabilities, and risks with the precision that the mission demanded, and still, he had not arrived at a final choice. Not yet. Navigation parameter selection, item 20 of 22, he says aloud, his voice carrying clearly in the cabin. The microphone picks up each word and logs it. I'm going to work through each option in the mission log before I select because the selection is the most consequential decision this mission contains, and the record deserves a complete account of the reasoning that produced it. He pauses as his hand hovers over the tertiary display, the screen flickering with the calculations of Solberg, Tambali, and Rickson, along with two other frameworks he has been holding in reserve. Each framework is juxtaposed on the screen, the numbers and equations stacked side by side, an array of interlocking hypotheses and assumptions. He begins with Protocol Alpha. The Solberg geometric reset principle dominates the program's architecture. The fold is designed to dissolve accrued temporal displacement, returning the traveler to a temporal position consistent with the departure point's local time. In practice, if alpha is followed, Brennan folds space. The reset coefficient operates as Solberg predicts, and he arrives at Earth roughly 2 weeks after leaving. Teresa is 17.5. The gray suit receives his report. Earth continues from a position of temporal continuity. Protocol Alpha, he says, dictating into the mission log. The geometric reset principle requires the fold geometry to implement a boundary condition resolution that has no independent physical evidence supporting it beyond the internal consistency of the model. Solberg himself described the assumption as provisional in the original paper. The program has treated it as established because it needed to be. I have spent 3 months looking for independent evidence that the boundary condition resolution is real and not merely mathematically convenient, and I have not found it. He pauses, letting the words settle into the digital record. I have also spent 3 months wanting to find it, which is the kind of wanting that produces conclusions that the evidence does not support, and I am aware of that history in the specific way of someone instructed by it personally. Brennan leans back slightly, feeling the subtle hum of the station around him, the steady vibrations from the propulsion systems, the soft whir of the cooling fans, and the low-frequency oscillations of the compensation array. He notes the faint metallic scent that permeates the cabin, a blend of recycled air and the warmth of electronics. Each sensory detail anchors him in the immediate reality of Harold 7 even, as he considers temporal frameworks that stretch far beyond it. He moves on to Protocol Delta. Tambali's temporal displacement model had been submitted just months before launch, producing enough institutional discomfort that the author was removed from the advisory board in under 48 hours. Brennan had always found the sequence more persuasive than peer review alone. Institutions remove people for being inconveniently right, not for being wrong. Delta compresses transit time, but preserves accrued temporal displacement. He folds space and arrives at Earth 2 weeks later, but the world he returns to has advanced by the duration of his relativistic exposure. Protocol Delta, he dictates, his tone calm and precise. Tambali's mathematics are rigorous in a way that Solberg's are not. Rigorous in the sense that it requires no assumptions beyond established spacetime physics. Occam's razor favors Tambali. I have found no flaw in her mathematics despite 3 months of review. I have found reasons to want there to be a flaw, but wanting is not evidence, and I maintain that distinction now. Brennan's eyes flick to the tertiary screen, where Rickson path dependency calculations overlay the expected timelines. Visualizing the interplay of gravitational and electromagnetic coupling he has been monitoring for months. The waves shimmer across the display, a false color representation of a physical process he understands more deeply than anyone ever has. He can almost hear the signal in his mind, the structured multi-frequency output from Harold 6, a persistent echo from the edge of Sagittarius A. Protocol Gamma remains. The mission briefing described it as experimental, not recommended, language crafted to disguise the decision embedded in it. The parameters are laid out fully on the tertiary display: modified fold geometries, alternative reset coefficients, contingency temporal offsets. It is the option the program fears most. Protocol Gamma, Brennan says, enunciating slowly for the mission log. Experimental parameters, not recommended for primary use. The briefing implies risk beyond alpha or delta. Selection may produce outcomes untested by Solberg or Tambali models. The record must include the rationale for considering this option, despite advisory guidance. He leans forward, hand resting lightly on the selection panel. The cabin seems to narrow around him, every instrument a witness to his deliberation. He imagines the gray suit in Geneva, confident that Alpha is the correct choice, unaware of the internal reasoning he has been carrying for 3 months. He imagines Carl Bickel in Amsterdam, eyes scanning data, unaware of the consequences of the misattributed sections in Section 4, the years of fallout that hung in Brennan's memory as heavily as the hum of Harold 7 systems. Brennan dictates a summary. Each protocol has advantages and trade-offs. Alpha ensures temporal continuity, but relies on provisional assumptions. Delta adheres strictly to established physics and preserves accumulated temporal displacement, but results in a misalignment between personal and external time. Gamma introduces experimental adjustments that may reveal new coupling mechanisms or fail catastrophically. Decision requires weighing theoretical certainty against empirical risk, mathematical elegance against potential unknowns. The hum of the station fills the space while he pauses, the vibration beneath his fingertips a grounding counterpoint to the abstract futures he is evaluating. The compensation array maintains its 86.3% integrity. Panel 7 alpha is stable at 2.1 above baseline, and the Harold 6 signal analysis, which still streams faintly on a corner of his tertiary screen, pulses in time with the tidal variations he has been logging. He closes his eyes briefly and lets the record catch up with his voice. Each statement is saved in sequence, a full account of the reasoning that will remain accessible long after the mission. The microphone continues to log every word, translating thought into durable record. In a few minutes, the decision he has carried for 3 months will become action, executed with the precision that the mathematics demands. Brennan exhales slowly, opens his eyes and says aloud, "I have reviewed the protocols. I have reviewed the theoretical underpinnings, the empirical observations, and the institutional recommendations. I have dictated the reasoning in full. I am ready to proceed." The interface awaits his input. His hand hovers over the panel. 90 seconds remain until the fold sequence automatically begins, unless he acts first. He can feel the weight of history and consequence pressing in, a combination of everything he has observed, calculated, and remembered, all condensed into the next deliberate motion. He glances once more at the tertiary screen, the false color representations of gravitational waves, the structured multi-frequency Harold 6 signal, the overlay of Solberg, Tambali, and Rixson frameworks. He imagines the paths of each protocol branching outward through time, 3 distinct possible returns. Each is a coherent solution, each has its own cost and assurance. Brennan's voice breaks the silence again. All systems operational. Navigation interface engaged. All calculations cross-checked. The mission log reflects the complete reasoning process for protocol selection. The cabin hums, the instrument steady. The last 9 minutes of preparation converge on a single point. 1 hand, 1 selection, 1 fold. Protocol Gamma corresponds to Dr. Henrik Rixson's path dependency framework, the 2040 paper from the Copenhagen Center for Mathematical Physics. Rixson proposed that the interaction between fold geometry and temporal displacement is not fixed by the theoretical framework of the fold itself, but is path-dependent, determined by the precise trajectory through the higher dimensional manifold. This trajectory can be influenced through fold parameter selection, producing outcomes that span the continuum between the full reset predicted by Solberg and the full displacement predicted by Tambali, depending on the configuration Brennan chooses. Under Protocol Gamma, the outcome is not predetermined by theory. Instead, it is contingent on the parameter values set within the Gamma configuration. In other words, Gamma is not a single option, but a continuous spectrum of possibilities expressed through the adjustable parameter set presented by the navigation interface. Each parameter corresponds to a position along the continuum between full reset and full displacement, and the Rixson framework provides a mathematical model for predicting the temporal displacement that a particular configuration will produce. Protocol Gamma, Brennan says aloud, ensuring the microphone captures the statement for the mission log, his voice steady despite the intensity of the moment. He pulls up the Rickson equations on the tertiary display, alongside the interface for parameter adjustment. The numbers scroll in real time, equations converging into graphs and predictive outcomes. The path dependency framework is mathematically coherent and has not been refuted in the literature, though it has received less attention than Solberg or Tambali. It is less convenient than either because it requires the operator to make a parameter selection, rather than simply accepting a predetermined theoretical outcome. The program labeled it experimental and not recommended, because recommending it would require acknowledging that the outcome is not predetermined even under alpha, and acknowledging that would disrupt the implied authority of the Solberg-based protocols. He runs the Rickson calculation across multiple parameter sets. Predicted temporal displacement outcomes populate the screen, cascading in color-coded charts, near zero for the full reset extreme, the full displacement value for the opposite extreme, and a midpoint configuration producing partial displacement roughly 1/3 of the maximum. Brennan leans back in his chair for a fraction of a second, letting the data sink in, the hum of Harold 7's systems resonating beneath his fingertips. He is aware of the physical presence of the ship, even as his mind swims in abstract mathematics. Beyond the protocols the program highlighted, Brennan has identified 2 additional frameworks from the literature, both of which the mission briefing omitted entirely. Pulling them up on the tertiary display, he notes that these models may influence his understanding of the fold in ways the program has not accounted for. The first is Dr. Priya Nair's temporal scarring hypothesis, published by the Mumbai Institute of Theoretical Physics in 2041. Nair suggests that none of the primary frameworks fully account for the quantum mechanical effects on the traveler's temporal reference frame during fold initiation. The fold does more than transport the traveler. It actively imprints the accrued temporal displacement into the quantum state of the traveler's physical structure in a manner that persists beyond the fold. Consequently, the results of alpha, delta, and gamma would be altered relative to their predicted values. Nair temporal scarring framework, Brennan dictates into the mission log, making sure the reasoning is captured in full. If Nair is correct, the distinction between alpha and delta is smaller than either Solberg or Tambali predict, because quantum imprinting moves the alpha outcome toward the delta outcome regardless of the reset coefficient. Practically, this implies protocol alpha may not achieve the full reset anticipated, and protocol delta may produce displacement compounded by quantum effects absent from Tambali's calculations. He examines the predictions side by side, the tertiary screen now a landscape of layered hypotheses and computed outcomes. Each framework produces its own interpretation of the same fold geometry, and the differences are subtle yet consequential. The second framework is Dr. Amara Osai's quantum boundary memory model, discovered by Brennan 3 days before launch. Though the paper is theoretical, the implications for fold navigation are profound. If the event horizon has been accumulating a structured record of the gravitational wave environment over cosmological timescales, and if that information has been encoded into the quantum state of the vacuum at the boundary, then the traveler's physical structure, in contact with that quantum environment via Hawking radiation, carries a memory of the event horizon. At fold initiation, the traveler's quantum state is thus modified not only by accrued temporal displacement, but also by the boundary memory. Osai boundary memory implication for fold navigation, Brennan says, his words deliberate and clear. If Osai is correct, my quantum state at fold initiation includes information transferred from the event horizon through the Hawking radiation interaction. The fold will process this quantum state, including the boundary memory component, which is unaccounted for in any of the standard frameworks. I cannot predict its effect, but the record must note its existence for future interpretation. He glances at the mission clock, 9 minutes and 12 seconds, and notes the steady progression toward the critical decision. He compares all 4 frameworks, Solberg, Tambali, Rickson, Nair, and Osai, against the 3 navigation protocols. The calculations are intricate, interweaving classical boundary conditions with quantum considerations and path-dependent variables. Each combination yields a different projection of temporal displacement, risk of misalignment, and potential anomaly in the post-fold trajectory. He scrolls through tables of predicted probabilities, graphs of displacement over time, and overlays of quantum imprinting effects. Brennan speaks into the mission log continuously, ensuring that every nuance of his reasoning is captured. Each protocol presents trade-offs. Alpha offers continuity with the Solberg framework, but rests on a provisional assumption. Delta aligns with established physics and preserves temporal displacement, but results in a relative misalignment with external events. Gamma is operator-dependent, providing a continuous range of outcomes determined by parameter choice, susceptible to path dependency effects. Nair suggests quantum imprinting may reduce the expected distinction between alpha and delta. OSI indicates an additional quantum boundary memory effect, unmodeled in any of the prior frameworks. He leans slightly forward, hand tracing the edge of the navigation panel, feeling the subtle vibration of Herald 7 systems under his fingertips. The physicality of the cabin is grounding, a reminder that this is not an exercise in theory alone, but a real-time decision with consequences for temporal continuity, observed reality, and personal outcomes. The instruments hum steadily, compensation array holding at 86.3%, panel 7 alpha stable, and the Herald 6 signals pulsing in the corner of the screen. The program recommends alpha, he continues, dictating each observation. The institutional bias is clear in the recommendation language. Delta is mathematically rigorous, but institutionally. The mathematics says several things clearly, and several things not clearly, and one thing with a precision that he finds, in the end, decisive. Solberg's geometric reset principle requires an assumption the evidence does not support. Tambali's temporal displacement model requires no assumptions the evidence does not support. That is the clearest thing the mathematics says, and it is the thing he has known for 3 months and has been hoping to find a reason to revise, and the reason has not appeared, and the hope has not produced evidence, and the distinction between hope and evidence is the one he is most qualified to make, and the one he owes the most to making correctly. I have reviewed all available theoretical frameworks for the fold navigation decision, he says, his voice carrying the flatness of a conclusion that has been reached and is being stated rather than argued. The frameworks that require assumptions not supported by independent evidence are Protocol Alpha as implemented through the Solberg geometric reset principle, and the full reset configuration of Protocol Gamma as implemented through the Rixson path dependency framework at its maximum reset parameter setting. The framework that requires no assumptions not supported by independent evidence is Protocol Delta as implemented through the Tambali temporal displacement model. The Nair temporal scarring hypothesis, if correct, reduces the practical distinction between alpha and delta without eliminating it. The OSI boundary memory implication introduces a variable that none of the frameworks account for, and that I cannot evaluate further with available data. He pauses and lets the words register in the cabin of Herald 7. The screens around him glow faintly with the reflected light of the accretion disk, plasma rippling in slow motion, golds and blues translating the frequencies the human eye cannot perceive. He looks at the navigation interface, the 3 protocol options highlighted with crisp, unambiguous designations, their green and yellow colors reflecting off his gloves. Protocol Delta, he says and selects it. The interface registers the selection with the green confirmation color that mission systems designers use for decisions that have been made and cannot be unmade. The pre-fold checklist advances to item 21, and the familiar soft chime sounds in the cabin, a sound he has associated with technical correctness more than relief. Relief does not come. Peace does not come. What comes is focus, a dense, precise attention that sits behind his eyes like a quiet engine. This is the attention of someone who has made a decision, because the mathematics requires it, because the reasoning is clear, because the evidence permits no alternative that meets the standards he owes to it. The choice is correct. That does not mean the outcome will be favorable. Correctness and outcome are not synonymous. He knows that. Item 21, he says, his voice calm and procedural, yet carrying the weight of the choice. Data package transmission queue confirmed active. Automatic initiation on fold sequence start confirmed. All primary and secondary datasets included. Standalone published record correction document included and confirmed for transmission. His hands move across the panels, verifying each line, watching the confirmation lights blink as he speaks the protocol aloud, dictating it for the record. Every word is a signal that a human somewhere may read, a record that the integrity of the mission is preserved even if the universe itself does not care about integrity. He runs through the remaining technical verifications with meticulous care, each line of the checklist like a separate equation, each confirmation a proof step. The cabin hums with the life of the systems around him, fans turning quietly, cooling circuits within parameters, instruments feeding data, screens alive with the readings he knows as well as he knows his own heartbeat. Item 22, he says. Fold sequence initiation. His voice is steady. The mission clock reads 9 minutes 41 seconds. 19 seconds remain until the 10-minute mark, the point the gray suit in Geneva had emphasized with an almost ritual precision. 10 minutes as though time itself were uniform across all reference frames, as though human duration could be universal, as though relativity could be ignored in the documentation of a briefing. He knows the absurdity, and yet he acknowledges the framing because the mission has been framed that way, and human perception is the boundary condition he must respect. He glances at the accretion disk on his feeds again. The plasma burns in patterns that are older than anything the human mind can meaningfully conceptualize, twisting into knots, jets shooting from the poles, magnetically charged filaments spiraling. The false color rendering translates frequencies into blues, violets, and reds. The event horizon sits at the center, an absolute geometry where the structure of space itself folds past the point of no return. He breathes, slow and deliberate, feeling the hum of the cabin, the faint vibrations of systems holding, all of it grounding him in a small, humanly tangible reality while he prepares to step into the collapse of space itself. Fold sequence initiating, he says. The voice is not for comfort. It is for record. It is for Karl Bickel in Bratislava, for Teresa in Zurich, for the 3 analysts who fought to have Harold III's addendum recognized, for anyone who will ever read the package, for the integrity of the work itself. Protocol Delta selected. Data package transmission active. Harold 7, departing Sagittarius A at mission clock 9 minutes 53 seconds. He presses the final sequence keys. The cabin feels weightless. The interface records the initiation. Systems respond as designed. The accretion disk disappears from his feeds, the plasma vanishing as though a curtain has been pulled across a stage that has existed for millions of years. The cabin itself disappears from view on the external monitors, though the sensation inside is different. A subtle, almost imperceptible shift, a sense that the space he occupies has changed in a dimension that is not visible, not audible, not tangible beyond the instrumentation. For 0.003 seconds, there is no space to have a condition. No reference frame. No up. No down. No before. No after. It is a state that cannot be measured by human instruments, a pure precondition of becoming rather than being. He holds himself steady, eyes on the panels that remain operational, monitoring for the resumption of spatially coherent reality, listening to the soft confirmation tones from the secondary systems that indicate all parameters are within acceptable ranges. All systems nominal, he says, dictating to the log. Primary instrument suite active. Secondary verification, arrays reporting within tolerance. Data package transmission confirmed uninterrupted. Quantum state preservation within expected margins. Fold transition proceeding according to Protocol Delta specifications. His voice has the flatness of a technician, but the weight of a man documenting the precise moment that collapses years of preparation into an irreversible decision. The cabin's temperature control maintains stability, despite the sudden dislocation of space. He adjusts a dial on the life support console to maintain airflow across the sensors, making minor corrections to keep readings consistent, aware that even micro-fluctuations in cabin conditions could feed back into the navigation calculations. He checks the time again, 9 minutes 59 seconds elapsed. 1 second remains before the 10-minute mark. The instruments show that he is precisely aligned on trajectory, the fold parameters within millimeters and microseconds of the calculated path. Fold sequence final check, he says. All mission-critical functions verified. Temporal displacement expectations aligned with protocol delta predictions. All supporting calculations logged. Quantum boundary variables accounted for to extent measurable. He pauses, listening to the hum of Herald 7, feeling the subtle vibrations in his seat as if the ship itself recognizes the import of the moment. Then the 10-minute mark arrives. The mission clock clicks over. The cabin settles into the post-initiation rhythm. The screens populate with new readings. Spatial coordinates have shifted. Time vectors show continuity consistent with protocol delta. The quantum boundary memory registers interaction in the expected range. The data package continues transmission, unaltered, independent of the fold itself. He exhales. Not relief, not satisfaction, not triumph. Just the steady, uncompromising awareness that he has done what the mathematics required, what the reasoning demanded, what the integrity of the mission demanded, and that no further action in this cabin can change the choice he made. His eyes linger on the screens, on the faint trace of accretion disk in false color returning to the secondary sensors, a reminder that the universe continues its work independent of human intervention, but that for a moment, he has been the agent through which choice and consequence have intersected, with nothing to arbitrate between them but the clarity of reasoning and the record he has preserved. Fold sequence complete, he says to the mission log. Protocol Delta navigation confirmed. Data package transmission complete. Herald 7 stable in post-fold temporal coordinates. Mission integrity verified. No anomalies detected. His voice, recorded, becomes part of the archive, a human imprint on an event that is otherwise governed entirely by mathematics and physics. He sits back in the cabin, hands folded lightly, breathing steady, instruments holding, knowing that this decision is irreversible, and that every step, every calculation, every moment of preparation has culminated in this execution, precise, accountable, unalterable, and fully recorded inconvenient. Gamma offers a spectrum of outcomes contingent on my parameter selection. NAIR and OSI frameworks introduce additional variables, potentially modifying outcomes in ways not accounted for by the program or the published literature. The choice is between following institutional recommendation, maximizing theoretical certainty, managing operator-controlled variability, or accounting for untested quantum effects. Brennan pauses, letting the log catch up, watching the data populate across 3 screens. His eyes move between the numerical predictions and graphical projections, visualizing the fold's effects in 3 dimensions, the manifold bending in ways that remain imperceptible to the human eye but calculable through the frameworks he has prepared. He imagines the possible futures, timelines branching with each variation in parameter selection, some leading to temporal continuity, some to misalignment, and some to outcomes entirely outside current expectation. He exhales slowly, and the cabin hum fills the silence as he dictates the final summary for the log. The decision requires evaluating institutional recommendation, empirical validation, mathematical rigor, operator-dependent variability, and quantum state considerations simultaneously. No single framework can provide absolute certainty. The choice will reflect the synthesis of these factors as applied to my current position, trajectory, and mission parameters. This log constitutes the complete record of the available theoretical frameworks, predicted outcomes, and reasoning process informing the protocol selection. Brennan's hand rests on the panel, hovering over the 3 options, while the mission clock ticks inexorably toward the final seconds before fold initiation. His gaze sweeps the displays one last time, confirming data integrity, checking the compensation array, observing the subtle fluctuations of the Herald 6 signals, and feeling the gentle vibration of the cabin. Every sense is aligned with the moment, the culmination of months of preparation, thought, and calculation. 9 minutes and 12 seconds, he says aloud, the microphone capturing the timestamp. All frameworks reviewed. Protocols analyzed. Parameter dependencies calculated. Quantum considerations noted. Record complete. The next motion will define the outcome, but the reasoning, the calculations, and the exploration of all known and speculative frameworks are now fully documented, ensuring that the mission log preserves the entirety of the decision-making landscape. The choice is imminent, and Brennan's mind is attuned solely to the mathematics, uncolored by personal desire, by temporal hope, or by expectation, because that is what the frameworks demand and what the record requires. The vomiting happens before conscious thought reconstitutes itself. The autonomic nervous system responding to the fold emergence before the higher cognitive function have finished reassembling their relationship with the physical environment. And Brennan is aware of it happening in the specific detached way of someone observing their own body's responses from a slight remove. Noting the response and its cause with the professional attention of someone who was told this would happen, and who finds the prediction's accuracy both reassuring and unhelpful simultaneously. The mission psychologists had described fold emergence nausea with a confidence that had not been reassuring during the briefing, and that is not reassuring now, but that is at least confirmation that the fold produced a biological response consistent with the predicted parameters, which means his nervous system survived the transition in a condition capable of producing predicted biological responses, which is information of a specific and limited kind, and is the best information available in the first 4 seconds after emergence. The cabin of Harold 7 reassembles itself around him in his perception, with the gradual quality of systems coming back online in sequence. The instrument panel first, its displays cycling through their startup diagnostics in the amber and green sequence of systems confirming their own integrity. Then the viewport, showing a star field that is not the star field of Sagittarius A, and that is therefore the correct star field. Then the compensation array diagnostic on the tertiary screen, showing a system that has survived the fold transition at 79.2% integrity, down from 86.3% at fold initiation. The reduction consistent with the structural demands of the fold sequence on a system that was already operating below its design redundancy. He wipes his mouth with the back of his glove and pulls up the full system diagnostic with hands that are less steady than they were before the fold and that are steadying as the seconds pass. The physical system recalibrating itself to the new environment with the resilience of a body that has been trained for exactly this recovery, and that is executing the training with the automatic competence of systems that do not require conscious direction. Fold emergence, mission clock 0, he says, resetting the mission clock to post-fold elapsed time and logging the emergence with the timestamp the systems have assigned it. Biological response consistent with predicted parameters. All primary instrument systems cycling through post-fold diagnostics. Compensation array integrity at 79.2%, within acceptable post-fold range. Hull integrity confirmed across all primary panels. Panel 7 alpha thermal signature reading. He checks the tertiary screen. 2.3 above mission start baseline. Rate of acceleration in the thermal signature has decreased since fold initiation, which is consistent with the panel 7 alpha issue being related to the Hawking radiation interaction at the event horizon rather than a progressive mechanical failure. The radiation environment here being several orders of magnitude less intense than at station. He pauses, aware that the panel 7 alpha finding is significant for the engineering analysis and that it belongs in the record clearly. I want that thermal signature behavior flagged for the engineering team as supporting evidence for the Hawking radiation interaction hypothesis I logged during the mission. The deceleration in the rate of increase immediately following departure from the radiation environment is the kind of data point that distinguishes between competing failure mode explanations. The star field visible through the viewport is the star field of the inner galaxy, the dense stellar environment of the Milky Way's core region, not the specific star field of Sagittarius A's immediate vicinity, and not the star field of Earth's solar neighborhood, but the intermediate environment of deep transit, the region between the galactic center and the outer disk, where the stellar density is high enough that the viewport shows dozens of visible stars in the small rectangle of sky it frames. The light is different here from what it was at station, not the superheated plasma-dominated radiation environment of the accretion disk, but the ordinary light of ordinary stars, and Brennan looks at it through the viewport with the specific quality of someone reacquainting themselves with ordinary after an extended period of extraordinary. Navigation display, he says, pulling up the position data that the systems have been calculating since emergence. Position confirmed in deep transit galactic coordinate reference, consistent with expected fold emergence point, for protocol delta trajectory from Sagittarius A. Transit distance to Earth orbit intersection approximately 26,000 light-years. Estimated transit time at current drive configuration approximately 11 days ship time. He looks at the position data, and then at the next piece of information on the navigation display, the piece he has been building towards since emergence, the piece that the fold transition has made newly urgent by confirming that Protocol Delta produced an emergence point consistent with Tambali's predictions. Pulsar timing array is online. Beginning temporal position calculation. The systems hum with the low-frequency resonance of stabilization, a sound Brennan perceives as much through his chest as through his ears, and he allows a small, controlled exhale of breath as the muscles around his diaphragm and rib cage release their tension fractionally, though not enough to relinquish control over the monitoring tasks that now occupy every second of his attention. He runs through the preliminary calculations verbally, the dictation process forming an uninterrupted log of his post-fold observation for future mission review and archival purposes. Temporal reference frame verification in progress. Pulsar signal triangulation confirms current inertial vector, consistent with trajectory projection for Protocol Delta. Minor variance detected in signal phase offset. Signal integrity within acceptable tolerance. Variance logged for cross-reference with historical pulsar ephemeris data upon Earth orbit intersection. Every movement he makes is deliberate. Every tap of a glove against the touch-sensitive panels, every flick of a finger scrolling through the tertiary readouts, every head tilt to align his gaze with the instruments is done with the acute awareness that Herald 7 is a system reassembled in a precise sequence only seconds before, and that any hasty action could produce a misread or oversight that no amount of post-processing could perfectly correct. He notes the ambient temperature in the cabin and compares it to the predicted thermal equilibrium for deep transit, confirms oxygen partial pressure in the environmental array, cross-references the cabin radiation shielding status against the event horizon departure log, and speaks the results for the record. Cabin conditions nominal. Atmospheric composition within operational limits. Radiation shielding confirmed. System alignment nominal. All readings logged for post-mission review. Brennan's perception of the stars outside is mediated through a faint layer of optical filtering imposed by the viewport, designed to reduce the glare of stellar light against sensitive instrument detection. He tracks the faint twinkle of a distant variable star, noting its period for crosscheck against pulsar timing adjustments. Variable star field logged for calibration verification. Brightness fluctuation period consistent with catalog data. Pulsar timing corrections initialized for continuous real-time integration. He allows his eyes a brief moment to wander across the broader star field, taking in the clustering of stars, the gaps between them, the occasional faint nebula in the periphery of the viewport, recording all anomalies for comparison to historical survey data. Anomalous star field patterns absent. Star density consistent with deep transit environment. Data integrity verified. As the first 4 seconds of post-fold experience settle into an 8-second log, Brennan begins the next stage of mission validation, the recalibration of the compensation array against both environmental and operational variants. Compensation array recalibrating to post-fold conditions. Initial integrity loss accounted for in system redundancy. Rate of recalibration within acceptable operational parameters. All submodules functioning within design specifications. He watches the progress bars tick upward, notes the gradual realignment of microadjustments across the tertiary displays, and dictates the observations as though he were narrating to an absent team of engineers and mission controllers. Submodule 1, calibration complete. Submodule 2, calibration complete. Submodule 3, calibration complete. All array units reporting within operational tolerance. Structural integrity verified. Continue temporal reference verification. Brennan closes the first complete cycle of system verification and leans back fractionally, allowing a microsecond of perception to register the enormity of the transition he has just experienced, the physical sensation of his body compressing and expanding through the fold, and the immediate reestablishment of the sensory and cognitive systems required to operate Herald 7. Even in this brief pause, the habit of dictation and careful logging remains, his voice steady and measured. Initial post-fold system verification complete. Temporal reference frame calculations underway. All deviations logged. Proceeding with continuous monitoring and navigation updates. The cabin hums softly. The displays glow in quiet green and amber confirmations, and the stars outside provide both reference and context for the transit he is beginning. Brennan continues the verbal log without interruption, integrating each observation, each adjustment, and each calculation into a continuous record that will stand as the authoritative account of the emergence phase of Herald 7's post-fold operations. Deep transit position confirmed. Inertial vector stability within predicted tolerance. Pulsar timing synchronization ongoing. Compensation array recalibration complete. Environmental controls nominal. All critical systems reporting operational. Pulsar timing is the most reliable method available for determining absolute temporal position across relativistic displacement, a fact that follows from the specific physical properties of pulsars themselves. A pulsar is a rapidly rotating neutron star that emits beams of electromagnetic radiation from its magnetic poles. And because the rotation axis and the magnetic axis of a pulsar are not aligned, the beams sweep through space like lighthouse beams, producing pulses of radiation at the pulsar's rotation frequency that are detectable across vast distances and that are extraordinarily stable. The rotation of a neutron star being governed by its moment of inertia and its angular momentum in ways that make the pulse frequency a clock of extraordinary precision, stable to better than 1 part in 10 to the 15th over timescales of years. A network of pulsars distributed across the galaxy constitutes a natural timing array, each pulsar contributing its own precise clock signal to the network, and the arrival times of pulses from multiple pulsars at a specific location encode information about both the location and the temporal position of the receiver. The specific pattern of arrival times being unique to a specific point in space and time, in a way that allows position and time to be determined simultaneously from the pulsar data alone, without reference to any clock that might have been affected by relativistic displacement. Each pulse carries with it not only a timestamp in the local frame of the pulsar, but also a subtle, consistent drift caused by spin-down, precession, and the gravitational environment of the host galaxy, and Herald 7's navigation systems account for all of it, integrating the subtle effects into a coherent temporal map across galactic coordinates. Herald 7 carries a pulsar timing receiver as part of its navigation system specifically for this purpose, the determination of temporal position after fold emergence, and it has been collecting pulsar signals since emergence and is now processing them through the timing array algorithm that will produce a temporal position estimate with an error margin that depends on the number of pulsars in the sample and the quality of the signals received. The system compares phase alignment, Doppler shift, and interstellar dispersion for each pulse, cross-referencing thousands of timing models stored in the onboard library, running each calculation redundantly to ensure that the single-fold transition has not introduced computational anomalies. Each pulsar signal is weighted according to signal-to-noise ratio, distance, rotational stability, and historical timing drift. Pulsar timing array calculation in progress, Brennan says, watching the processing indicator on the navigation display with the attention of someone who has been thinking about this number for 3 months and who is now 40 seconds from having it. Array has locked onto 37 pulsars in the current sample, which is sufficient for a temporal position estimate with an error margin of approximately plus or minus 18 months. The calculation will refine as additional pulsars are added to the sample over the next several hours, reducing the error margin to approximately plus or minus 3 months at full array convergence. He watches the indicator. Initial estimate incoming. The number appears on the navigation display in the standard font that the system uses for all navigation data. No special formatting, no emphasis, just a number in the same typeface as the stellar coordinates and the transit time estimate and the drive status indicators. And Brennan reads it and reads it again, and then reads it a third time with the focused attention of someone making sure they are reading correctly what the display is showing them. He notes the consistency of the decimal placement, the absence of rounding anomalies, the proper alignment of digits, as though the display itself could be unreliable and require verification through observation. The number occupies the same fixed spatial coordinates on the display that it always does, a small rectangle in the upper left quadrant of the tertiary screen, adjacent to the pulsar lock indicator and the fold drive status bar, the composition deliberate, the design intended to reduce misreading under stress. He picks up the paper notepad from the storage pocket where he stowed it before fold initiation and writes the number on the paper with the pen he brought from Earth, because there are numbers that need to exist on paper rather than only on screens, and he looks at what he has written, and then he puts the pen down and sits with the number for a moment in the specific way that significant numbers require. He turns the page slightly, examines the line of digits under the light of the primary cabin panel, considers the small shadow cast by the pen stroke, the texture of the paper, the ink saturation, and the way the digits, spatial arrangement mirrors the precision demanded by the instruments. Each decimal and every digit is accounted for, a material representation of temporal reality that can exist outside of the electronic systems and be verified by any observer with no dependence on Herald 7's functioning. Pulsar timing array initial temporal position estimate logged at mission, elapsed time 4 minutes 32 seconds post-fold, he says, and his voice is carrying the flat precision of someone who has decided that the record gets accuracy and does not get the emotional content of the accuracy. The estimate is consistent with Protocol Delta, producing the temporal displacement outcome predicted by Tambali's framework, within the current error margin of plus or minus 18 months. It is not consistent with Protocol Alpha, producing the geometric reset outcome predicted by Solberg's framework. The program's recommended protocol would not have produced the outcome the program expected it to produce. He pauses. I want that in the record with complete clarity. The mission architecture was built around a theoretical framework whose central prediction does not match the observed outcome. Tambali's counterpaper was correct. The decision to remove her from the advisory board 48 hours after she submitted, it was a decision to suppress a correct scientific finding for institutional reasons, and the mission outcome is now the observational evidence that the finding was correct. He does not say the number out loud into the mission log. The number is on the paper in his chest pocket, and it is in the navigation system's logged data, and it will be transmitted to Earth in the data package, and the people who receive it will be able to read it for themselves, and saying it out loud into the mission log would make it a different kind of real than it currently is, a kind of real that he is not ready to make it yet. Not 4 minutes and 32 seconds after fold emergence with his hands still unsteady from the biological response, and the cabin smelling of the specific aftermath of that response, and 11 days of transit between him and whatever the number means in practical terms. He thinks about Teresa. He thinks about her in the specific way he has been thinking about her since the kitchen in Zurich, which is not abstractly but in the concrete details of her, the way she holds a coffee cup with both hands, the flat precision of her questions, the way she said his name, Dad, a word she uses rarely, and that she had used that morning in the kitchen to mark the sentence that followed as different from the rest. And he thinks about what the number on the paper in his chest pocket means for those concrete details, and he thinks about it for exactly as long as he can afford to think about it. And then he puts it in the same place he kept the time dilation factor during the mission, peripheral awareness, monitored and present and not directly engaged, because directly engaging with it is not something he can do from a distance of 11 days and an error margin of 18 months. And the work of the transit is what is available to him, and the work is what he is going to do. Beginning post-fold systems assessment, he says, returning his attention to the instrument panel with the focused deliberateness of redirection. Full diagnostic sweep of all primary and secondary systems, damage assessment from fold transition, data package integrity confirmation, and drive status evaluation for 11-day transit. He pulls up the system's overview on the primary screen and begins working through it with the methodical attention that the mission has trained him to bring to instrument work regardless of what else is happening in the parts of himself the instrument panel does not reach. Primary drive system nominal, fold drive components showing expected post-use thermal signatures consistent with successful single-fold operation, Recharge cycle will complete in approximately 6 hours, sufficient for course corrections during transit. Navigation thrusters nominal. Life support nominal. Communication array cycling through post-fold calibration. Estimated time to full operational status 40 minutes. He begins speaking the data aloud in dictation for the mission log, ensuring that every verification step is clearly recorded. All environmental control units operational. Oxygen flow and partial pressure within tolerance. Temperature regulation within target range. Cabin pressure stable. Radiation shielding nominal. All sensor arrays online and reporting within acceptable limits. Data packet integrity verification complete. Checksum confirms data ready for Earth transmission. Fold drive thermal gradient within predicted envelope. Recalibration sequence initiated for minor post-fold thermal deviation. Each phrase is deliberate, measured, and punctuated by the subtle, continuous hum of Herald 7 systems coming fully online. He cycles through secondary systems, toggling display layers and overlaying historical logs from Herald 3 and Herald 5 for comparison. Secondary drive units show no anomalies. Redundant power grids online. Auxiliary navigation sensors confirm primary calculations. Star tracker systems nominal. Pulsar timing array continuous, lock maintained on all 37 pulsars, recalibrating drift estimates based on fold-induced relativistic offset. He pauses briefly, listening to the soft mechanical resonance of Herald 7, the vibration of drives settling into equilibrium, the subtle tick of processors completing parallel calculations. Brennan notes the residual cabin odor of the fold emergence, a faint metallic tang mingled with the recycled air scent of his enclosed environment, the trace chemical signature that indicates minor off-gassing from high-temperature components stressed by the fold compression. He acknowledges it to himself and logs it verbally. Fold transition residual outgassing detected, no hazard present. Environmental quality maintained within acceptable post-fold limits. His voice is even, neutral, carrying the observation for record-keeping, ensuring that even the smallest detail is accounted for, materializing in the log for anyone reviewing the mission after the fact. He leans slightly forward, eyes scanning across the 3 screens, running mental simulations in parallel with the system outputs. The pulsar clock continues its calculations, integrating the slight deviations detected from predicted phase alignment, adjusting the temporal position estimate as each new pulse is processed. Brennan dictates these updates. Pulsar clock continuous recalculation, error margin decreasing. Time convergence within predicted bounds. Temporal displacement, outcome consistent with protocol delta prediction. System redundancy verified, all backup calculations aligned with primary data stream. The number, the temporal coordinate that is the single most important datum produced by this fold sequence, remains in his chest pocket, private, and yet fully integrated into the network of readings, logs, and analyses that form the mission record. Brennan allows himself a microsecond of reflection on its significance, the silent weight of what it represents, the intersection of theory, practice, and personal consequence, then releases the thought and redirects attention to the ongoing task of maintaining Herald 7's operational readiness over 11 days of deep transit. The post-fold physics assessment is the scientific work he can do in the immediate term, and he does it with the thoroughness it deserves because the fold transition itself is a data-generating event of significant scientific value, and because the data package should contain the most complete account of the fold transition experience that a human observer has ever been in a position to provide. Each observation, each subtle readout from the cabin systems, each spike in the biosensors is a piece of evidence in the broader map of what spacetime does when a fold is enacted and a human travels through it. He treats it as such, with hands and mind trained to give full attention to minutiae that most people would miss entirely. The fold works, to the degree that Brennan understands it from the operator's side of the interface, by identifying 2 points in the 4-dimensional spacetime manifold and creating a temporary topological connection between them through a higher dimensional space, a connection that allows matter and energy to pass between the 2 points without traversing the distance between them in the conventional 3-dimensional sense. The theoretical basis for the fold is an extension of the mathematics of general relativity into higher dimensional manifold geometry, drawing on work that had been developing in theoretical physics since the early 21st century, and that had reached practical implementation through engineering achievements that Brennan understood at the level of their physical principles, and that he could not have built himself. Which was a distinction he had always been comfortable with, because knowing what a thing does and knowing how to build it are different kinds of knowledge, and both are legitimate. He reflects on the fact that the interface abstracts the mathematics into controls, readouts, and indicators, and that his understanding of the underlying principles lets him anticipate what each display should show even before the systems generate the data. What the fold does to the traveler's experience of time is the question that Sahlberg and Tambali and Rickson and Nair, and every other theorist who has worked on the problem, has been trying to answer, and what Harold Seven's fold transition has just provided is the first direct experimental data point for that question from a traveler who had accrued significant relativistic displacement before initiating the fold. The system logs, neural data, and temporal sensors all converge to a point where abstract theory and lived experience can be cross-referenced. Brennan's hands, still adjusting to the post-fold biological rhythms, move with deliberate precision across the displays to extract every trace of evidence available. Post-fold temporal physics assessment, Brennan says, pulling up the biological monitoring data that his suit systems have been recording since before launch, and that includes continuous measurements of his neural activity, cardiac function, metabolic rate, and several other physiological parameters that the mission psychologists and the temporal physics team had identified as potentially sensitive indicators of fold-related temporal effects. Biological monitoring data shows a discontinuity in the neural activity record at the fold transition point, consistent with the 0.003-second gap in the ship's sensor records, confirming that the fold transition was experienced as a genuine discontinuity in biological time, rather than as a compressed interval of normal experience. This is consistent with the fold producing a literal gap in the traveler's experience, rather than a very rapid transit through normal spacetime. He notes that the amplitude of the neural signal before and after the gap remains consistent, suggesting that the interruption is not a failure of monitoring, but a reflection of the experiential reality of the fold itself. The biological monitoring data also shows something that the pre-mission theoretical work had predicted as a possibility, and that Brennan had noted in the briefing materials without fully processing its implications. In the 2 seconds immediately before fold initiation, and the 2 seconds immediately after fold emergence, the neural activity record shows a pattern that the monitoring software has flagged as anomalous, a structured variation in the theta and gamma frequency bands that does not correspond to any known cognitive state, and that has the specific character of a signal rather than a noise artifact, organized and periodic in a way that random neural variation is not. The pattern is subtle, a fluctuation superimposed on the regular neural oscillations, barely discernible without high-resolution temporal analysis, yet statistically significant across multiple sensor channels. He looks at the flagged pattern for a long time. Each repetition of the waveform seems to encode information in its periodicity, a hidden rhythm that echoes the predicted behavior of gravitational wave interactions at microscales. He rotates the three-dimensional representation of the neural phase space, aligning it with the delta-7 gravitational wave model overlays, and examines the correlation. Anomalous neural activity pattern logged in pre- and post-fold monitoring data, he says, and his voice is carrying the specific careful quality of someone describing something they find significant and are not prepared to characterize beyond the description. The pattern appears in the 2 seconds before fold initiation and the 2 seconds after fold emergence. It is structured and periodic. It does not correspond to known cognitive states or known artifact patterns in neural monitoring data. Its periodicity is, he runs the frequency analysis, consistent with the delta-7 gravitational wave pattern's primary layer fundamental frequency to within 4%. He stops. He looks at the result. He looks at it for a long time. The implication hangs there in the cabin air, as if the pattern itself is waiting for theoretical interpretation that cannot yet exist. I am logging that finding without a conclusion because logging it without a conclusion is the scientifically responsible thing to do, and because the conclusion it suggests is not a conclusion I have sufficient evidence to support, and because the mission log is a scientific document, and the scientific document gets accurate observations and gets to wait for the theoretical framework that can make sense of them. He closes the biological monitoring display and opens the data package integrity confirmation, and works through the verification with the steady attention of someone who has said what needed to be said and is now doing what needs to be done, confirming that the 340% of mission target minimum data that his instruments collected at the event horizon is intact in the transmission queue and will reach Earth ahead of Herald 7's arrival. That the formal published record correction document is present and confirmed, that the Tanaka and Webb and OSI framework analysis is complete and included, that the Herald 6 signal full multi-frequency analysis is in the package with the coupling mechanism description and the resonant cavity confirmation and the quantum boundary memory implications. He notes each checksum and timestamp, each file path and its redundancy, ensuring that even in transit the package is a coherent scientific artifact independent of the ship's eventual arrival. Data package integrity confirmed, he says. All primary and secondary datasets intact. Transmission queue active, automatic broadcast initiated at fold emergence, confirmed received by Deep Space Relay Network at mission, elapsed time 6 minutes 14 seconds post-fold. He pauses. The data is already on its way. Whatever happens during the 11-day transit, the science left this location when I did, and it is heading to Earth on a signal that travels faster than this ship, and that does not require me to arrive safely for it to be received and read. I want that in the record as well. The work is done. The work is already home. He puts the paper notepad back in his chest pocket, next to the number he wrote on it and has not said out loud, and is not going to say out loud for a while yet, and looks through the viewport at the star field of the inner galaxy, stars in densities that the solar neighborhood does not produce, light that has been traveling for centuries or millennia to reach the small rectangle of transparency through which he is looking at it. Ancient light from ordinary stars doing their ordinary burning in the ordinary way of things, that do not require event horizons and fold drives and gray suits and difficult daughters, and the career-ending grant applications of colleagues who trusted the wrong person to write the sections he was assigned. Ordinary light. He has not seen ordinary light in 53 minutes of mission time and 11 days of transit time, and whatever the number on the paper in his chest pocket means in terms of the world he is returning to. And he looks at it through the viewport with the specific quality of someone who has been in an extreme environment long enough that the absence of extremity is itself remarkable, and he stays at the viewport for 3 minutes, which is a luxury he cannot afford and takes anyway. Because some things deserve acknowledgement before they deserve the next item on the checklist. And he returns to the instrument panel and begins the 11-day transit home, or to whatever home has become in the time he has been away from it. And he does the work with the steady hands of someone who has made his decisions and is living in their consequences, and who finds in the doing of the work something that is not comfort exactly, but that is the functional equivalent of it, the specific piece of a person who has run out of things to defer and is simply, finally, here. He reviews the cabin systems repeatedly, toggling the life support overlays, confirming the oxygen scrubber cycles, the radiation shielding, and the thermal regulation. He monitors the pulsar array as it continues to refine his temporal coordinate. Every 10 minutes he updates the transit log, noting minor fluctuations in energy consumption, thruster microadjustments, and the subtle realignment of the fold drive components under the post-fold stress profile. Each entry is meticulous, timestamped to milliseconds, and contributes to the cumulative dataset that will inform not just this mission, but every subsequent theoretical and engineering model built from its results. The work is continuous but meditative. Brennan observes the slow drift of stars across the viewport, the occasional flare of a distant variable star, the faint signal from a nearby pulsar visible as a blinking dot on the secondary display. Each observation is logged, cross-referenced with the onboard stellar database, and integrated into Herald 7's navigation algorithms. Even as he navigates these mundane tasks, the number in his chest pocket remains a silent companion, the anchor of his knowledge and the ultimate measure of what the fold accomplished. The data processing begins on the first day because the data is there, and the processing needs doing, and because work has always been the mechanism through which Brennan manages the things that work cannot actually manage, which is most of the significant things. But the mechanism functions regardless of its limitations, and he applies it to the dataset with the thoroughness it deserves. The gravitational wave data from the 63 minutes of station time at Sagittarius A is the largest and most complex dataset in the package, 340% of the mission target minimum, and processing it requires the full capacity of Herald 7's secondary computing system, running continuously for the first 4 days of transit. Brennan works alongside the automated processing, reviewing the outputs as they are generated, flagging anomalies for additional analysis, building the interpretive framework that the data package's scientific documentation requires, the layer of human comprehension that sits between the raw instrument data and the conclusions that the analysts on Earth will spend years examining and extending. The Delta 7 pattern occupies most of the first day's processing work, the full developmental record from its first appearance at the 31-minute mark through its tertiary layer stabilization, and the correlation analysis that connects it to the probe telemetry archive and to the Tanaka and Webb and OSI theoretical frameworks. He works through it with the attention of someone who has been inside the phenomenon and who understands it in a way that the distance of Earth-based analysis cannot replicate, building the interpretive documentation with the specific care of someone who understands that the people who read it will not have been there, and that the documentation is therefore the closest approximation to being there that they will have access to. Personal log, transit day 1, elapsed time 19 hours 40 minutes, he says, initiating the first of the personal logs that he has decided to record throughout the transit, not as mission documentation but as a separate record, his account of the experience from the inside. The things that the mission log's requirement for scientific precision had not been the right container for. The data processing is going well. The Delta 7 analysis is producing interpretive results that I believe are going to be significant for theoretical physics in ways that extend considerably beyond the specific findings I logged during the mission. The coupling mechanism between the gravitational wave pattern and the electromagnetic output at the horizon boundary is the finding I am most uncertain about in terms of how the theoretical community will receive it, not because the observational support for it is weak. It is not weak, but because the mechanism implies things about the physical processes at the event horizon boundary that the current theoretical framework is not fully prepared to accommodate. And findings that imply things the framework is not prepared to accommodate have a history of being received with the specific skepticism that protects the framework rather than the specific curiosity that extends it. He pauses in the personal log with the pause of someone deciding how much honesty the record warrants. I'm also thinking about Teresa, he says. I've been thinking about her in a way that the mission required me to keep in peripheral awareness, and that the transit is allowing me to bring into direct attention. And direct attention is producing a quality of missing her that peripheral awareness had been managing but not eliminating. The number on the paper is refined to an error margin of 14 months as of this morning's pulsar calculation. The number is large. I am doing the arithmetic on what it means for her in the concrete terms of her life, and the arithmetic is producing results that I am not yet ready to write in this log, because writing them makes them a different kind of real. The communication array reaches full operational status on the second day of transit, and Brennan runs through the calibration sequence and confirms the array's functionality, and then sits with the operational array and does not immediately use it, because using it requires him to choose what to transmit, and what to transmit requires him to decide what he wants to say to the world he is returning to before he has finished deciding what the world he is returning to is. And those two decisions are connected in a way that makes sequencing them correctly matter. He transmits a navigation beacon on the second day, the standard returning mission identification signal that the program's protocols require, a brief structured broadcast that identifies Herald 7 and its position and trajectory and estimated arrival time, saying nothing beyond what the protocols specify, establishing his presence in the communication network without initiating the conversation that his presence is going to require. The response comes back in 11 hours, the round-trip communication time for his current position, and the response is not from the program's mission control facility at its Geneva address, but from a facility whose identifier he does not recognize, using encryption protocols that are evolved versions of the ones he knows, recognizable in their structure and updated in their specific implementation. The encryption of an institution that has continued developing its security infrastructure across whatever interval separates the world that sent him from the world that is receiving his beacon. Personal log, transit day 2, elapsed time 41 hours, he says. Received response to navigation beacon from a facility using the program's institutional identifier, but at a different address than the Geneva facility I was briefed from. The encryption is updated, but structurally consistent with program protocols. The response confirms receipt of my navigation beacon and of the data package, which reached the relay network ahead of me as planned, and requests confirmation of crew status and system integrity. He pauses. The tone of the response is what I am thinking about. It is formal, and it is careful in the way that communications are careful when the person sending them is managing a significant amount of uncertainty about the appropriate register, and the uncertainty suggests that receiving a returning Herald 7 mission crew member is not an everyday institutional occurrence for the people sending the response, which it would not be, but that it is also not entirely unprecedented, which suggests that the program has experience with returning personnel from missions with significant temporal displacement, which tells me something about the interval and about what has happened in it. He composes his response with the care of someone who understands that the first substantive communication from a returning relativistically displaced mission crew member is a document that is going to be analyzed carefully by the people who receive it, and that is therefore worth composing carefully. He confirms crew status, one person, nominal health, expected recovery from fold emergence biological response complete. He confirms system integrity, all primary systems operational, compensation array at 79.2%, sufficient for remaining transit. He notes the data package transmission and confirms it is complete and intact. He asks, in the neutral language of a formal communication, for orientation materials relevant to returning deep field personnel. The request for orientation materials is the most carefully chosen element of the communication, because it asks for what he needs, which is information about the world he is returning to, in a form that is institutionally normal, which means it is likely to be provided without the significant bureaucratic friction that a more direct request for temporal displacement information might generate. Then, because Brennan recognizes the necessity of dialogue for managing the abstract distance of 11 days and the 11-day signal lag, he begins writing additional communications that are less formal. To the officer receiving this, I am Herald 7. Status 1, systems nominal. Data package transmitted. Fold emergence complete. Please confirm receipt and note any immediate advisories relevant to a returning crew member. A few hours pass. Herald 7, this is reception. Message received. No immediate advisories. Orientation materials will be provided incrementally. Estimated Earth arrival remains within protocol margin. Stand by for follow-up instructions. Brennan nods at the message, speaking aloud in the cabin as though the voice itself helps anchor the temporal reality of the situation. Understood. Stand by for follow-up. Acknowledged. Systems remain nominal. One human, one ship. Compensation array stable. All critical datasets intact. Preparing for extended transit processing. He pauses, then continues the dialogue with a separate entry, using the messaging system as a log of interaction rather than just as transmission. Reception, copy that. Processing gravitational wave data. Delta 7 correlation analysis ongoing. Will provide anomalies flagged and interpretive notes. Request confirmation of receipt protocol for secondary dataset packets. The response comes back after 7 hours. Herald 7 confirmed. Secondary dataset packets receipt protocol consistent with relay network logs. Anomalies to be noted and included in subsequent earthbound transmission. No procedural changes recommended at this time. He leans back, speaking softly to the empty cabin as he types. Copy that. Preparing interpretive notes. Will submit once processing cycle completes. Continuing biological and neural monitoring. Post-fold integrity maintained. Delta 7 analysis ongoing. The dialogue continues in fragments throughout the day, as Brennan maintains a cadence of communication that alternates between personal log reflection, procedural updates, and structured interaction with the receiving facility, using the enforced delay and the isolated voice of the system to structure his day as much as the instruments themselves do. The orientation materials arrive on the fourth day of transit in a transmission package that is larger than he expected, and that is organized with the specific thoroughness of an institution that has developed a standard procedure for this situation, which confirms what the response tone had suggested, that returning deep field personnel with significant temporal displacement is a category of event the program has encountered before and has built administrative infrastructure around. He does not open the orientation package immediately. He puts it in the secondary storage queue and works through the Delta 7 interpretive documentation for another 6 hours, cross-referencing the gravitational wave data and the coupling mechanism notes, occasionally pausing to run subroutine checks on the secondary computational system to ensure no data corruption occurred during the fold. He records a personal log, eats one of the remaining good meals from the supply he brought from Earth, and looks at the star field through the viewport for 20 minutes in the specific way of someone deferring something they know they need to do, consciously acknowledging that deferral is a choice. He opens the orientation package on the evening of the fourth day. The package is organized into sections: the current institutional structure of the program and its parent organizations, an overview of significant developments in theoretical physics and astrophysics since the mission launch date, a general orientation to the current social and technological environment, and a section labeled Personnel Continuity, which he opens last. It contains the information he has been building toward since he wrote the number on the paper in his chest pocket. Personal log, transit day 4, elapsed time 93 hours, he says, after he has read the personnel continuity section and has sat with it for 40 minutes without recording anything. The orientation package confirms the pulsar timing estimate within the refined error margin. The number is real. The number is the number. He is quiet for a moment. I am going to say the number in this log because the number belongs in the record, and because I have been not saying it for 4 days, and the not saying has been doing work that the saying needs to take over from. He says it. He says it clearly and without hedging, and then he is quiet again for a while. The orientation package also contains information about Teresa. I'm not going to put that information in this log yet because the information is hers, and putting it here before I have spoken to her feels like a violation of something, though she would probably describe my concern for the violation in terms that are more precise and less flattering than violation of something. Over the next 3 days, he works methodically through the remaining technical sections, running verification subroutines against the new institutional protocols and checking the updated computational frameworks. He holds conversations with the automated analysis assistant, a voice interface built for procedural troubleshooting. Status of data transmission verification, Brennan asks. All primary and secondary datasets confirmed intact, the assistant replies. No anomalies detected. Relay network confirmation complete. Estimated integrity retention through transit, 100%. Good, Brennan says. And the orientation package. Integrity confirmed. Personnel continuity section, verified as accurate against program records. He sits back in the pilot's seat, looking at the viewport as the star field slowly changes behind him, the inner galaxy giving way to the intermediate transit zone. He lets the silence of the cabin stretch for a few moments, the low hum of the drive providing a constant acoustic presence. On the 8th day of transit, the pulsar timing array completes its full convergence calculation, and the error margin reduces to 3 months. The number on the paper becomes as precise as the available navigation technology can make it, and Brennan writes the refined number below the first number on the paper in the same handwriting, looking at the 2 numbers side by side. The estimate and the confirmation are close enough that the confirmation has not changed anything the estimate had already established. He records his most detailed personal log on the 8th day. Personal log, transit day 8, he says, sitting at the instrument panel with the star field in the viewport behind him and the number confirmed in front of him, the drive running clean in the background. Its sound the continuous low-frequency presence that has been the acoustic environment of the transit. I have been thinking about what it means to come back to a world that kept happening without you, and I have arrived at the conclusion that it means exactly what it sounds like it means, which is that the world did not pause and did not slow and did not organize itself around your absence, and that the people in it lived the lives they lived and made the choices they made and became whatever they became, and you return not to the world you left, but to the world that world became. And the relationship between the two worlds is not continuity, but lineage. The second world descended from the first but not identical to it. He pauses, looking at the viewport. Teresa is in the orientation materials, he says. She is in the personnel continuity section in a way that tells me she is alive, and that she has had a career and a life, and that she has been in contact with the program, which I expected because Teresa is the kind of person who would find the program and make herself known to it on the basis that if her father was coming back, she intended to be in a position to know when and to have something to say about what happened next. He pauses again. That is the most Teresa thing I can imagine, and the orientation materials confirm it, and I find that I am, in a way that the precision of the personal log format cannot fully accommodate, grateful for it beyond my ability to express accurately. He initiates a dialogue session with the communications assistant. Assistant, he says, prepare a simulation of potential communication sequences with personnel from the orientation package. Include Teresa as a primary node. Simulation ready, the assistant replies. Options available: direct messaging, scheduled coordination, advisory confirmation. Time to first contact simulation: 2 hours, adjusted for current transit light delay. Run the advisory confirmation, Brennan says. I need to see what the protocol would expect me to provide and what responses are likely. A series of synthetic voice lines plays through the cabin speakers. Hello, Herald 7. Confirm crew status and system integrity. We acknowledge receipt of data package. The first line intones in the institutional cadence. Brennan nods. Nominal response, he says aloud. Add Teresa-specific acknowledgement. Include personnel continuity node, THRSA BKLA. Status confirmed as active. Confirmed engagement with program, the next line says. He leans back, hands clasped together. That is more of the reassurance I needed, he mutters. Even in simulation, it aligns with the facts. Personal log continuation, he says, resuming typing on his secure interface. Simulation confirms the expected communication path for reintroduction to program personnel. Inclusion of Teresa as active node aligns with real-world records. Preparing to reconcile personal interaction plans with institutional protocol. Emotional acknowledgement included for future behavioral guidance. Data logged without breach of confidentiality. He pauses, listening to the hum of Herald 7 and looking out at the stars that have now shifted toward the outer disk. The number on the paper, he says almost to himself, is not just a number. It is a coordinate in time that relates to all the people who have lived while I was away. It is Teresa. It is the program. It is the sequence of events that makes returning intelligible. He opens the communications interface again. Assistant, draft a direct log entry to Teresa, he says. Do not transmit. Draft only for review. Draft ready. Content includes acknowledgement of her current status, verification of her engagement with the program, confirmation of my impending return, expression of personal relevance. Transmission blocked pending approval, the assistant replies. Brennan reads the draft aloud, each word chosen with deliberate care. Teresa, if you are reading this log first, know that I am returning and that the world has continued in ways we both anticipated. I understand your positioning within the program, and I recognize the continuity of your choices during my absence. Your presence in the orientation materials confirms what I hoped, that you acted in accordance with everything I expected from you. He stops. The number confirms it. You confirm it. He leans back in the chair, the soft mechanical hum of Herald 7 accompanying the mental weight of the last 8 days. The rest of the transit will be spent confirming system stability, cross-checking data integrity, and preparing for the reentry sequence. But for the first time since fold emergence, there is clarity in the record, and there is a personal clarity that parallels it. Both must coexist. He sets the pen down and looks once more at the star field. 11 days total, and the 8th day brings precision. The number exists, Teresa exists, the program exists, and I exist. Everything else is work, an observation and preparation for the next act. On the 9th day of transit, Herald 7 picks up a direct communication signal on a frequency that is not a program frequency, and that is not using program encryption protocols, a personal signal on a civilian communication band, addressed to Herald 7 by name. Brennan looks at the address in the header for a long moment before opening it, because the address identifies the sender before the content does, and the sender is someone he needs a heartbeat to prepare for, even though preparation has been ongoing since Geneva. He opens it, and the voice fills the cabin. 47 seconds. She sounds older than in the kitchen in Zurich, lower, shaped by decades of professional life, but unmistakably hers. The cadence, the precision, the way sentences curve and land exactly where they need to, the signature is unchanging. He listens once, then twice. Brennan, the voice, even through digital compression, carries the weight of recognition and relief. There's the faintest catch, the deliberate pause, as if measuring whether to proceed or hold back. He starts to speak into his recorder but stops, and instead records the exchange as procedural fact. The signal ends. Brennan sits back in the pilot chair, hands resting in his lap. He has not done this, nothing just sitting since launch. She sounds like herself, he says into the personal log. It is the closest he can get to truth, and he knows it is insufficient. He opens the interface to respond, hesitates, then begins. Received your message. Signal clear. Status nominal. Communication array functioning. Preparing for further exchanges. His internal debate is quiet but sharp. He could write more, explain more, admit more, but he does not. The constraints of distance, uncertainty, and his own apprehension insist on careful precision. A reply comes within 23 minutes. Copy that, Herald 7, her voice begins, lighter this time, less measured, carrying warmth filtered through the formalities of civilian communication channels. Glad to hear you're stable. We've been monitoring the data relay. Everything looks operational on your end. Don't overexert. Brennan responds after a pause, fingers hovering over the controls. Understood. I'm maintaining standard operational parameters. Delta 7 analysis progressing. I will provide logs as available. Expecting transit completion in accordance with navigational estimate. She responds quickly. Acknowledged. I'll keep the schedule open for your final approach. There's a procedural brief waiting for you, and there's someone, me, who will want context when you arrive. Coffee will be ready. He smiles faintly and records a note in the log. Exchange confirms personal readiness for arrival. Signal quality consistent across 3 frequency hops. Procedural integrity verified. Civilian communication channel is stable. Over the next 12 hours, they exchange 2 more brief voice messages, alternating between logistical details and careful conversational acknowledgement. Each exchange is precise, but imbued with the tension of familiarity and distance. Position confirmed in outer transit band. Estimated distance from Earth orbital intersection, 49 million kilometers. Core stable. Compensation array holding, Brennan reports. Copy that. Environmental readings nominal. Sun glare patterns within expected variance. Arrival checks should commence 24 hours prior, she replies. He pauses the interface and stares through the viewport. The star field is familiar, shifting slowly, a dense tapestry thinning as Herald 7 moves outward from the inner disk toward the sparsity of the outer system. He notes the sun is becoming distinguishable, spectral signature clear against the background stars. Personal log, transit day 9, elapsed time 206 hours, he begins. The number on the paper is exact now. The signal confirms her awareness of my status, her readiness for my arrival. We are negotiating the edges of what can be said, each exchange loaded with information and restraint. She asks nothing about the number, acknowledges nothing of it explicitly, yet her tone conveys full recognition of what the number represents in the measure of time that has passed. He listens to the signal one more time. The voice is a marker of continuity, of human presence waiting on the other side of 11 days and years measured by the number. It is grounding in a way that the data cannot be. The gravity wave patterns, the delta-7 couplings, the pulsar timing, all precise, all critical but abstract. She is real. She exists in the world beyond the instruments. On the 10th day, the sun begins to resolve on the navigation display, a bright point, distinct in spectral signature and proper motion, separating itself from neighboring stars. Brennan leans closer to the viewport, noting the clarity of the light, the way instrumentation separates the singularity of a star from the collective background. He opens the communications interface. Status check on civilian and program frequencies. No anomalies. Sun spectral confirmation nominal. Navigation estimate 31 hours to Earth orbital intersection. Her voice comes immediately, acknowledged. We have prepared procedural documents for final approach. I am available for consultation. Estimated communications latency 22 minutes. All signals cleared for two-way exchange. Brennan responds carefully, copy that. I will review and execute procedural checklist. Continuous monitoring engaged. Awaiting further guidance on approach. Signal quality remains nominal. She replies, will coordinate final docking and landing logistics upon entry to the outer solar system. Your data package is queued for priority handling. All relevant teams have reviewed prior transmissions. Coffee and briefing materials ready. He records a personal note, hesitating only a fraction before hitting the save key. The exchange establishes expectations. She is aware of all operational and personal parameters, prepared for conversation, procedural engagement, and unstructured interaction upon arrival. The message tone confirms both patience and readiness. The 10th day is spent alternating between procedural checks and watching the sun grow incrementally on the display. He monitors navigation thrusters, fold drive cooldown cycles, and compensation array stability, documenting everything. Personal log transit day 10, elapsed time 230 hours, he notes. The sun resolves in instrumentation, recognizable and singular. The number on the paper is confirmed. Approach trajectory verified. Communication traffic denser, including civilian and institutional signals across multiple bands. Listening to the aggregate as one listens to a distant city, not parsing content but absorbing texture. Civilization alive, continuing evolving. Another signal arrives on the 10th day, her voice again, shorter this time direct. Trajectory confirmation received. Maintain course. Estimated arrival 31 hours. Environmental readings consistent with predictive models. Coffee remains warm. Prepare for conversation on arrival. Brennan types a brief acknowledgement, fingers slow and deliberate. Copy. Course maintained. Environmental monitoring active. Systems nominal. Coffee noted. Preparing for dialogue upon arrival. By the 11th day, Herald 7 enters the outer solar system. Planetary positions appear on the navigation display. Earth is a blue orb, resolved in present. Brennan observes, noting the velocity and the precision of orbital mechanics. Personal log transit day 11, he says, voice steady. Earth visible on navigation display. I have traversed the interval measured by the number on the paper. Returning to a world descended from the one I left. Meeting of accumulations, 11 hours to direct interaction. Not frightened. Not at peace. In state of completion, available to a person who has run out of deferrable tasks, present in what is actually happening. Procedural work dominates the remaining hours. He runs through final approach checks, verifies thruster integrity, confirms communication relay stability, and monitors all arrays. Signals continue to arrive in fragmented intervals. She provides clarification on docking channels. Confirm approach vector 3 alpha. Atmospheric entry clearance pending orbital verification. Estimated landing delta, 2 hours post-orbital insertion. Coffee will be waiting. Brennan records his response in the log. Vector confirmed. Atmospheric clearance acknowledged. Estimated landing delta noted. Coffee status appreciated. Every exchange adds layers to his internal map of expectation, timing, and personal interaction. The blend of procedural clarity and human signal creates a rhythm in the final hours of transit. The sun, earth, and distant stars form a silent counterpoint to the conversation and operational focus. As the navigation display renders Earth larger and more distinct, Brennan notes the interplay between the number, the procedural timeline, and her signals, each confirming, each constraining, each grounding him in a world that has not paused, that has continued. The tension of return is a measured pulse through the cabin, matched by the steady hum of Herald 7 systems and the faint, precise interruptions of civilian signal exchanges. The docking bay is larger than the one he launched from and staffed by people in uniforms that carry the program's institutional identity in a visual language that has been updated enough times across the interval to be recognizable in its lineage and unfamiliar in its specifics. The way an organization's identity evolves across generations while maintaining enough continuity that the ancestry is legible. There are 6 technical staff visible from the hatch, and they are looking at him with the specific mixture of professional composure and personal uncertainty that people produce when they are in the presence of something their training has prepared them for and their experience has not. And behind them, the bay itself is equipped with technology that is recognizable in its categories and foreign in its implementation. The technology of a civilization that has continued developing across the interval in directions that the orientation materials had described in general terms, and that the specifics of the bay are now illustrating concretely. The medical scanner mounted at the base of the docking steps is not a technology he recognizes. It is a flat panel approximately 2 meters square, emitting no visible radiation, producing no sound, and a young technician standing beside it tells him it is a full biological assessment system that will complete a comprehensive scan of his physiological status in approximately 4 seconds as he walks past it, assessing everything from cellular integrity to neurological function to the radiation exposure accumulated during the mission. And that the scan is non-invasive and requires nothing from him except walking past it at a normal pace. He walks past it at a normal pace, and the technician looks at the readout on the small display she is carrying and nods with the nod of someone confirming an expected result. Radiation exposure is elevated but within the range the shielding was rated for, she says. Cellular integrity is nominal. The fold transition left some quantum state markers that our instruments can detect, but that don't correspond to any known pathology. Dr. Vasquez will want to look at those in detail. Quantum state markers, Brennan says, stopping to look at her. Consistent with the OSI boundary memory interaction hypothesis. She looks at him with an expression that recalibrates itself quickly from the expression of someone delivering a routine medical finding to the expression of someone realizing they are having a different kind of conversation than the one they prepared for. That's actually what Dr. Vasquez's current research is focused on, she said. Your data package gave the theoretical framework for the boundary memory interaction. Dr. Vasquez has been developing the biological detection methodology. You are going to be a very important data point for her. I seem to be a very important data point for a number of people, Brennan says, and moves toward the large doors at the far end of the bay where Director Anesta is waiting with the patient authority of someone who has a protocol to follow, and who has assessed that following it efficiently is the correct approach to this particular returning crew member. Director Anesta is a compact woman in her 50s with close-cropped gray hair and the specific posture of someone who has spent a career managing technically complex programs and who has developed the professional stillness that those environments produce in people who are good at them. She extends her hand and he shakes it, and she looks at him with the direct assessment of someone taking a measurement. Dr. Shale, she says. I am Director Anesta, the program's current executive director. Welcome back. Thank you, he says. The facility is considerably larger than I was briefed on. We have grown, she says, moving with him toward the corridor beyond the bay doors. Your mission data was a significant contributor to that growth. The Delta 7 analysis alone generated sufficient theoretical productivity to justify 3 new research divisions. The Tanaka confirmation produced a subfield. The published record correction document, she pauses with the pause of someone selecting language carefully, produced several years of institutional difficulty that ultimately resolved in a direction that the scientific community considered correct and that the program's oversight structure found uncomfortable. The classified addenda were released, Brennan says. All of them, Anasta says. The analysis team members who wrote the Herald 3 minority addendum under protest were formally credited with the Delta 7 discovery. 2 of them were still alive to receive the credit. 1 was not. She says this without editorializing, and he receives it without editorializing, and they walk in silence for a moment with the weight of it between them. The program has also undergone significant structural changes since your mission launched. The coercive recruitment practices that characterize the early program have been, she pauses again, discontinued. Comprehensively, the oversight mechanisms that allowed them are no longer in place. The man in the gray suit, Brennan says, is no longer with the program, Anasta says, in a tone that closes that particular topic with the finality of a door. The program he represented has been restructured several times since your launch. What exists now is a different institution with the same mission and considerably better ethics. She looks at him briefly as they walk. I want you to know that on behalf of the current program, what was done to recruit you was not acceptable. It has not been acceptable for a long time. Brennan looks at her and finds that the statement lands differently than he expected, not as vindication exactly, more as a completion of something that had been open for a long time. A finding entered into the record after the case has been running for longer than anyone intended. I appreciate that, he says. What happened to Carl Bickel? Anasta is quiet for a moment. Dr. Bickel, she says. I know the name from the published record correction document. His career was ended by something I did, Brennan says. I want to know if the record was corrected for him as well. I will find out and make sure you are informed, Anasta says, with the tone of someone making a commitment they intend to keep. The correction document has been processed thoroughly. If his name appears in it the way I believe it does, the academic institutions involved have been notified. They have reached a corridor junction, and Anasta stops and looks at him with the expression of someone transitioning between sections of a protocol. There is someone waiting to see you, she says. She has been waiting, in various senses of that word, for a considerable time. She communicated to us that the medical assessment and the program briefing were to be considered secondary to her conversation with you, and she communicated this with a consistency and a specificity of consequence that the program took seriously. She pauses. She is also the reason the program's ethical oversight structure was comprehensively reformed, because she spent approximately 40 years making that her professional project in addition to her primary career, and she is not a person who leaves projects incomplete. No, Brennan says. She is not. He follows Anasta down the corridor, taking in the facility with a more granular focus now that the immediate docking and scan formalities are behind him. The corridor walls are lined with displays showing mission statistics, orbital data, and reconstructed visualizations from Herald 7's journey. Each display updates dynamically, and he finds himself pausing at several of them, noting small corrections to previously published datasets, subtle shifts in the event horizon modeling, refined graviton emission graphs, and slight adjustments to the Delta 7 layer correlations. Those corrections, Brennan says, pointing to one, they're consistent with the anomalies we observed near the third layer stabilization. Anasta glances briefly at the display. Yes. Dr. Tanaka's team updated the framework with your post-fold data. The anomalies were predicted by your logs, but required your first-hand confirmation. It took time, but the model now accommodates them seamlessly. Brennan nods. Good. It's satisfying to see the theory and observation finally aligned. And it's why the data package remains the gold standard, Anasta adds. It is more complete than anything we could hope to acquire from Earth-based instruments alone. He pauses, thinking about the combination of her presence, the reconstructed data, and the fact that the world had continued without him. It's strange, he says. Being here now, knowing that everything continued while I was gone, and yet seeing traces of my influence in these corrections. Anasta's expression softens imperceptibly. That's the nature of long-duration missions, Dr. Shale. You leave a mark even in absence. The world keeps moving, but your actions remain embedded in the trajectory. He absorbs that, feeling a moment of private acknowledgement of his journey, personal and professional. The corridor continues, leading toward the waiting person Anasta mentioned, and the anticipation builds as much as any technical debrief could. The room they brought him into revealed a window that opened onto grounds green and carefully maintained, institutional grounds, that carried the quiet authority of spaces tended over decades by people who understood that the order and care evident in a landscape spoke as clearly of the institution as its policies or its protocols. And through that large window, larger even than the viewports of Harold 7, the afternoon light spilled with an ordinary clarity that felt extraordinary after 63 minutes of radiation from an accretion disk, and 11 days of starlight filtered through the tiny, circular portals of his ship, the warmth and angle of it illuminating the surfaces of the furniture, tracing the edges of the chairs, highlighting the subtle ridges in the wooden table, and pooling softly across the floor in a way that seemed to measure the hours he had been away, and to anchor the room itself in the steady passage of time that he had been absent from but that had continued without him. She was standing at the window, her body framed by the sun, poised with a deliberation born of careful negotiation between decades of experience, bodily awareness, and the medical technologies that had preserved her function and steadiness into her 109th year, her posture communicating both the precision of someone who had lived with enormous responsibilities and the patience of someone who had waited for this moment with a consistency that only time could cultivate. And Brennan found that the accumulation of preparation, transit, and expectation that had been building since Zurich and across 11 days of fold transit converged suddenly at the threshold of that room, compelling him to pause, letting gravity, light, and memory settle around him before he could advance fully. Teresa had been measured in the materials, in the transmission, in every recorded detail, yet all that knowledge, all that careful anticipation, proved entirely inadequate against the immediacy of her presence, her smallness relative to the body he remembered and the careful deliberateness of her movements, each action chosen rather than reflexive, every step, every turn of her hands. A negotiation between intention and execution, informed by a century of discipline, and the technologies that had preserved her neurological and cellular function in a way his original world had only theorized about. Her hair was fine, white, and cropped short in a style that emphasized the structure of her face, which bore the architecture of bone he recognized, shared with his own and their mother's, while her expression, the set of her eyes, and the line of her lips carried the particular precision that had always been hers, unaltered in its essential character despite the century of living that had layered experience over it. And as her gaze met his across the room, steady, dry, and completely unflinching, he felt simultaneously the presence of the girl he had known in Zurich and the decades of the woman who had reshaped institutions, challenged abuses of power, and survived in ways his younger self could not have anticipated. And the eyes that looked at him now were both the same and immeasurably transformed by time. She had waited, and her waiting was active, deliberate, a constant presence that had filled her life with purpose, not passive but insistent, manifest in the 40-year project she had carried to reform the ethics of the very program that had taken her father, in the steady accumulation of years, in the disciplined habits of movement and attention that brought her to this room today, standing at the window, commanding presence intact, entirely herself. As though the century of life had concentrated, rather than diminished the essential core of who she was. "You look terrible," she said, her voice resonating with the precision and cadence he remembered from the 9th-day transmission, lower and slower than the memory of her voice in Zurich, but carrying the same bone-deep cadence, articulating observation and judgment simultaneously. "You told me that already," he replied, "in the transmission." "It remains accurate," she said, her tone measured yet unyielding, and she gestured slightly toward the interior of the room, indicating that he should move forward. "Come in and stop lingering in the doorway. You appear as though you are debating whether to cross it, though you have already decided, and are merely allowing the sensation of anticipation to linger, which is a process you allow yourself, and which requires the time it requires." He stepped fully into the room, the door closing behind him with a soft hiss, and she turned to regard him with a focus that was rare, the attentiveness of someone who has spent decades evaluating, cataloging, and interpreting, the gaze of a mind attuned to consequence, subtlety, and nuance, the attention of a person who intends to understand fully rather than skim superficially, while he met it with his own, recognizing that no amount of preparation, logging, or rehearsed anticipation could replicate the immediacy and totality of this encounter, and that every meticulous record, every carefully considered observation, and every calculation had been a prelude to the reality he now confronted. "Teresa," he said, and the single word spoken across the quiet space of the room carried the weight of everything he had withheld, all the anticipation, all the transit, all the hours of contemplation and recording, the name itself sufficing to embody the sum of preparation and longing. "That," she responded, using the rare word deliberately, the one she had reserved for moments of exceptional import, marking the difference between routine and significance, and then she moved across the room with the careful deliberation of someone whose body and mind had learned to coordinate after decades of careful negotiation, and she placed her arms around him, the motion measured, chosen, precise, carrying both the fragility of age and the resilience of experience. The embrace of a lifetime's anticipation finally realized. He held her as well, adjusting to her smaller frame, the way she was both unchanged and transformed simultaneously, the bones familiar, the weight different, the timing of her grip requiring attunement, and they remained in that embrace for a moment that stretched beyond the boundaries of memory, a long, still second that seemed to carry all the moments he had spent preparing, waiting, and traveling, longer and more laden than any moment he had experienced since leaving. She released him first, stepping back with a steadying of her posture, her chin leveled, eyes clear and unflinching. "I have so much to tell you," she said. "I know," he replied, and allowed the words to hang between them, heavy with unspoken acknowledgement. "I have so much to tell you, but first I need to sit, because my legs have endured 11 days of transit, and I have been standing at this threshold with them longer than was considerate." She laughed, a sound wholly hers, unchanged and immediate, and he finally sank into the nearest chair while she took the one across from him, and an unseen attendant appeared briefly to set 2 cups of coffee on the table, leaving without comment, leaving the ritual of warmth and shared presence intact, and Teresa wrapped her hands around the cup in the habitual, grounding way he remembered from childhood, both hands clasped, warmth flowing into her fingers. And he observed it with the clarity of someone cataloging continuity in the face of transformation, recognizing the intimacy of gesture as much as its persistence across time. "How?" he asked, because the question of how she had survived, retained herself, maintained presence, and continued with agency at 109 years old was something the orientation materials had only addressed abstractly. "How have you managed to be here, still this, still yourself, still at the window, still holding your hands around a cup exactly as you always did?" "Medical science moved faster than anyone predicted," she replied, her voice calm and precise. "The cellular regeneration therapies that were theoretical when you left became clinical within 20 years of your launch. The neurological preservation protocols came a decade later, and the integrated longevity treatments that combined both." She paused briefly, allowing the weight of those words to settle. "I was in the 2nd generation of patients to receive the full protocol at age 63, and the treatments are expected to carry efficacy well beyond prior projections. I am anticipated to reach 130, possibly 140, if the next generation of protocols performs as expected." "You will outlive me by decades," he said quietly. "I intend to," she replied without apology, without hesitation, the statement absolute and non-negotiable, and he found himself grateful for it in a way that did not require further reflection, a simple acknowledgement of continuity and survival, of stubbornness and certainty, of presence. "Tell me about your life," he said, leaning forward, "all of it. Start at the beginning." Her expression, which combined amusement, grief, and the quiet satisfaction of someone long accustomed to waiting for the precise invitation she required, softened slightly, and she allowed a faint smile to curve her lips. "We are going to need considerably more coffee," she said. "And time," he added, letting the words settle as an unspoken promise, "because I am going to want every detail." She inclined her head, briefly glancing toward the window where sunlight touched the edges of the furniture and highlighted the lines of her hands and the clarity of her posture, and said, "It will take both, and I intend to provide both, but first you need to tell me everything about the transit, every observation in your logs, every thought, every hesitation, and every anomaly you encountered." Brennan nodded and began recounting, starting with the orbital alignment, the hours in the drive, the hum of Herald 7 systems, the careful confirmations of numbers, the silent companions of starlight and measurement, punctuated by sips of coffee and the quiet attention of Teresa's eyes, her questions interwoven seamlessly with his narrative, precise, probing, occasionally teasing, and always insisting on the rigor of truth. They had been talking for hours, the light moving gradually across the room from afternoon into the early evening, falling softly on the carefully tended institutional grounds visible through the window, the muted green of the lawns and the perfectly trimmed hedges conveying a sense of time measured by human diligence rather than astronomical scale. And Brennan set his coffee cup down on the table while letting his gaze drift toward the window, feeling the weight of the conversation they had carried. A conversation that had threaded from abstract calculations to the personal implications of phenomena that could no longer be separated, and he realized the moment had come to say what he had been holding since the 9th day of transit, a thought both inevitable and dangerous, one that lived precisely at the intersection of the scientific and the personal. "The probes are coming back," he said, letting the words settle into the room like measured punctuation, their cadence deliberate, the significance calibrated in the space between them. Teresa lifted her eyes from the cup she had been holding, letting him meet her gaze, and Brennan could see the precise attention in the way she leaned slightly forward, shoulders drawing in, subtle contractions that spoke of readiness, of the internal computation of implications before allowing any verbal response. "Herald 1 through Herald 6, he continued, threading his explanation carefully. "They did not fail. They were never failures. Each probe accrued temporal displacement at the event horizon, initiated its fold sequence, and is now in transit, displaced forward by intervals corresponding to their specific exposure parameters, and the Tambali displacement model your data package confirmed. A model I can now calculate with far greater precision, because my mission provided the calibration data required by the Rixson path dependency refinements." Teresa set her cup down slowly, letting her hands rest on the table, eyes scanning the notepad he hadn't yet produced, the weight of the revelation not lost on her, her posture shifting subtly as she absorbed the significance of what he was confirming. "You've calculated the return trajectories," she said, the statement hanging in the air with quiet authority, neither question nor demand, merely acknowledgement. "During transit," Brennan said, voice steady, 11 days provide ample time for calculations when the alternative is contemplating elements that mathematics cannot resolve." He reached into his suit pocket and produced the notepad, opening it to a page dense with small, precise handwriting, the product of a mind habituated to translating the universe's complexity into ordered numerals. Herald 3 had the longest operational window among the early missions, 31 minutes, at a station distance documented in the mission records. "Applying the Tambali model to those parameters yields a displacement interval of," he read aloud from the page, "which places its return trajectory intersection with the inner solar system at approximately 7 months from now, with the Rixson path dependency correction margin of plus or minus 6 weeks." Teresa's gaze flicked from the page to him, her expression calibrating through several stages of internal computation, eyes narrowing fractionally as she absorbed the precision of his transit-derived mathematics. "7 months," she murmured, almost to herself, confirming the interval, testing its plausibility against her own understanding of orbital mechanics and temporal displacement. "Herald 4 returns approximately 19 months after that, 47-minute operational window, greater displacement, later intersection. Herald 2 within the following 3 years, Herald 1 approximately 2 years thereafter. Displacement intervals scale consistently with operational window duration and station distance, and the calculations align across all 4 missions within Rixson correction margins," Brennan said, voice deliberate, letting the complexity of the intervals sink in with the gravity they carried. "Herald 5 and Herald 6 are more complex. Their termination events were not simple operational completions, but localized spacetime discontinuities, Delta 7 patterns reaching developmental thresholds, producing larger error margins because the termination mechanisms introduce variables the standard Tambali model does not fully account for," he added, watching her posture, the slight forward lean and the measured tilt of her head, every movement of hers a sign of someone processing calculations mentally as easily as others breathe. "How large are the error margins?" she asked, leaning slightly closer, the intensity in her voice precise and exacting, a question both scientific and personal, as though the figures themselves carried human consequence. Harold 5 plus or minus 4 years, Harold 6 plus or minus 7. The boundary memory interaction described in OSI's framework, the quantum state imprinting my biological monitoring detected, is a contributing factor to this uncertainty. The probes experience the same interaction I did. The fold's effect on the OSI boundary memory component of the quantum state at initiation is the variable that introduces the largest uncertainty, Brennan said, his voice measured, carrying the weight of complex causal chains with the clarity required to bridge intuition and empirical data. Teresa remained silent for a long moment, eyes focused on the notepad as though extending her own mental calculations across the lines, the columns of numbers transforming into a mental lattice of probabilities and vectors, finally murmuring to herself, almost reverentially, 7 months, the words in articulation of recognition more than confirmation. The program must know, Brennan said, leaning forward slightly. The return trajectories need confirmation by computational teams with full resources. Tracking systems must be configured for the approach vectors, and receiving infrastructure must be prepared for the physical data packages, because the probe's communication systems will have been dormant for the entire displacement interval, and their functional status remains uncertain. What will they contain? Teresa asked, voice measured, deliberate, framing the question in a way that demanded both precision and completeness in the answer. Data packages, Brennan said, his tone shifting into the register he reserved for scientific explication, a tone she recognized instantly from decades of interaction. They contain earlier stages of the Delta 7 developmental record, capturing the phenomenon's continuous evolution from before any mission reached Sagittarius A. My mission recorded the current developmental stage, but the probes each captured snapshots predating my observations. The return of these probes will provide a longitudinal record across multiple observational windows and developmental stages, sufficient to define the developmental trajectory with a precision unattainable from a single mission. You will be able to extrapolate its current position, she said slowly, articulating a thought that required full engagement of both spatial and temporal reasoning, her voice calm but precise. And its trajectory, Brennan said. The OSI boundary memory framework indicates development on cosmological timescales. Combined with my mission data, the longitudinal record permits characterization on a human-relevant timeframe. It allows us to determine both where it is and the implications of where it is going, moving from theoretical speculation to actionable prediction. Teresa's gaze held him, steady, her expression measuring the magnitude of the information, the years of thought and professional scrutiny reflected in her calm intensity. You understand that the trajectory question is precisely what theoretical physics has been asking since your data package arrived, and the proposed answers have been, she paused, carefully choosing each word, varied in implication. I have been in transit for 11 days and have not engaged with literature reactions to the data package, Brennan admitted, the isolation highlighting the singularity of his perspective. No, she said, holding her coffee cup with both hands, the familiar gesture of focus and deliberate thought, the gesture itself a thread linking decades of observation and experience. The most conservative interpretation is that the Delta 7 pattern is a natural resonance phenomenon of extraordinary complexity, developing indefinitely on cosmological timescales without producing outcomes distinguishable from its present state. Less conservative interpretations, however, are far more alarming, and the resulting debate has been vigorous. How vigorous? Brennan asked, leaning forward, voice threaded with curiosity and the weight of discovery. 3 journals, 2 international conferences per year for the past decade, a dedicated research institute funded by 12 nations, and a standing advisory position deliberately left open for 6 years because the ideal candidate was in transit, she said, her tone precise, steady, and undeniable. Brennan looked at her steadily. Bad jobs, he said. The worst one yet, she said, smiling, that familiar smile bridging Zurich, 40 years of institutional reform, her 109 years of life, the warm coffee cup in both hands, dry eyes, level chin, fully present and unwavering as she always had been. Outside the window, evening had fully arrived, darkening the institutional grounds in a deepening shadow, while somewhere in the outer solar system, 6 probes moved along their calculated trajectories, carrying their data packages toward a solar system that had waited far longer than any human institution could accommodate, accomplishing exactly what they were built to do, their paths now confirmed by a single man with a notepad and 11 days of transit. The calculations complete, the knowledge spoken. The intersection of human action, time, and scientific understanding fully realized.
I would like to thank you for watching the video to the end. To encourage us to make more videos, please like, subscribe, comment, as well as share.